Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can you please request the people having tea to come in? Bhavya, can you ask the people having tea to come in? We're starting. Music. Aditya, let's call everybody inside. Good morning, everyone. I would request you all to please be seated. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming in today. We are delighted to have you join us for the first edition of the DPG Dialogues. And a big welcome to everybody who's here and also joining us in the live web stream. DPG Dialogues is being presented to you today with the guidance of the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, Digital India Corporation, and National E-Governance Division. DPG Dialogues is supported by Umidya Network India and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, with DPG Alliance as a knowledge partner and GitHub as the community partner. DPG Dialogues is organized by Samagra. Over the next few minutes till 10:30, I would request you all to go around the hall and view all the different projects from the C4GT program. We have standees placed there on the hall and even here that represent all the different products that were part of the C4GT programs. We also have C4GT Code for GovTech contributors who are present outside doing live showcases of the engineering projects that they worked on. And we have contributors and engineers who are part of the C4GT community also here, a lot of them wearing the Code for GovTech t-shirts. Would request you to interact with them. That's what we've planned for the first 20 minutes. And then at 10:30, we would get started with our first fireside chat. Thank you all for joining us today, and we'll see you all back at 10:30. Yes, I would also want to tell you that you can browse the QR codes as well for more information about the event. And we have a live presentation going on here that showcases all the 103 projects that participated in the Code for GovTech program. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Can I please request you all to be seated? Please. We request you all to please take your seats. Okay, we request you all to please take your seats at the back. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you all enjoyed the C4GT project showcases that are there on the different standees here, and also the demos that were going on outside. I would now request you all to please keep your loyal digital companions, your cell phones, on silent for the rest of the day. If you need to talk, please, there are spaces outside here to talk, and there are restrooms on the floor below. Okay, great. So we're going to get the day started. We have with us Dr. R.S. Sharma, former Secretary MeitY, former Chairman TRAI, former CEO Aadhaar, and former CEO National Health Authority. With him, we have Gaurav Goyal, CEO and founder Smagra. I would request you both to please join us on the stage. We have a lot of interesting panels and fireside chats lined up for today. And to get the first session started, I would like to request Nitin Kashyap, Head of Product at Smagra, to please come over and start. Thank you.
Thank you, Sukhpreet, and good morning, everyone. It's an honor to have all of you with us here today. As you might have noticed, there's a slight change in the sort of event schedule. Unfortunately, the Honorable Minister of State had to last minute pull out from the keynote session for this one. But as with every challenge comes an opportunity. We are extremely delighted that Dr. R.S. Sharma kindly changed his schedules in the last minute and accepted our invite to be here with us today. So to get the thing started, I'm sure while the words DPGs, digital public goods, digital public infrastructure, are not alien to any of us here in the room today, but really the manner in which their use in common sort of language and discussion has risen over the last few years is nothing but spectacular. And that really is for very good reason, because the transformative power that these concepts really hold for the impact on the life of common citizen is immense. And this is primarily because these enable either increased access, they really reduce friction, or enable transformative innovation, which is very inclusive and democratic. And here in India, with innovations like Aadhaar, like UPI, like CoWIN, we are really proud that we are not just at the forefront of this movement, but really have taken a place of thought leadership that the world is looking up to for. So no surprise really that DPIs is one of the core 6 agenda items of the G20 summit. However, if you really want to build on this success and ensure that this movement can see even more wide-scale adoption and sustainability, there is a need to have a vibrant ecosystem and community of builders, adopters, contributors around this space. This precisely was the thesis and the thought behind the wider Code for GovTech program, of which we will hear a lot more details throughout the day today, and this event today morning, DPG Dialogues in itself. The DPG Dialogues has been conceptualized as an annual coming together and as a forum where everyone in the ecosystem can come together and really have practitioner-level discussions, right? Honest conversations across the table, share the challenges, what insights we have learned, what have we seen working, not working, how do we take it forward together is really the core idea behind this forum. And in that context, it's really my pleasure to welcome all of you here at the start of the day today. So I think moving on, I'll take 5 more minutes to just set up a little bit more context for the Code for GovTech program before handing to Gaurav and Dr. Harsh Sharma yourself. So Code for GovTech, clicker's not working. Yeah. So Code for GovTech, as I was mentioning, is an ecosystem initiative, right, that we conceptualized and piloted last year in 2022 with this vision to catalyze this vibrant ecosystem community of contributors, builders, and adopters for the DPGs and DPI ecosystem space. It really has 2 core components to its sort of approach. There is a wider continuous community building program where the idea is for organizations to put out their small projects, issues related to any of these work that they're doing and invite participation from college students and a wider community or working professionals to contribute on an ongoing basis. This is also supported with a 2-month deep, intensive mentoring program. We just wrapped up the 2023 leg of it, in which selected contributors get to work for a 2-month period with deep mentoring support from organizations who put out sort of extensive projects related to their work, which is core to the work that they're doing. The participants and the contributors not only just get the mentoring, but also the satisfaction of seeing their contributors make their way to actual code that impacts billions of lives. So I'll take take 5 minutes to just share a quick video, which gives an overview of that, and then we'll come back. Can we have the volume?
The 20th century digital revolution has brought vast information access, built stronger connections, boosted economies, and improved lives. The open source movement has powered this revolution by promoting collaborative development of technology for everyone. Building on this philosophy, digital public goods are now leading us into a new era of socio-economic progress. DPGs are open source software, data, AI models, standards, and content that can be used by any government or private organization to help attain the Sustainable Development Goals. The implementation of DPG to set up systems that enable essential, society-wide services is called a digital public infrastructure. For example, India's Diksha uses various building blocks from Sunbird for knowledge sharing, while Philippines' Philsys uses MOSIP for building an identity system. The DPI approach is critical to solve population-scale problems, and a dedicated community of builders, adopters, and contributors is vital for its success. Code for GovTech was conceptualized in 2022 with a mission to catalyze and grow such a vibrant community. This year, it has been scaled up in partnership with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Omidyar Network India, Digital Public Goods Alliance, and GitHub. It has two core components to it. First, a long-term community building program, and second, a dedicated mentoring program. As part of this year's mentoring program, 103 contributors were selected from more than 2,000 applications representing 415 colleges and 30 private companies. Guided by 87 mentors from 20 organizations, they contributed to 38 products, embarking on a transformative learning journey. These projects spanned education, healthcare, skilling, communication, e-commerce, and a lot more. Let's hear from the contributors, mentors, and our super mentors about their experience.
I used to be a person who, used to put herself in a box and learn from a very restricted sort of environment. Just have certain things mapped up to me and I used to learn from them. But I think C4G changed that a lot for me and I would cherish that for the rest of my life.
I believe that every engineer has something to offer and I encourage everyone to get involved.
And it's remarkable how a community can come together to create impactful solutions that can address real world challenges.
If I talk about what skills that I have learned, it's how to make that product scalable and configurable. This is not about coding. It's about the personal growth, as I said, the professional development and making a difference through technology.
As an endeavor brought in to be able to attract the students or find the student.
We noticed that some parts of our code actually relied on API keys, so our code was actually not entirely open source as we intended. So when Prekhar pointed that out, we also updated our code so that end-to-end it's open source.
They have been willing to look out for what is the latest technology available for our problem statements. They have been able to test it against what our current setup is. And in many cases, they have been able to improve on our current setup.
Impact is basically one of the most important things we discuss in our community calls. So typically open source contributors try to lock themselves up to very minor issues that they can do rather than create a project on top of the product. That's the very larger difference between C4GT and other community contributions.
I found C4GT to be very highly structured in its approach towards creating sort of DPG building block sort of ecosystem. Initiatives like C4GT will help DPG builders and DPI builders, building organizations, greatly accelerate the pace at which they are trying to enable a particular ecosystem.
The program has provided an excellent opportunity for knowledge sharing, mentoring, learning, and leveraging the talent pool to co-create DPGs.
The way I see the program as a community of communities, where the program really helps these communities to build up their open source muscle.
But I've been pleasantly surprised, very happy with how I think this is progressing. And I think if this is a sign of what we're going to see in the future, I think I would argue that C4GT is here to stay with both the community of contributors as well as the DPG builders.
These contributions are solving real world problems, which have the potential to positively impact the lives of billions. The program spanned across 63 days with over 1,440 mentoring hours, 20,000 coding hours, and more than 9 lakh lines of code. But this is just the beginning. The mission is to have a growing and vibrant global community of thousands of active members. We invite the current community members to take this mission forward, guiding us to a future where technology and innovation powers development. The 20th century digital revolution has brought vast
once again, we are immensely, immensely grateful and thankful for the support of the 20 organizations, the 80 plus mentors, all the super mentors, everybody who applied, the 103 contributors, and everybody who really came together to make this initiative a success. You can see a lot of the information is also around in this room and during lunch, and please take your time to go through it. We also have some of the contributors themselves who are sitting outside too and back here as well, who would love to share with you the work they have been doing and the learnings they have had. But also just to give a little bit more flavor and context, we also have two of the organizations with us here today, whom I would like to invite for brief 5 minutes each to give an overview of the kind of projects that they had as part of Code for GovTech and what their experience was like. So first up, I would like to invite Kiran Anandam Pillai. Kiran is the CEO and founder of iDrishti, as well as an advisor to NHA. And yeah, Kiran, over to you to share how your experience was.
Good morning, everyone. Really happy to be here. Wonderful to see Dr. Sharma back here. I think his last stint was really as CEO NHA to head the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So I'm very happy to show you, sir, what we have been able to do with C4GT. So firstly, a big congratulations to all the contributors, Samagra, the program. I think for me, it's been a fabulous experience. My first experience with C4GT, I didn't participate in the previous year, and so was both really happy with how it went out. Let's see if the clicker works. Yeah. So the project that we took up is called, how do we help labs map their test names to something called LOINC code? So quite an important project. So to get a context of this, it'll be important to understand what is the digital public good behind this. This is all part of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which is a government-led mission which is run by the NHA to create digital public goods in healthcare. So what are these digital public goods that we actually do in healthcare? So there are three big key digital public goods we are doing. The first one is called a Health Information Exchange and Consent Manager. And what that lets you do is, lets you go to any healthcare provider in the future where you can actually collect your health records into a longitudinal health records. But not only will it do that, it will also help generate data for public health purposes as well as for big data, for things like AI and training that's really required. So that's the one big public good, and much of this is already live with personal health records. In fact, if you go to AIIMS Delhi here or many of the public hospitals, you will actually see it in action in here. The second two big public goods that we are working on, I won't really get too much into it, but one is on the health insurance side. It's called the Health Claims Exchange, and the last one, which is for digital health services, is called UHI. Now, the problem that this C4GT program took was essentially on the first one, which is if you are going to actually get health records out from every health institution that is there, you want to make sure it's interoperable. And interoperability essentially means that you have to help make sure that the underlying content that's coming out starts adopting some levels of standards. So on your screen, you will see, for example, what a test report in India looks like. I want you to observe, if you can, from there, that on a CBC report, we write typically WBC or RBC or whatever else as the basic diagnostic test. Now imagine there was a friend of mine who works with various labs, and he used to tell me that when he collects data from across these labs for analysis, for a single test name like cholesterol, he would find 52 variants of that across the labs. So if you are going to be trying to match with just names, it usually doesn't work, and you will not be able to actually get your whole experience, which is interoperable records, or whether you want to do data analysis, to happen. So we have to find a way by which we can get labs to start putting certain standardized codes on this. There is actually an international standard for this, which is called LOINC. So it's a pretty old standard. It's just that we don't use it in India. And one of the things that ABDM did when ABDM started was that it recommended that labs should adopt these codes. Now it's an interesting thing to say, hey, Mr. Lab, go adopt something called a LOINC code. So if you actually try to do that, if you go to their website and you download it, you'll find that there are 40,000 codes. and then the names that is used on these codes are quite different from how doctors and our labs use it in India. So it's not a straightforward problem at all. So if you take a look at this example, even if I were to search for what you saw as WBC, the word WBC does not actually have an entry at all in your loin code. It's called leukocytes volume in blood, which is technically the right name, but it's unlikely that our lab guys are going to search for that. And even if you did search for it, you will find too many results making you unsure about what's the right code to use. So this is the kind of challenge that we have to pass in India. So this is the reason why we started another open source effort slightly before this C4GT effort, which was to say, can we understand what are the real loin codes that India really needs? And so we said, let's create a curated data set. So we worked with 3 labs. So SRL, Dr. Lal Diagnostics, and Crilio Labs, which is actually a company that makes software for small labs, and said, let's get all of their tests. And so what we found was that in India, in general, about 500 tests account for the bulk of the tests that happens. And about 5,000 tests is almost the largest full universe of tests that we need to map for. So we actually took certain experts. We worked with an organization that the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has set up called the National Center for E-Health Resources, and essentially created a small curated data set. Okay, so now we at least say, and we know these are the loin codes for the labs in India, but how do we still get labs to quickly find out what's the code for the test? And that's what this C4GT project was all about. We said, let's create a small mapping tool for this test. So we said, can we create an open source tool where a lab can come in, put their lab test name, and find what the code for that test is? And that's really what we created. I'm very happy that Vansh is here. Vansh, can I have you to stand up? So Vansh is my contributor, and one man single-handedly 2 months to build what I'm going to show you. So one thing that really made me happy is he's a final year student at NIT, and essentially, while I think the word super mentor and all that is fine, I think he's managed to do bulk of it with very limited mentoring, and that's what really the kind of contributors who have been coming in. I think it really makes me happy to see that they have been able to take that drive, take that initiative, and drive things quite independently. So what we do is quite simple. You can come in and you can actually put in an Indian name like a WBC, because our curated data test set, as you can see, actually has a whole bunch of aliases. So when we started creating the curated data set, we would take a loin code and then we would put a whole bunch of names as how Indian labs call it. So that's why you'll get only one result. So you are very sure that that's the only result that I need to go for. There's also a built-in confidence scoring to make sure that it happens. A lot of Indian test names that we got in the sample set had humongous amount of spelling errors. Clearly, it's not the doctors who fill out what the name of the test is. And so we need to make sure that our tool essentially can handle a whole bunch of phonetic and spelling errors. So that's the other feature that we put into it. And finally, we know that these guys will want to come in and say, I have a dump of all my tests, can you just map it for me? And so we have a bulk feature where you can just upload it. And for all the ones with high confidence, it will map it and give you something that you can quickly download and start using it. So that's what it is. And of course, we know that while we are starting with a curated data set, that's not the end of the journey. We need to keep improving it. So we are going to think about ways in which we can look at what incoming data is there and constantly improve the database set. So all of these are tools, capabilities that's been built through this open source project. Now, this is a long journey, and this tool is a key contributor into that starting journey. As many of you might know, India has more than 200,000 healthcare facilities, and the ABDM ecosystem requires that the software that's used in a healthcare provider be actually modified to be something called ABDM compliant. We have found that there are more than 2,000 people who make software for these facilities, and all of them have to actually go through this process where they integrate and they actually make their software ABDM compliant. Now, in that journey is where we want to fit the Loink India tool in, so that we can actually help labs as part of the ABDM compliance process to move towards structured health records. Thank you.
just goes to show how even a single component can have such transformative impact, and the pride really in Vansh for contributing it. That's great. Next, I would like to invite Ravi Prakash. Ravi, yeah, there you are, who is the head of architecture and tech ecosystem at FIDE, the Foundation for Interoperability in Digital Economy. And over to you, Ravi.
Hello, everyone. So I'm here representing the bright young minds of C4GT, who have worked tirelessly over the last 2 months, contributing to 11 projects. And it's not been easy. So firstly, I think a big shout out to all of the students over here. I think I have Sarfaraz, and I think Akansha is also here. If you guys could stand up, I think that would be great. Thanks a lot, folks. So, so I'm here most of these projects in the last 2 months have been focused around one particular technology, which is backend protocol, which has been driving some of the, one second, is it working? Yeah. So backend, yeah, it's driving some of the large open source, large digital public infrastructure initiatives in India, like ONDC, Honest, the latest one being Honest. So essentially, if in a nutshell, it's basically a language that allows two machines to communicate, and that language is centered around one particular purpose, which is basically transactions, how to do buying and selling, how to avail a different service, etc. Right? So this language is highly abstract, right? And to adopt it, right, you need to build lots of these various layers, right? So the idea, the whole purpose of backend protocol is to actually transform the way you look at a particular ecosystem from a platform point of view to a network point of view, right? So this is basically what you see right now is basically the transformation that backend protocol is trying to enable, right? 1 second, yeah, okay. And as you can see, this technology has been applied in various areas, in the areas of mobility, in the areas of retail, food and logistics, and energy, in the latest health, care, and education and skilling, right? These are some of the projects that are currently parallelly happening in India, some of the notable ones being ONDC, Unified Health Interface, Nammayatri, Kochi Open Mobility Network, and the latest one being Honest. Okay. So most of the projects in the last 2 months was concentrated around one single problem statement. How can we massively accelerate the adoption of backend protocol across the global ecosystem, right? So that was done through multiple layers, right? For example, in order to sort of expand the innovation has to happen across all the layers, right? And the simplest layer being the specification, then how to enable the ecosystem, then how to build core network infrastructure, then how to build functional infrastructure, and then ultimately building platforms and solutions. So we curated a list of 11 projects across all of these layers, some of them being specifications, some of them being sandboxes, some around building policy administration, some around reputation, some of them building AI-enabled adapters, and so on and so forth, QR code generators, and actually generic frameworks to build all of these applications in one go, right? And this is the team that made this happen. Along with me was Faiz, who is our engineering manager at FIDE. Vishwa, who is also, assisting us in actually helping all the students, build all their projects, and Ninad, who was helping all the students with the specification work. And these are the contributors. For those who are not here, these are the 12 people who actually helped us build this. So it was not an easy task to accomplish 11 projects in the last 2 months, but at some point, I think things were becoming so intense that we were literally on call every single day to get these projects done. But yes, I think it was a huge success over the last 2 months, and we were able to deploy around 22 instances of these projects in our servers, and it was, and again, a huge shout out for all the contributors. I know that was not easy, but it was, fantastic work, all of you guys. These are some of the snapshots of some of the projects that were then. Some of them were technical, some of them were core spec related, so it didn't really have a runtime, but these are some of the outputs of the projects that came. Now we have tools that allow you to literally print apps, right? Because given that the generic nature of backend protocol allows you to sort of create any sort of application, whether it's mobility, whether it's retail or commerce. I think we were successfully able to develop at least the core components of a framework that can allow anybody to build sort of, any sort of application that can be part of any network enabled by backend, right? And and these projects are not just basic experiments, but these are actually going to be deployed in a lot of global initiatives that we are seeing in the next 6 months, most notably across Europe, in Germany, in France, in Croatia, in Slovenia, etc. Some of the projects are starting in the Gambia, the Brazil, and the USA as well. So these projects will be heavily used in production, and after some bit of refinement and some content addition as well. But there are going to be lots of diverse sectors like mobility, healthcare, even industry 4.0, manufacturing. I think the whole world is now pulling together its resources to fight climate change, right? And these projects, these DPGs are actually going to become a huge part, a huge contribution to this global movement around climate change, right? And I think thanks a lot for all the students for all of these, right? And more importantly, the key learnings, right? The idea of the last 2 months, I think we spent almost 15 days trying to figure out, what should be the key outcomes of these projects, right? The whole objective was not to raise a bunch of issues and then close all of them. It's not about fixing bugs. It's actually to shift your mental model, right? The simplest question that we ask us today, that, hey, I want something and I have something, right? Is there an app for that, right? That's the typical thinking that we have had for the last 15 years. But that's the whole, and shifting that, the whole idea of, saying that I don't care what app I have, my phone itself is more than enough to find whatever resource that I want. Shifting that mental model, changing the way you think was more important, right? And that's what we've been trying to do in the last 2 months. And that can only happen through the power of unbundling, by sort of taking a sledgehammer and breaking the system and see what are the core components, just like what we do in particle physics today. We basically smash protons together and see what are the fundamental building blocks of the universe. That's exactly what we did, right? We took a very old idea and just tried to apply it in the modern context. Second is through the power of abstraction, right? Abstraction is to find the most core components that are common in all systems, right? One notable example would be, let's say, policy, right? In the policy administration console, what we tried to actually do was to see what are the core components of all policies, right? Policy has a location, policy applies from a certain point in time to a certain point in time. What are the core, people involved? Who are the people who are affected by that policy? Who are the people that are not affected by the policy? Inclusion zones, exclusion zones. So we tried to create a semantic language around just policy to see if all policies can actually fit into that framework, right? So that's what we are trying. That's called the power of abstraction, right? And the last most important fundamental of actually DPGs that sort of differentiates it from a typical open source is it's always mostly built for scale, right? For population scale, which means that the whole idea of building DPGs, the whole approach itself has to change from the beginning. You can't build something and then scale it later on, right? The scale has to be in the design principles itself. That's why it's a very famous quote that we say, instead of sort of scaling whatever works, build what works at scale, right? So these were the 4 major learnings that I believe that the students learned, and I learned during this whole 2-month process, and it has been a great journey so far. And I think closing notes, I think this is the message for all C4GT volunteers over here. The internet was not built in a day, right? I think it's the tiny droplets that actually make the whole ocean. And it was not just, originally it might have just been about transmitting hypertext, HTML, and a bunch of server-side code. But today the internet is what it is because the technology community came together, built libraries, built frameworks, built tools, and built entire businesses around just reducing the friction of going online, right? And this is the next wave of digital transformation, and I believe DPGs have a huge role to play in expansion of the overall, ecosystem today, right? And that's it. Thanks a lot, folks, and thanks for all your contributions. Right.
Thanks a lot again, and really coordinating 11 projects is no mean task, so really appreciate all the support that your organization provided and the experience, and the results are for everyone to see. With that context, I would not take any longer, and I would like to hand the stage over to Gaurav. Gaurav?
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you, Nitin, and a very warm welcome to everyone. I always say that over the last decade, there's a whole set of people, both within the system and outside, who have really been working towards what we call Digital India. But if there's one person who epitomizes that effort from within, that is Dr. R.S. Sharma. So really, on behalf of the entire C4GT Code for GovTech community, all the organizations, government and private, super mentors, contributors, really a warm welcome to you to the inaugural session of DPG Dialogues. I had the opportunity to have a long conversation with you about 2 months back. We were recording Sushasan, the governance-focused podcast, and I had a 3-hour plus conversation. So I learned a lot in that conversation from how the nitty-gritties of Aadhaar, of COVID, and your own kind of inspiring life journey. And later on, the feedback that I got for people who watched that was extremely, extremely positive. Today is another opportunity for me to learn from you, but aaj time thoda kam hai, so we'll have about half an hour or so. But the idea is to get your thoughts on some of the more contemporary topics and issues. So I'll start off with G20. That's the flavor of the time, flavor of the week. So the biggest achievement that government had over the last 2 days was the New Delhi Leaders Declaration. It has 83 paragraphs. And one of the things it covers within that, amongst other topics, is digital public infrastructure. It tries to define it. It tries to also refer to the system or a framework for digital public infrastructure. Not just that, in the short briefing that the External Affairs Minister and the Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant, had, they also emphasized on DPIs. How significant do you think this is?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Gaurav, for giving me this opportunity. I'm also very happy to kind of substitute for the Honorable Minister. First of all, let me also compliment and congratulate you for the work which you are doing, the code for GovTech. This is wonderful work which you guys have been undertaking, and the model which you have created of, people who are working and then, mentors who are experienced people and who know the domain and who know because I have realized one thing that, if you have technology people and just doing development in isolation, it doesn't really solve a problem. If you want to solve a problem, then you need to make and match these two, sort of domain-specific people who understand policies, administration, domain, and the technology people who understand technology, and then, make them work together. And I think that's a beautiful model which you have created, and I must compliment, and I'm very sure this model will solve many of the real hard problems of our country. Kiran, when he was describing about the law and code standardization, these are some of the problems. What happens is that typically when we hire a consulting agency for doing some project, unfortunately, my experience with these consulting agencies has not been very great. Of course, there may be some, I'm sure, Mr. Koshi is here and he has been, heading EY and all kinds of consultants are, Mr. Sethi is there. But basically what happens is that I sometimes feel that, either we are not able to communicate to them or they are not able to deliver what we communicate to them. So there is always a gap which we have found. And I think the only way this gap can be fulfilled is essentially designing those beautiful components which are so necessary for, things to operate. Because unless you have standardization is the first thing of acquiring interoperability. Interoperability will be there when, two machines understand each other's, what one is trying to say and what one other is trying to interpret. This is very important. And I think there's a lot of work which needs to be done in this particular area. So I think what you guys have been doing is basically filling those gaps, which may seem very little, or it may seem as if you are solving a very minor part of the problem. But actually it's minor but very critical. And that criticality is something which, the consultants or the solution providers, they are not able to solve, and sometimes they provide, the sort of solutions which are not public solutions, not open source solutions, proprietary solutions, COTS as they call them. This is what makes things difficult. And as our friend here was saying, many of the things cannot be an afterthought. Scalability cannot be an afterthought. Interoperability cannot be an afterthought. Privacy cannot be an afterthought. These are something with which we have to start this entire thing. So I think that's something which you guys are doing. So that let me compliment you and congratulate you and all these people who are. Let's give a big round of applause for all of you. The great work you are doing, and it's really, this is what is nation building. It's not the netas and the babus like us who build the nations. It's people like you, young people who are energetic, who are passionate. They are really going to build these solutions. So that's one. Secondly, I think on this issue of G20 and the kind of leadership which India has taken in this space, India has rightfully taken that leadership. Because I think India's story since last about 13, 14 years, started with Aadhaar in 2009 and then going forward. I think we have learned that, that trick, so to say, or the potion, where we realized that to solve problems of a country as large, as diverse as India, we need something completely different. We don't need to build solutions for specific problems. We need to build what I call the highest common factor. For example, when we built Aadhaar, we were very clearly, conscious of the fact that we are not designing a particular identity for a particular purpose. We are actually creating an identity which could be plugged into all the domains which require the identity, establishment. And that will require that you have to have the highest common factor, something which is, as many of you may be knowing, of course, all of us must be knowing the HCF, which we studied in our primary schools or middle schools, which basically says that a number which divides every one of them, or a number which is common to every one of them. So some solution which is common to many problems is actually the solution which, you may call it DPI, you may call it DPG, or you may call it by any name. These names are names and definitions. But I think that philosophy when we started, and once we produced Aadhaar, then, we realized that, look, this can create, Aadhaar is like a rail, and we can create a number of products on top of Aadhaar, and we created a number of products, some before 2014, many, this what is called this e-sign, and the other kinds of products which we created. Multiple products were created. And then we realized that, once we did DBT, once we did DBT, once we did Aadhaar-enabled payment systems, then we realized that this can be used to open bank accounts, that can be used to, what about payment systems? So all that has happened, and I think India has truly leapfrogged into this space, and the world also must, adopt and will adopt these solutions, especially the developing world, where, people are looking for solutions which are interoperable, which are frugal. Frugality is also a very important part of the DPG, which are open source, which are customizable, and I think that's something which we truly deserve that leadership. Unfortunately, we have been doing many things, but we have not been getting credit for it. For example, in Jharkhand, if somebody was doing something in Karnataka or Maharashtra, everybody will, all national press will say, somebody was doing something in Bihar or Jharkhand, nobody will come to know, kya ye kar raha hai bhai? Bihar mein kya ho sakta hai? This is the kind of refrain people will do. So I think this is the right, credit which is coming to us.
And I think one of the words you mentioned is leapfrogged. Really, all the DPI over the last decade has helped us leapfrog in our own development journey. And India has a lot to contribute to the world, especially now we are saying that we want to be the voice for the global south, and therefore a lot to contribute. My question is, what are some of the concrete ways in which India can support other countries in both building their own DPIs as well as adopting some kind of global DPIs?
No, I think that's also very, very important, because while we can build for ourselves, we also must see how this can be, replicated in various other domains and countries. And my view, personal view, is that the way we have built these things for our country, they are certainly replicable in many, many countries, around the world. I don't see much, difficulty. Two things we must, appreciate. Everybody is nationalistic, People are jingoists. People sometimes feel, "Arey bhai, inhone solution bana, inka solution mein kyun lunga?" So you have to, be very subtle about promoting your solutions. Don't be too much, sort of, "Maine ye kiya, maine wo kiya, main aapko sikha raha hu." That should not be the approach. That's one part. So be a little more subtle. And I think second thing is that once you are able to, and I'm assuming when you are saying how we can replicate around the world, I am assuming that you said how we as Indians can actually take this to other countries. So one is, let's not be very, very, sort of, कि हम ही ने किया है और हम आपको सिखा रहे हैं, आप जानते नहीं हैं इस चीज़ को. That's one part. Second thing which is very important is that, we should also show some concrete examples, because what happens is that, मैं आपको एक उदाहरण छोटा सा देता हूँ. Of course, it looks like the personal kind of story. 2016, I was invited to Morocco. Unfortunately, they had a bad, earthquake. I was invited there, और मैं 5-7 दिन तक वहाँ रहा. मैंने उनको पूरा भाषण दिया कि भाई डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी कैसे बनती है, क्या होता है. But once I showed them a couple of applications of that digital identity, and you know what is the application? Such trivial applications called attendance marking system. मैंने उनको वहाँ देख के मैंने कहा, देखिए भाई, दिल्ली में मेरे ऑफिस में कितने लोग अभी आए हैं, मैं आपको यहाँ से देख के बता सकता हूँ. तो they were extremely, sort of, then they said, हाँ, हम इसको करेंगे. So sometimes you have to show them the value proposition. Many times, when you try to tell abstract things, abstraction works certainly, but concrete things also work much better than abstraction many times. So show them some real benefits. So first of all, don't be very this thing कि हम बहुत जानते हैं. Secondly, show them some benefits. And thirdly, of course, by design, I think we have made these products to be quite frugal. So we have that tremendous advantage, because when these, some of the companies, when they try to give a solution, they will give very costly solutions. Do you know that England's ID card cost 135 British pounds? Of course, England's ID card was, not done later. It cost 135 British pounds per ID. Our Aadhaar cost less than £1 per ID. So this is the, so you have to show them, and I think they will go for it.
Great. Coming back to the domestic turf, over the years, a lot of focus has been on horizontal TPIs, right? We started with Aadhaar and kept building on top of it. We continue to do that. Bhashini will be talking about later in the day. Again, domain agnostic, horizontal. But now, the last couple of years, a lot of domain-specific focus has come. ABDM is one, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission in health, Agri-Stack in agriculture, ONDC, we have Mr. Koshi here to be talking about it, or e-commerce. Now, the complexity has gone up. The adoption challenge also has gone up somewhere, and there's a network effect that needs to be there. So once a lot of people adopt it, then you start accruing the benefits of it, be it ABDM, be it ONDC, and so on. So how big do you think is this adoption challenge, and what are some of the ways in which it can be overcome?
See, one of the things which was said just a little while ago about unbundling. See, unbundling has many facets. And that one facet is, in the concrete, context of about your question. One is, first, you build components which are hugely generic, which means which are applicable across most of all the domains. Then on top of that, you do build certain components which may be applicable on a bundle of domains, on a collection of domains, not really a domain, but maybe a couple of domains which are similar. And then you keep on getting, so from a general, you keep on going to a specific. And layer by layer you do that, and you always never build a monolithic kind of solutions. You always build these, small Lego blocks which solve a particular problem, which don't provide a whole solution, but which solve a particular problem, which is typically, identity, for example, is a hugely general problem. Payments is a hugely horizontal problem, which we have solved. Now, maybe drones or maybe health is not so general. Maybe many concepts, identity will be used, certainly, but there will be many concepts which will be typical to a collection of those domains. So that way you do build, and I think the approach which you are adopting, this conscious approach, that, look, we are not building a whole gamut of solutions, but we are now going from general, it's like unified field theory to the magnetism to the other kinds of, stuff. That is what we keep on building. So I think that's one way to ensure adoption. That's number one. However, technology can be built, but adoption is very, very critical part. Kiran knows that, in adoption part, ABDM, it's win-win-win for everybody. It's win-win for, doctors, for health providers, for health facilities, for laboratories, for, pharmacies, for patients, most of them all. But still, adoption is a big challenge. And that adoption has to be, first of all, awareness. Second, create some, again, catchy,
winning use case.
Various use cases. For example, this scan and share, where you go to a hospital like AIMS and you just scan your, Aadhaar, and then you get a number, that whatever is that token number, and then you sit quietly, and then when your token comes, you go there. You don't have to stand in the line. That's a trivial use case where you just transfer your data to that hospital's HMIS, but still that use case is extremely powerful and useful. That is another way to kind of make people कि अच्छा लगने लगे भाई, this is something very useful. तो ये भी एक aspect है.
Identifying winning use cases which people kind of can get on to, and in the process the adoption happens. Yes, please. The another question, we, for example, at Samagr do a lot of work with state governments. So काफी सारा, a lot of DPIs, DPGs get built at the Government of India level, at the national level, or of course the private ecosystem, but government ki, if you talk about government, that at the national level, there's more capacity, there's more evolved thinking, there's a lot of external support and so on. But when it comes to the states, the capacity is a challenge. And we have not seen, for example, too many instances of a DPI getting built by one state and then being adopted by other states or by the Government of India. Forget about building, even adoption, sometimes the capacity that's required for that is not there. What's your thought? You've been Secretary METI. What's your thinking of how can that capacity be built at the state level?
You are very right. And pehle capacity ke pehle, let me tell you what the problem is. The problem in the state and the districts, for that matter, and operational level, the problem is that we start building what is called quick and dirty solutions. And unfortunately, I don't know whether NIC people are here or not. NIC people who are actually leading at the district level and the state level, कलेक्टर साहब ने बोला कि भैया कल तक जो है एक बढ़िया वेबसाइट बना दो और उसमें ये होना चाहिए, इसमें ये डालें, हम लोग गांव का नाम डालें तो तहसील का नाम निकल आए उसमें से. तो उसने अपना फटाक से एक डेटाबेस बनाया, सारे ब्लॉक्स के नाम डाल दिए और सारे गांव के नाम जहाँ से पड़े थे वहाँ से डाल दिए और इस प्रकार से एक क्वेरी लगा दी और क्वेरी लगा के उसने बना दिया. This, kind of this part has created a lot of damage, damaged the whole situation, whereby we have just been trying to build solutions which are simply not solutions really, बहुत ही छोटा primitive type of solutions. And unfortunately, many of us, obviously babus, you don't expect them to, the bureaucrats, you don't expect them to learn technology, but जिन लोगों को technology का काम करना है, they are also not growing. वो पुरानी दुनिया में ही लगे हुए हैं, SQL में और उस सब में, RDBMS में, उस तरह से लगे हुए हैं. That is the problem. So ये जो स्टेट लेवल की कैपेसिटी की प्रॉब्लम दो तरह से क्रिएट हुई. एक तो जो टेक्नोलॉजी बताने वाले हैं उन लोगों की भी बहुत ज़्यादा ज्ञान उनका नहीं है. They have not updated their knowledge. I am not saying they are not bright people. They are very bright people. But bright person also, if he does not update his knowledge, वो सब पुरानी दुनिया में रहेगा तो क्या करेगा भाई? Then that is what the result is. तो एक तो ये चीज़ है. दूसरी चीज़ क्या है कि हम लोग कंसल्टेंट्स ने भी बहुत नुकसान किया है इस देश में. मैं बता देता हूँ आपको. आईटी कंसल्टेंट्स ने विशेषकर, और मैं बोलता हूँ इसलिए कि मेरा अनुभव जो है बहुत खराब रहा है उनके साथ, तो उन्होंने क्या किया है कि भाई वो भी गए, अब उसी प्रकार से जो मालिक चाहता है या जो भी मतलब काम करने वाला चाहता है बस उसी के हिसाब से अपना, और उनको इंटरेस्ट रहता है कि कॉर्ड्स बेच दें तो अपना कुछ फायदा उसमें भी हो जाएगा, तो दिस इज अनदर प्रॉब्लम। तो ये जो समस्याएं हैं इनकी बहुत कठिन समस्याएं हैं, आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि बहुत कोई अच्छा है, और मुझे लगता है कि डीपीजीज टाइप की चीज़ जो है वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे बनाना संभव नहीं, ऑनेस्टली। यू नीड अ डिफरेंट लेवल ऑफ एब्स्ट्रैक्शन, डिफरेंट लेवल ऑफ थॉट, डिफरेंट लेवल, और 4-5 जो बातें कही हमारे माय फ्रेंड, आई एम फॉरगेटिंग हिज नेम, रवि ने जो 5-4 बातें कही बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बातें हैं। ये बहुत जरूरी है कि हम उस थॉट प्रोसेस को लेके चलें, जो मेंटल मॉडल है हमारा, दैट मेंटल मॉडल मस्ट चेंज, एंड आई थिंक दैट्स इंपॉर्टेंट। इट्स अ चैलेंज, बट एक बात जरूर है कि जब आपने डीपीजी डेवलप कर दिया तो लोग यूज़ करते हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं है। आपने जो है आधार यूज़ किया तो लोग यूज़ कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स में आधार, स्टेट्स में डीबीटी जैसे हो रहा है, तो डीबीटी में देयर आर thousands of schemes in the state which are being used. States are coming. अब जैसे मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूँ कि पीडीएस पूरे देश में सेम है। I mean, it's the same thing. There is a Food Security Act at the central level. Central level gives you about 3 lakh crore rupiah every year. We are now spending in the last couple of years, especially after COVID. Otherwise, we were spending about 1.5 lakh crore. That, you know, everywhere state is doing the state food corporation, fair price shops and all that. Now they have softwares. Every state has different software for PDS, by the way. Fortunately, you know, once you started penetrating, putting Aadhaar, seeding within Aadhaar, and then, you know, started using the authentication of Aadhaar to deliver food, people have started integrating that. But I don't think there was any need for having so many softwares. You could have one software and you could have multiple instances of that software, multiple, you know, guys, just what you call multi-tenancy softwares. One software and people could just, you know, plug into it. Do you know that attendance software in the whole country, which actually people are marking about 30-40 lakh people are marking attendance, there's only one single software. And that software did not cost anything. Only 2 guys made that software. People have a very different notion कि बड़े लंबी चौड़ी फौज चाहिए हमको सॉफ्टवेयर बनाने के लिए, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। ये बच्चों ने 11 डोमेन के प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर दिए, छोटे बच्चों मतलब यंग लोग। तो इसलिए अगर आप इंटेलिजेंटली करें उसको तो ये हो सकता है। प्लस कुछ ऐसा काम करें हम लोग कि जो whatever we have built these so-called DPGs, those DPGs should be how they can be used. तो यूज केस करके मुझे लगता है अडॉप्शन इज मच इजी नाउ। कैपेसिटी बनाना मुश्किल है हर जगह, लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम वंस यू बिल्ड समथिंग व्हिच इज सो सिंपल, सो स्केलेबल, सो ब्यूटीफुल, सो अडेप्टेबल, you can do it very fast.
Yeah. You mentioned about NIC. That was my next question. Again, you have been Secretary METI. NIC has kind of done a good job for the country over the decades. But as you said, that it's important to evolve, and things are changing very, very fast. And there's a lot of question around whether NIC is able to keep pace with it. What are some of the reforms, again, with respect to NIC that you would want to see over the next 5-10 years? क्या होना चाहिए?
That's a very large question, or actually very general question, and I will not be able to answer that in a specific way. But one thing which I could say, NIC was extremely important in the early 80s. In fact, I think NIC was created in early 80s, 81, 82, that's what I think. They were very important because at that time, nobody in the state, nobody even in the central government knew what is IT, technology, software, vagara, vagara. They were the persons who basically introduced, and they did a lot of good work. And you know, बहुत अच्छा काम किया. But over a period, what had happened is that they have become like bureaucrats like us. That's number one. They have not upgraded their knowledge. And still, they are providing quick and dirty solutions. This is working contrary, actually. This is very contrary to the development of a very clean kind of technology development or clean code development. So one is that they should now really transform themselves from the solution makers to the thought leadership type, and, you know, to kind of promote, create awareness. That's one part. they should not be also doing this kind of, they have been doing this onboarding of consultants or writing RFPs and writing those kinds of things. That job also is not their job really. They should not be doing. So I think that part has to change from a technology, and that also an old technology centric people who's they are not very good at their job at that point in time. That I think is some change which should take place. Of course, I am not really the one who is, this is an offhand question which you are asking me, so I can't really give a very comprehensive answer. And ultimately, to say that how do you want to reform a particular organization, it is not really a single, 1 minute answer. So sorry for that.
Got it. No, thank you. I'll also open it up for the audience for questions. But before that, one question on open source. Right. Government of India, again, at a policy level, very clear that open source is the way to go. Wherever it's possible, we should use open source. We should build things in open source manner. But open source has its own kind of challenges, not necessarily cheaper to begin with. It gets cheaper in a longer kind of time frame, but to begin with may not be. It's also sometimes more difficult because you have to make things, you have to document things well, you have to code well, to make it available for everyone to contribute, to see, to comment. Whereas when you're doing quick and dirty things, then it kind of is contrary to that. So therefore, what ends up happening is things get built, even DPG, DPI get built, and then the source code is made available, right? Which is not really the true spirit of open source. So do you see this changing, and can this change in the construct the government works in?
No, I think you are right, but that is something which the initial question or the second question was general versus specific. So typically when you build open source, you also have in mind that this particular code can be adapted, customized to any, particular problem, and then that can be used. I'll give you an example. There is a open source software called OpenCart in the e-commerce space. Now, somebody said that, we can build the e-commerce solutions on the OpenCart part. So I said, all right, this was some context in which we were just deliberating on this problem. And then we realized that, OpenCart was too general. And therefore, to customize OpenCart, one has to, first of all, learn OpenCart. And learning OpenCart and its libraries and its whole ecosystem was, ultimately this is a software, was difficult one. So I think one of the problems of open source is that, you build, the solutions are built, or the components are built, but then they are maybe too general at times, and to basically adapt them to a particular situation. Those consultants are not ready to do that, honestly. Even the solution TCSs of the world or the PwCs of the world, they are not ready to learn that stuff, and you don't have many people who know open source. In fact, we have seen that in NHA, Kiran knows about that. So that's one part where I think we have to create that movement, so to say, the one which you are initiating. It's शुरुआती चीज जो हो रही है, बहुत सारे लोग कर रहे हैं. It's so wonderful to see lot of people, all these the beacon protocol and all the solutions being built on beacon protocol. It's a beautiful, the health claims exchange, the unified health interface, what we ended up doing and what we are still building, and then standardization, the drug registry, and the health professional. All these stuff is happening. But then what happens is that initially to customize a solution is a difficult part. And there I think we have to, those gaps will have to be somehow filled, and that can be done only by such movements and such, sort of situations.
Great. I'll open up for the audience. And as you heard in the beginning, right, the idea of Code for GovTech is to catalyze an open source community for digital public goods. And this is basically students in colleges. This is working professionals working in different companies in India or outside of India. The idea is for them to get hands dirty with different DPGs so that they can both contribute to it, help in the sustainability of those, and also help in the adoption of those, and also ensure quality. So with this, I'll just request if you could raise your hand if you have a question for Dr. R.S. Sharma, and we'll try and get a mic to you. Yes.
Good morning. This is Gauri from PTI. I just had a question regarding the open source software which you talk about has challenges for enterprises because of the open source information is easy to compromise. So how can the DPG and the DPI protect against that? And my second question is, how can we get more students, more IT engineers to participate in this huge movement for nation building?
Wonderful question. Thank you so much. One is that you see this, the feeling, the intuitive feeling that something which is open source is like, very loose and very compromised. It's like saying कि जिस घर में ताला नहीं लगा हुआ है उसको कोई भी लूट के ले जाएगा. This is not true. Actually, on the contrary, because open source, people are working on that open source, and those people who are working at the open source, there are equal number of people who are working to break that, stuff. So therefore, open source is much more secure, much more safe. Linux is much safer than Windows. See, Windows the beach में जाकर रुक जाता है. Something has happened. Because if you build something very proprietary, and if you have some kind of trap door, then people can exploit that. But something which is open will not really be. Today you have algorithms which are so powerful that you can't the principles, but you can't really open that. You can't really break them. So that's one part. So we should understand. Secondly, I think what the other question which you told us was that जैसे NIC की बात मैं कर रहा था, हमारे जो बच्चे हैं जो ये सब इस एरिया में काम कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है government has done a number of kind of experiments, and many of these experiments have been extremely successful. For example, in NHA, we had the policy of internship. We had the policy of people who can come sabbatical, and we had the policy on volunteers. And believe me, they have been contributing too much, contributing wonderful. Kiran is himself a volunteer. His role his designation is advisor, but effectively he is a volunteer. There are many very, very qualified people who are public spirited people who are volunteers, and they are contributing. And believe me, bureaucrats are realizing their value. So at the district level, if you see PMs, volunteers or PMs, I don't know what it was called.
PMRDF, sorry. Prime Minister.
District level में जो लोग बच्चे काम करते थे, some
Prime Minister Rural Development Fellows.
Right, PMRDF. That's right. PMRDF and many other, Nudge, for example, is now having what they call the administrative fellows. They are contributing hugely. और ये हमारे जो लोग हैं, they can actually work. They are so public spirited already. Then they can take up those kind of responsibilities, and we are aware. The government is now realizing more and more that having such people who have their level of abstraction so much raised from the beginning itself, rather than writing some simple codes, they are already thinking of scale and interoperability and layers and stuff like that. They are very useful, and they will really be the tomorrow's NIC, if I can use that term.
Great. More questions? Yes, that's it.
Hello.
Yeah, we'll take that, and then we'll take one more question from there.
Yes, actually, we are discussing the DPG and DPI, digital public goods and digital public infrastructure. But in this connection, actually, one such product is the BHIM, Bharat Interface for Money. BHIM app, which has been started by the NPCI, I believe NPCI, National Payments Corporation of India. But government, it's a government entity or public sector entity, but it is not being promoted or doing as well as the private players in the fintech space like the Paytm. So many times it fails actually. So the payments fails. Now recently the NPCI product Rupee card, credit card, now it can be used linked on UPI. So but on the BHIM app it is not working. and many times payments fail on the Bhim app. So what is the reason why the government is NPCI, instead of strengthening the Bhim app, which is a public sector government platform, they are, private entities, Google Pay or Phone Pay and Paytm, they are doing better. And in fact, Paytm is synonymous with UPI. We don't say UPI, or people don't know UPI, they know Paytm. So digital payment means Paytm. Paytm is synonymous with digital payments. So why the Bhim app is not being strengthened and technically made as on par with the Paytm and other private fintech players, private apps. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this question, and I think this question is also gives me an opportunity to explain to you that DPI or DPG does not mean all government. DPG, G does not stand for government. The basic funda of DPI or DPGs is that you build what is called common components, but you don't build the entire solution. And why you do not do that is because there are two extremes to build things. One extreme is sab sarkar banayegi, or sab sarkar banayegi, to usme kya hoga, that even the websites will have the previous secretary's name. They will never be updated. They will never be maintained. Or sab private banayega, then you will have Facebooks and Amazons and Twitters, only 3-4 players in the whole world, right? So what is the best way out of these two extremes? The DPG is the best combination, whereby you build these common components and then you allow the innovations on the site to take place. You allow the market player. Bhim was just a demonstrative application. What do you call that? Reference application. So the idea is reference application is built and then it is left to the ecosystem player saying that भाई साहब ऐसे बनता है, ये हमने आपको दे दिया मॉडल, अब आप बनाइए और आप इसको इनोवेट कीजिए. That is how, because otherwise you see, what is happening is, if you look at the role of NPCI and the role of the, all these payment applications, NPCI is actually the central, the rails, the basic, the rule provider, settlement provider. They should not be competing in the market. If Bhim was also competing in the market, then they are competing with Bhim, and Paytm is competing. That's not the idea. The idea of a reference application is just to put it out and then thereafter let people build. Similarly, in the NHA also we build what is called health, a PHR application, personal health record application. NHA have built it. But the idea is not to really promote that application. Idea is just to demonstrate that this is something, this should be built this way. So that is the idea. It is not that, Bhim was built for competing in the market. Bhim was built as a reference application.
Great. We'll take one more question from this side. Last question, yes.
Yeah. Good morning, all of you. Sir, my question is, see, we have so many applications in so many states. It's not only one state who is doing the best. There are many states working with so many good applications, but they are never showcased. Here we can find so many applications showcased. But I'm sure what AP has done, HP doesn't know, or what Arunachal has done, even South doesn't know. Why don't we have a stack, just like we have for India stack for other countries coming to us? Why can't we have a stack internally for our states? Because it's not like vendor specific. हम ये जैसे आपने बहुत सारे अच्छे facts बोले, NIC ने ये बनाया है and ऐसा ही वो जा रहा है. Why can't we have some architecture built across India and a stack which can be then used by other states also?
देखिए, एक तो इसमें मतलब प्रिंसिपल जो है तो कुछ दोनों प्रिंसिपल हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी भी है और कुछ व्यक्तिगत भी है. व्यक्तिगत क्या है? हमने कोई सामान बनाया, आपने भी उसी तरह का सामान बना लिया, तो कहेंगे भाई हमारा अच्छा है आपसे. ये ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजी है, इसमें कोई बुरी बात नहीं है. मतलब दिस इज हाउ इट हैपेंस. सो देयर आर मल्टीपल सॉल्यूशंस व्हिच आर बीइंग बिल्ट and which have been built, and everybody takes pride in their own solutions. So that is something which you have to break. Now you can't break it saying that your solution is bad and his solution is good. You have to again be very subtle about it, saying that look, this is the way the solutions can be integrated. So for example, I'll give you one example of the unified health interface or unified payment interface before that. Unified payment interface mein, uske pehle you had lot of these banking applications. Unified payment interface actually unbundled the banks from payments or kind of made two different things. So in a way, now you have a payment application which just does the payment thing only. It doesn't do, I mean, it does banking in the sense of, taking money out and giving money in, but that's about all. Similarly, UPI ke baad, then, came the UHI. हम लोगों ने बनाया जो health authority में. The idea is that मेरे पास जो, I mean, forget about it. Let's talk of COVID. COVID में there is nothing called COVID app. I don't know, have you seen COVID app? There is nothing called COVID app. Why? Because we said, bhai sahab, humko app nahi banana hai. We will prescribe the APIs. So we published the APIs and we said anybody who satisfies the APIs will be able to provide all the services which this platform provides, which means searching for the hospital, searching for the vaccines, booking your slots, getting your certificate, everything Paytm can provide, everything, Make My Trip can provide, Apollo Hospital application can provide, Arogya Setu can provide. This is the way it is structured. So basically one of the ways is to again APIification of the existing applications so that all of them can interoperate and talk to each other. And I think that's the good solution which we should try to build rather than dismantling every application saying that tumhara acha nahi hai, isko kar lo. We can say, all right, all of you can talk to each other also, and these are the basic principles on which you should sort of base your building of application, and people will do that. In fact, today we have 100 applications plus 1,000 applications are there in the sandbox, and more than 150, or maybe now the number has gone up because I have been out of that since January. These applications are now, fully PHR applications, right? PHR or other kinds of applications. So this is how it is happening. This is how you build that ecosystem. And I think the best way to do that is basically provide APIs, provide the rules, and then build on top of that. And states will also definitely, do that because they will be benefited by that. But let's understand that this whole movement or this whole understanding is not really very old. It's about 10 years at the best.
No, thank you, Dr. Sharma. I think words of wisdom, we can continue this through the day. Samay ki seema hai lekin. So I'll request you your final kind of closing remarks for the C4GT community. Kya kehna chahenge aap sabko, all the organizations, mentors, contributors which have kind of come together, and this ecosystem is kind of building and we hope that it converts into a movement. But what's your message to them?
भैया देखो, मैं कोई ऐसा नेता तो हूँ नहीं जो मैसेज किसी को दूँ. Basically मेरा ये है कि the kind of work which you are doing is truly very, very important work. And what is important, however, is that you must remain focused on the problem. You must try to solve a problem. You must not try to create a solution and then look for problem, which that solution will solve. That is not the approach. So I think, and India mein itni problems hain, I don't think there is any dearth of problems in this country, right? And therefore, and also I also believe many problems cannot be solved by technology. But there are many most of the hard problems of this country can be solved by technology. And I think we must fully leverage and utilize technology to solve these problems. So I think you guys are doing wonderful work in the sense that you are identifying these problems and then finding out what is the best way to solve these problems. And believe me, initially you may not see much result. When we were building Aadhaar, fellows were saying, bhai, kya zarurat hai iski? You can't do it. It's impossible. Nobody in the world has done it. You have no authority to do it. I mean, everybody was just poo-pooing the idea, so much so that even the Standing Committee of Parliament, actually, they ended up saying that Aadhaar is a project without any direction or without any kind of leadership. It's just bogus. You are spending money. Everybody had condemned that project. But ultimately, it worked out to be, because we were the ones who believed that it is definitely something we are doing which is worth doing. So believe me, what you are doing is definitely worth doing. And it is going to solve many, many problems of this country. Only thing is the solutions must be reaching those people who are, doing these problems or who are actually facing these problems in some sense. So when you say GovTech, this is important. You may be building solutions for private space. I'm not saying that once you build these things for GovTech, they can also be used for private tech also. After all, Aadhaar, in fact, I wanted to tell this to you. When, initially, there are 200 proposals which we received from private sectors to use Aadhaar. 200 plus proposals. There's a colleague of mine, Ashok Pal Singh, who was doing this part. And basically, they are large number of people, Hero cycle people, they came. And they said कि साहब हम लोग साइकिल को प्रमोट करना चाहते हैं. कैसे करेंगे साइकिल को प्रमोट? उन्होंने कहा कि हम अगर रख देंगे हर एक जगह एक स्टैंड बना के एंड पीपल कैन टेक साइकिल, वो ले जाएगा फिर लौट के आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, वी डोंट नो. इंडिया में है समस्याएं इस प्रकार की. और दूसरे नंबर वो आदमी लिखेगा, वी विल हैव टू पुट वन पर्सन हु विल से कौन साइकिल ले गया, कब ले गया. कैन वी हैव अ सिस्टम वेयर आधार ऑथेंटिकेशन ओपन्स द लॉक ऑफ दैट साइकिल or whatever way, Aadhaar authentication करे और साइकिल ले जाए, and then we know that this person has taken cycle from this place and we can pinpoint. और वो कहीं जाके रख दे और फिर आधार का ऑथेंटिकेशन करके उसको कहे ठीक है, हम नाम मैंने साइकिल रख दी. So maybe we can have a completely paperless, human being less situation where you can promote cycling. There's some simple, and I'm saying there are 200 plus applications. Unfortunately, Aadhaar got into that kind of controversy and, Supreme Court judgment and all those things. Though Aadhaar was cleared completely, still we became a little more what is called defensive. So government has become defensive and Aadhaar is not really being used so much in private applications. Believe me, one example, Muthoot Finance, right? These guys take the Sona and, give the loan. Now कोई चोरी का सोना करके आ गया उनके पास और लोन दे दिया उन्होंने, और बाद में वो पकड़े जाएंगे because receiving the stolen goods, especially the gold, is also a huge offense. Now, if you had Aadhaar authentication, then there will be pakka sabut that this person indeed had come and indeed had given, so you now can trace that guy. Imagine KYC cost will go down, electronic KYC can happen. So there are large number of applications, identity establishment. When you check in a hotel, the fellows take your Aadhaar card and, keep a Xerox copy and keep it there. What's the need for that? So we have a lot of applications, but we are not doing them. Similarly, what is also, coming back to that question, coming back is now you have the technology and you have the people who are facing the problem, and you can appropriately link that, component or link that solution to the technology. So I think this is a very, very effective way. Believe me, this is a very effective way, and I want to compliment you, congratulate you, and I think may this tribe of, boys and girls who are doing these solutions and these, be mentors, let that increase. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Pleasure to have you as always. Thank you for taking the time and being with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma, for all the diverse and very practical insights that we all can relate to and look forward to work with. I would request Gaurav to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Sharma.
Thank you, friends.
I would now like to call Nitin back to the stage to take us to the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Great. That was quite engaging and very practical. So I think to set up, I'd like to just take 5 minutes to set up the rest of the day. We have 3 very engaging sessions that we will be going throughout the day, one pre-lunch and one after. And I promise you what I'm going to show you was not set up. Dr. Sharma used the words rail a lot. So, but this is also something I think we wanted to start off this session with, right? Is this on? Can somebody move the slides? Yeah, okay, cool. So we thought we'll take a little bit time to set up the, use an analogy. to make the concept of what is a DPG, what is a DPI, what is a solution, a little bit more concrete. And by concrete, I meant really concrete, right? So in some sense, if you look at railways, and we heard the word rails a lot, and this is which is also the theme of the day today, right? Railways is one of the oldest examples of a population scale solution that delivers a service, which is basically a person or a citizen wanting to get from point A to point B with convenience and ease, right? But if you really take a little deeper look at it, there are multiple things that have to come together to make that service happen seamlessly, right? So starting from what do you or I as a citizen see or interact with the most tangibly, the first thing, right, is of course the trains and the platforms, right? You can think of those as sort of the end user solutions which you interact with, which allow me to book a ticket, which allow me to go and avail some value added services on that platform, right? But so these are the end user solutions, right? The trains and platforms though, in terms for them to be able to do what they have to do, they need a network, right? They need a network of rails. Somebody has to go and acquire the land, lay out the tracks. They have to put the signaling system on top of it. They have to standardize the whole thing such that like two trains can't run into each other, right? Somebody has to manage that and everybody has to staff that. That is more like the infrastructure that is sitting behind that end user solution that we are talking about, right? And then if you take one more level further, ultimately, whether it is the network trains or platforms or this network system or infrastructure, they need a lot of raw materials and building blocks, right, which can be common, that have to come together to make this happen. So this is the physical, concrete example of what is an end user solution, what's an infrastructure, what's a building block. And really you can use that analogy to kind of make a mental picture of how does this translate into the digital world with what we're talking about as DPGs, DPIs, and end user solutions, and quite relevant to a question also that got asked and answered, right? So if you really look at it from the point of view in the digital world, things like Google Pay, Digi Yatra, Paytm, eSanjeevani, Namayatri are the equivalent of solutions here, end-to-end, which deliver a service. They are based on infrastructure, which could be Aadhaar, UPI, ONDC, Bhashini. Some of these, DigiLocker and Diksha, for example, serve both. They are both the infrastructure because they offer APIs and others can build on top of it as well, but also end user solutions that are there. And some are reference solutions, some are those solutions in that sense. But ultimately, all of these then also depend on lots of open source components and building blocks that come together to make these things happen and be more sort of interoperable, scalable, and replicable elsewhere too, right? So that's sort of the kind of construct we had. It was very fortunate that we discussed this and Dr. Sharma himself mentioned this a number of times. And this is also the construct we will be using for our sessions. The first session that we are about to start now, and it's great pleasure to have two of the leaders in the DPI space who are leading this infrastructure work from the in this space. We have them with us. So the first session will be about infrastructure, focused on that. The sessions post-lunch, we will have a session with the ecosystem on how do you help catalyze the system and help support building of these blocks and overall. And the last section is with the markets, which will focus a lot on the innovation that happens in the end user solution space. So with that, let me call upon, so what we'll be doing for the next, I think, pre-lunch for about 45 minutes, we will take, we'll have sort of a two fireside chats in that sense. So I'll first like to invite T. Koshi, sir, please, on the dais, on the stage here. We'll have a 15-20 minute chat, then I will have the next speaker, and then we will have open questions with the audience. So, welcome, sir. So, Koshiji is the CEO of ONDC. Is this okay? Yeah. Koshiji is the CEO of ONDC. He and his team are bringing together 8,000 companies in the Indian ecosystem and more, I believe, to leverage the digital open commerce rails and really the unbundling of the network that we talked about. He has been, prior to this, taking this challenge, he has been a partner at EY for 10 years and also served at NSDL for 14 years and is also a distinguished alumni of IIM Bangalore. Welcome, sir, once again, and thank you for
Thank you.
Us.
Thank you.
So, I think... Got it. Yeah, okay. Wonderful. I hope I was audible. Okay, so I think Koshiji, we would love to start by asking you to describe in your own words, right, what's the core mission and thesis for ONDC? In terms of like in UPI, for example, you can say there's a one sentence version. It helps really make a 10 rupee payment to a fruit vendor happen digitally seamlessly, right? How do you think about that? What's the vision for ONDC?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. So one line explanation or objective that we always share on ONDC is democratization of commerce.
Mm-hmm.
What does it really mean?
Yeah.
You know, you heard the foundations of this being explained by Ravi beautifully. And you heard R.S. Sharma expanding on it. You know, when we started the internet, the TCP/IP made computers to talk to each other, which is fine, but only geeks like Ravi could do that. But then came your HTTP. You know, imagine for a second that Mr. Lee decided to make a private network of it. I'm sure he would have been a trillionaire. And we would have had network 1, network 2, ATTP, BTTP, whatever it is. And we would have all been paying probably $50 each to access the net. Yeah. But he said, I'm going to create make it a public infrastructure, like you showed, a rail, on which information sharing can be seamless, innovative, anybody can talk to anybody. So the foundation starts with information sharing. The next term was about messaging. There, also initially it was closed groups, but SMTP made it an open. So that let the individual innovation of messaging systems come, but they will all talk to each other. But when it came to commerce, transactions, so information sharing, messaging, transactions, it just lost the plot. Said we'll create private network. It's like the original what I told about Lee. Lee creating HTTP, making it private. Yeah. So that is what happened in commerce. And we thought that is the only way to run commerce, is to have private network, which would mean that it would become humongously concentrated, and the concentration power that comes to 1 or 2 or 3 independent agencies in any of the sector, whether it's commerce, whether it, consumer products, whether it is in travel, whether it is in food, will lead to practices against the interest. So if you look at what Ravi and team at FIDE is trying to do, is to essentially create the idea of HTTP of commerce, which says that it should be completely unbundled and interoperable. So what ONDC is doing is that at the most abstracted level of a transaction, commerce-aware transaction protocol, build the network layer that is needed to make transactions possible in every segment, in every sector, in every domain, peaceful and easy and seamless. So our ambition is that in long term, eventually in few years' time, every product or service provider, use the word every, product or service, which could mean B2B, B2C, financial products, food, restaurants, any damn thing, will be able to make their catalog visible in this open network. Just like everybody can have a website today sharing information. But this catalog is not just for discovery. It is for discovery, it is for making a choice, it is for making an order, and it is for the order consummation. All these elements of a commercial transaction can be handled. There will be different enterprises who will come and say, we have these kind of clients, I would like to help them buy these products. So it's not, so essentially that buying side's focus is to help the buyer, not push a seller. So there will be somebody, just saying, let's say a bank can say that for my banking customers, I want to help them buy, because of their a certain category of people, I want to help them buy a mobile phone, I want to help them buy a holiday ticket, I want to help them hail a taxi, all of them. Somebody else may say that I'm trying to create an assisted commerce for rural villages, where I'm going to help them identify the products which are relevant for that cross-section of society. They may not even have the infrastructure, they can come. It's an assisted commerce, they can come, like our old PCOs. So here's but they don't have to now go and tie up with every service provider because it's already available. So that is the, implementation of the philosophy that Ravi beautifully explained in terms of unbundling and interoperability to make meaningful solution for the consumers and the providers. That is the whole thought of ONDC.
Wonderful. Yeah. No. And I think as you laid out the example quite nicely with the context of the internet and how the protocols sort of evolved. The interesting observation here is, while this is the right idea and should possibly have happened before, we are starting it when there are already incumbent players in the ecosystem, right? So how is that presenting sort of opportunities, challenges? How as ONDC are you thinking about how do you get the ecosystem together, right, and promote this idea, which not everybody might be on board with?
Again, see, whenever some new technology comes, two kinds of people come. One is somebody who says that, can I create closed network? I'm sure this happened everywhere. Even in email, today it looks so obvious. Do you know, before Hotmail made a free common stuff, there were closed loop email solution providers which used to charge heavily. But the adoption was very small. I remember having paid 20,000 rupees for sending an email from here to Cornell, a 2 MB file. I paid 20,000 rupees because that time it was not on open network. But I'm an old man, so you have to help me. So, and I should apologize for that. The same thing, if you look at the idea of commerce-enabled protocol came, some smart people created closed loops. If I just tell you, they created the, way where it could benefit their customers and their buyers and their shareholders. But what is the adoption? In India, what's the adoption? On the buying side, maybe less than 10%, selling side, maybe 2-3%. So I'm sure all of us here are using, because we belong to an elite of India. That's a reality. But we are talking about commerce that is applicable to the village, to the elite, and a market which will give opportunities for everybody to coexist. It's not competing with each other. It is to enable a market that can coexist for the different kinds of buyers and sellers to come and deal with products and services that meets their expectation of quality, price, and SLA. That is the whole thought. So I don't think, so it is just a next stage of progression. In fact, many of the enterprises who come actually made the whole thing popular. Imagine we are starting the whole thing idea of open commerce when there was no Swiggy and there was no Amazon. I would have to even teach what is. Now at least we know that there is one way of doing, but I'm trying to give a broader inclusive agenda. So they did a foundation. It's great.
Yeah, so in some sense, the market players who are already innovating are actually a proponent and a helper in spreading the word and seeing and letting everybody see the value of it in that sense, right? Oh, wonderful. So another sort of thought here is that if you look at this to kind of get this network going, right, you have to think from multiple different parties' perspective, right? There is the buyer who's participating or the buyer platform. There is the service provider who are participating. There is, of course, the end user, right, who's going to consume these services. And there are potential sort of stakeholder in the form of government and other bodies who want, like, who set the policies of what is allowed and what should be allowed and not allowed, right? So as an organization, as the team who's working towards it, how is that? Do you ever run into challenges where it feels like some requirements are conflicting from the other? And how does a team think about balancing that? And maybe a linked follow-up question there is, while this framework makes sense, solution, infrastructure, and blocks, there is often a sort of like desire to kind of go the whole end and implement the whole solution. But for you as a network provider, right, as the provider of this open network, it's almost very critical that you stay away from it, right, for the organization. So how does that play out in the organization, and how do you handle that?
First of all, let's understand what the idea of an open network. The fundamental thought behind this is to avoid this conflict, okay, in the ecosystem. Today, like we said, in any e-commerce, whether it is food or whether it is taxi hailing, everything, like, you heard the example, say that you only think platform. It means there's a buyer and seller there. And the platform will have a certain conflict of interest. If I come there as a buyer looking for a mobile phone, would I recommend your mobile phone where you're giving me certain kind of incentive, or would I send his, which is giving me a different kind of incentive? So I have to always face this conflict. So the whole idea of unbundling is to a great extent, break this conflict. If you look at a buyer application, his job is to look at the buyer's interest. He should talk to buyer and say that, I know you are my client, you are my center of my life. I am going to help you find the best choice. I'm going to ask you the right question to help you, because all the choices are available. It's like, say, imagine a friend comes to, do you live in Delhi or in?
Yeah, I live in Hyderabad, but yeah.
Okay, imagine that I come to Hyderabad and I tell you that I want to buy something that is special, Hyderabadi, what are that, pearls?
Yeah.
I'm sure that you are not in pearl business. So you will honestly try to understand, what do I want?
Yes.
Imagine you are a pimp for a guy who's in a particular pearl company. You would have said, Koshi, that is a guy. You have to go to him, because he's the one who will give you the best one.
Yeah, this happens whenever you go under rickshawala, you ask where in Jaipur, right? Where do you get the rug from? He will take you to the shop where he knows he gets this commission.
So, which is like, that is where, so the whole idea is the other way around. Now, whereas when I'm your friend and your interest is, you'll ask me, Koshi, what's your budget? Whom are you buying it for, your wife or your daughter? What's the occasion? You will try to ask a set of questions to help me focus on what I want to buy, and then help me to buy that.
Yeah.
Same thing, if you're a seller, the seller application will try to tell the seller, say that how do you present yourself the best way? How can I give you the market intelligence that is happening all around to help you identify the best design, so that you are more appealing to the buyer network? And that is the whole idea. So the thing is, the very model itself is built on conflict avoidance. So it helps us to think everything in that line.
Yeah, and I think the core point you're also pointing it out is sort of in closed networks, the intention is to sort of use that as information asymmetry. Here, when the network by definition takes a place that we are agnostic, right? You allow those applications to actually work in the best interest and remove that conflict.
And when that happens, our role is also, even if you look at what are the roles of ONDC in that sense. One is a development role. Development role has two, because it all drives from the same idea of helping democratize. Yeah. One is getting, the open set protocol, whatever the network layer that needs to come, and continuously bring the feedback from the various, whether it is mobility, whether it is food, etc., to continue to work with people like Ravi and make it stronger. Second is to, while it gives everybody equal opportunity, it doesn't have everybody have the equal capability. That's when we try to create an ecosystem. Yes. Work with people like you to make sure that there are components that is getting developed that will help the not so privileged one to take advantage, leverage of that. Second is to collectively bring together network policies. Many of them can be automated, many of them cannot, some of them cannot be automated. Bring that policy so that the club rules, so that everybody, it's like, say, when you create a rail or when you create a highway, there's nothing wrong in driving in the right side or left side. But everybody has to agree too.
Yes.
So to collectively bring those kind of rules. So these are, and also create the common infrastructure, which makes sense. So these are the ways in which we are trying to achieve the original objective of non-conflict.
Yeah, wonderful. At the end of the day, like any infrastructure is only as useful as the adoption and the innovation happens on top of it. And I think we heard Dr. R.S. Sharma also mention how the adoption journey, even for something like ABDM, is still a long haul, right? And it has been challenging. Would love to hear some thoughts and observations from you as to what the adoption journey has been for ONDC and what any new things you're trying to make that smoother.
Anything when we bring about a complete transformation that has not happened anywhere in the world, it is not abracadabra. Yes. It has adoption. And I remember reading a book on Tatas. He said when they first launched electricity in Bombay, there was so much of surplus that he was trying to convince the factory owners why electricity is great. For the factory manager, the only question that he could understand is you have to change the factory layout. Because the whole factory layout for horizontal transmission of power from the steam engines. Now you can say that motors and the factory layout can be different, it is completely different. And again, drawing upon my grey hair, I remember when I started working, came out of IIM and worked in some of the large companies before I started doing things like this. We had a computer room. And we were, if we wanted to do something, we had to go there. So I had to make a major business case why my department wanted a computer. They could only see, the finance manager could only see the cost, 30,000 rupees. Why do you want 30,000 rupees only for you? But today, everybody who comes in, it's so obvious. Yeah. So this is the way, so that we had to go through this adoption. And I think it's a journey. You saw that in Aadhaar, you saw it in UPI. UPI idea started in 2013. 2016 is when inaugurated. It took almost another 1 year for it to build up. That's how it's happening. For example, last year, we started the Alpha, which is actually to get some few merchants to come together in 5 cities to help trade between their friends. Because we can't tell, if I say in Bangalore, you can go and do e-commerce, if there are only 5 merchants, who's going to come? Whereas from this January, we started upping the antenna in many of the cities. If I just give you a quick, and we started with grocery, food, and then mobility got added and integrated nicely. So if you look at and then in the last couple of months, we see practically every other thing coming, including financial products getting launched. In January, we had only retail doing about 50 transactions a day with about 800 merchants. Today, if you look at all of them together, it's about 150,000 service providers. Wow. It could be taxi drivers, it could be merchants, it could be food people, etc. And that time we did 50 transactions a day. Today we do about 120,000 transactions a day. Out of which, if we could break out, what kicked off well was mobility. Mobility do something like 80, 90,000, and the other one do 30, 40,000. And we can see a continuous adoption. You can see variety of enterprises trying out and trying to expand. For example, HUL is there as one merchant. But they realize that this is something that will have a complete transformation on the system, on the traditional commerce, on the Kirana. And not just the HUL and ITs of the world are working with us to make sure, can all the Kiranas be empowered to do that? Yeah. Similarly, you saw Google announcing they're going to have some components. And similarly, you see SIDBI coming and say that I'm going to help the Kanchipuram weavers to make their products available directly to get them a market. So you're seeing, so there are a number of initiatives that's happening where we're working with the large companies on one side, startups on the other side, some small and medium enterprise ministry on the other side, agri-ministry. In fact, MSME, you heard the announcement, next month they're going to make a scheme available to small and medium enterprises to sort of, have schemes to help them to leverage this. Same is happening in the peer. So it's like we are all a variety of segments coming together to bring all of them to the same forum to make use of this fantastic rails and create meaningful transportation on the top of it.
No, wonderful. So as you're saying, so it's basically a long haul. And while the design and thinking has to be abstract, as Dr. Ashram was also saying, the use cases have to be very concrete. And you're finding those individual concrete use cases and getting the right partners to work with across the ecosystem, right? And I'll take one more question before I invite our next speaker as well. And then we will have more common questions also, right? What's been the sort of reception internationally, right? Because have there been interest and discussions? This is elsewhere outside, this is how we've chosen to set this up in India. Outside, there are still the older models, and there may be sort of, that is the established way, right? Could you share some light on what interesting conversations you've had?
I said it's too early. We had first proved that it works here. And if I just look at some, different kind of, comments about it. If you look at yesterday G20, PM took it as one of the key aspects of the, public digital infrastructure. We are making it available. We have seen a lot of international press being actively following up. Earlier, if anything we do in India, nobody bothered. Yeah. Okay, and even when we started UPI, it's a developing country problem, digital transaction, dump it. But now they realize it's something much. Similar, what we are also expecting that there's an interest that's happening, and we are also enabling the merchants to make their product visible globally. And we are expecting that next week in the SMA forum, we will actually formally inaugurate that possibility of somebody actually doing an international transaction. But there is a lot of interest happening from the variety of countries trying to find out, but it's too early stages. But at least compared to, let's say, the same thing compared to what UPI faced, the kind of saying that dismissive approach saying, this is some developing country problem. Here they're saying that they also have the same problem.
Yeah.
If you look at the Americans and the Europeans are trying to address it through regulation, Chinese is through control, and we are trying to do it through technology and market. So there's a lot of interest how it's happening, but it's too early. I'm sure that they will definitely see the benefit, because this network, there's nothing preventing, for example, let's say when Paytm is a buying application, when the merchants are there with an IEC code there, and when DHL is, logistics provider in the system, a rich American, Indian American sitting in Washington want to buy, a sari from Durga Silk, it will just happen. You don't need anything. And those kind of things will actually demonstrate the possibility, and I'm sure that it will encourage the variety of different countries and different countries to experiment and adopt to the top of it.
Yeah, no, immensely powerful concept, and I think can't wait to see its full power come to bloom. Will, of course, as you're saying, require a long haul as well as a lot of working with the ecosystem. I'm sure, I know for sure, outside also there are a lot of people waiting or observing with bated breath. Let's see where this goes, right? And then they would have to do things differently. On that note, I would like to also now invite on stage, like moving from ONDC to sort of language. It's a great pleasure to have also Shri Amitabh Nagji with us today, who's the CEO of Bhashini, India's language platform to promote digital inclusion across the country. He has been an advisory board member for Artificial Intelligence at Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. The Chief Operating Officer at East India Udyog Limited, Senior Vice President and Head India Business Unit at Coforge, and also has spent extensive amount of time and been in senior leadership positions at TCS and HP. Welcome, Amitabhji. So I think, and we were earlier also mentioning, some DPIs are horizontal, some DPIs are more domain specific. And while in hindsight it looks something like Bhashini for language for a country like India is so obvious, we need it. But also equally, when you think about DPIs conceptually, it's not the first thing that would strike to somebody, right? So is there any sort of interesting story behind it? How did this whole start, right? I mean, and how has it evolved over time?
See, language has been, everybody wants to think, do work in their mother tongue. But at certain point of time, we all would have been told that if you don't learn English, you are doomed, right? And hence we started learning English and started working. And similarly, other languages, wherever, the languages frequency did not match, the advice was to learn other language rather than encourage, the native language to be taken up. So, it was the inertia of motion of doing that, perhaps, which got, this particular DPI in picture very late. Of course, the concept of DPI also matured. Second is about technology. All the language translation earlier products was based on rule-based engines, while as AI started maturing only lately. And hence, the way things are. But I guess that it has, you're saying that it is so obvious, but perhaps a year back or 6 months back, you wouldn't have said that it is obvious. It's like people have now started realizing that one, it is possible to communicate otherwise also using digital means by knowing your language, and there are translation tools which will be available. And second is that there are examples of those things happening. So that's what I would say that has propagated this to be at the forefront now for coming up. Most important thing is, I think, the language. The AI models and its ease of use, and the fact that it can be interoperable with so much using APIs has brought this into forefront. That's the reason why I think this particular initiative has taken the front seat among all the initiatives.
Now, one of the difference, I think, the ONDC is more of a Section 8 company, and Bhashini is under METI as an initiative. But when you had initially started discussing about it or proposing about it, like, what was the discussion like? Was there some, why do we need to do this? Or was it very clear, no, this makes sense, and this is how we should go about it?
See, from a process and other perspective, each ministry has its own process, right? So, you know, it's like whether one should adopt this process or that process, how much autonomy should be given, and what is the lead time to actually go into the commercialization is another issue which is there. But factually, when it was started, yes, the technology was niche, and it was envisaged that there would be a lot of investment on the R&D. And in fact, the way it is going about it is that we are developing these AI models with a consortium of about 70 R&D institutes across the country.
70?
70.
Wow.
Which includes the IITs, triple IITs, NITs. They have been, for the convenience sake, divided into consortiums, and there is a consortium lead which is there who interacts with the ministry. And they have been given problems which are to be sorted out. So, for example, there is a speech consortium who has been given a problem of speech. So what he does, or the consortium does, is that it enables the computer recognize your speech. And how many languages it does is 22. Currently we are at 14. We would be there in 22 languages. So that's one piece of activity which is being done. The speech consortium, just for the number's sake, constitutes of about 23 or 24 members. Then it has also the second problem, which is synthesize the speech out of the computer. So text to speech, again we are focused on 22 languages of the constitution. So that is, and we are again at 14 there. Then is that the only problem with speech, or there are other things? No, there are other things. You know, why are we doing Bhashini? We are doing Bhashini because we want to make the society inclusiveness. So inclusive for that. So you have other problems like people not being able to express themselves properly. There is stammer, there is stutter. So all those things are in the roadmap.
Yeah.
The other thing which is there is that, you know, being as I speak, you know, if you're sitting in front of me, you almost are able to understand that I am speaking in English. Now I change my language to Hindi, you are able to understand that I am speaking in Hindi, as long as you know the language. So shouldn't it happen in computer? Should the language recognition be automatic? That's another set of problems. Then there is, you know, 5 people are speaking. So we are able to identify the 5 people between us that he's speaking, even though they are speaking the same language. Can I do speaker diarization in computer? So that's another set of problems. Those are the problems which are there. So so that's one consortium. The second consortium which was given a problem was that, and this I am reflecting on because there is a large R&D investments which are going. So, you know, there is a way to control it and way to see that it delivers results. The second problem which was there was about data. Internet was flooded with, you know, English data. Regional languages were a low resource language. So what we had to do was to collect data across the field. There's an investment which has gone into that particular aspect. Then there is text-to-text thing. There is optical character recognition. And then there is named entity recognition or transliteration, which means that the word remains same across the you know, computer is one example. Even though there are parallel words in other languages, we hardly use it, you know. So those are things which were there, and there is a considerable investments which have gone into that, and that's the reason why you see the organization in the shape and the form which is there. And obviously, you know, government perhaps would know when, you know, it needs to form a Section 8 company or privatize it or whatever.
Wonderful. I think you mentioned it quite a lot, that this is a very technical, deeply technical domain as well, right? And has a lot of dependencies. But the innovative approach that you are taking here is how to get a collaboration of all these academic sort of institutions where you have the skill sets sort of working together, right? Because otherwise, wherever in the private space this problem is being tackled, of course, speech and text, but they have very deep pockets or the skills that they have sort of aggregated. Here, this is what we are trying to recreate so that it is more democratic and available to everybody as well, right?
I won't say, you mentioned 2 things. One is that it is deep tech. Yes, when we started, it was deep tech, right? You know, but today the AI tech is actually democratized. You know, I had a 12th class student coming and telling me that see, I need GPUs because I've trained a model on Kangadi.
Okay.
Okay, and it is giving 70% accuracy.
Wow.
My aim is to take it to 90% accuracy. So, you know, the problem is the AI as a technology has got democratized. So we need to basically find a solution is how much more we can democratize it, you know, how much more we can encourage ecosystem to participate, now to contribute once we have invested on it. So we have given the motion. Now it is a question of how do we accelerate that, and that is where organization like this definitely helps us. You know, it will take the stride forward. The second thing which you were, trying to mention, I just missed out the second part of it.
No, I think the innovative approach of working together, right?
Yeah,
like not needing to have the deep pockets to have the skills.
Yes, sorry. So, you know, the second thing which you talked about, I just remembered that we are recreating things. I would tend to differ there. So we are basically, number one, you know, there are obviously some models exist, of AI models exist for translation in certain Indian languages, but those are not catering to all languages. So our idea is to cater to all languages, where the commercial organizations will not invest also because some of them are very low or low resource language. So that's the thing which is there. The second thing which is there is that all the AI models which have been till now in Indian languages have to be trained on native data. You know, the data which is available otherwise in the public domain, if they are trained on that, they will not be able to understand the native dialects. So when you look at the way in which the customers are using it and evaluating it, they go to various organizations, evaluate them, and then come back to us and say that, no, your translations are much better, so we would like to use it. So as Bhashini, we would like to be known more for performance than for anything else.
And the coverage across the language, and that's wonderful. Yeah, I think similar question to what I asked Koshiji as well. So could you share with us some of the insights or feedback you are getting from the early adopters who are taking this up, using it, or like, what is the experience for them like? What do they really have to do, right? So just make it a little bit more concrete. And when they come back to you with, look, I want to do this, I want to improve this language, clearly there can be so many requirements, right? How does the organization think as to what should be prioritized and what, and in what order? So two questions again. What's been the sort of adoption, what's the adoption journey for somebody who wants to adopt it? And what's been some of your insights and feedback on the ground and how you're thinking about it?
See, the early adopters, you know, there are 2 or 3 types of adopters. One adopter who is basically looking at, just translate it. You know, there is need, people have to understand it, and it's a translation mechanism. So that's one adopter. They are using the system, and perhaps they have some challenges. They come back to us, but generally they are okay with it because it's like a mandate to do it, so I've done it. The second piece of people who are coming back to us are people who are doing transactions out of it. You know, recently NPCI launched a product, a conversational bot. Yeah. It uses Bhashini's automatic speech recognition, text-to-speech synthesis, the intent analyzers, the ITN, which is number analysis. You know, you are able to understand the numbers, and all of these technologies, and text-to-text translations, because it's multilingual again. So there, they do come back to us to say that we need to get across, because our models are currently trained on a certain way of speaking, the conversational way of speaking. The payment way of speaking is something different. So they do come back to us, and then we work together with that organization to actually make it happen. For example, for NPCI, the bot which was launched last week, we have collected 75 hours of special data for the payment mechanism and then trained the model accordingly. So this will be a case which will come in, and it will only be happening through a collaborative working. The transaction part of things will happen through collaborative working. RBI recently launched on about 16th, 17th of August, frictionless credit system, where they are collecting the land records as the basis for credit, right? So that is the transliteration, and they're using transliteration and translation models of Bhashini for that. So those are places where there is intense discussion about it, and the encouragement to what we do is that let's do a POC and let's start working on it, and then over a period of time solve a problem. So the attitude and aptitude cannot be ki, oh, I used it, it didn't work, so throw it off and move on. We have proved that if we are working together for 3 to 6 months, it works out, and we can go to the market with that. The third category of people are people who are trying to innovate out of it. And there are people who are doing innovative applications. The most popular one where the concept can be used is Jugalbandi one. You speak on the bot and he is able to answer your queries on speech, and then it can be multilingual. Now, those are people who are, wanting to innovate, and they're wanting to go extra mile on their side to work with us. And also we go extra mile to work with them and try to promote them. The other way is to obviously launch a grand challenge. Currently, we are having a grand challenge of simultaneous speech translation. So I am speaking here in X language and you're hearing in Y language. And that's almost like on a state of maturity. We have demonstrated that in G20. So those are things which we are working on, innovation side of it. So it requires different level of engagement. But I guess that through collaboration, most of it would be sorted out.
Yeah. So I think just goes back to the point that in this, the DPI approach where you work with your adopters to innovate actually helps you back as well to make the DPI more scalable for everybody else, gets the data, and all of those incentives get automatically aligned. It's not competing, it's actually helping improve overall. Yeah. Great. No, I think that was great. So I think very diverse perspectives from 2 different DPIs, but again, very common things around adoption challenges, the need for collaboration, the value of sort of thinking in the DPI way and thinking like a rail. I'd love to open for audience questions too, and then I have 1 or 2 as well later, but let's first, common questions, but let's open the floor for the audience as well. There are 2 questions here.
Hi, Mr. Koshi. Arundeep from The Hindu here. My question is on the long-term scaling for MSMEs of ONDC. With UPI, we saw that a lot of the scaling came from the Exchequer's funds, and how that was used to essentially give banks an incentive to forego merchant fees. And do you foresee any kind of institutional state support to get MSMEs across all 3 tiers of towns and rural areas enrolled as time goes on? How do you see uptake picking up?
I alluded to that earlier. Like I said, whereas some enterprises who are digitally mature, because they're already doing some kind of digital transaction, is to only help them to onboard onto the system, which is happening. Some kind of enterprises would need a little extra assistance in getting their catalog digitized and so on. So some people will have to have even digital literacy coming in. So these are the last 2 are the kind of segments where we need a very broad kind of, if I just use the word, affirmative action coming from a variety of enterprises and entities and institutions. So that's where we are very closely working. In fact, you probably would have seen the announcement by the MSME minister around a month back that they're going to announce a scheme. So what we do is we work with each of these ministries and departments, state and center, to help them devise this scheme, because we can't have the whole hog of resources or capability or people, everything. So for example, MSME ministry that probably next month they will launch, where they will enable small enterprises to have their catalog digitized, have their business processes changed, and so on and so forth, and also look at their digital readiness, even with financial support. That will be launched probably in a month's time. Same thing you would have seen with the FPOs, the Agriculture Ministry. And we have now, with the help of the Ministry of DPIIT, connecting with all the states. Every state has now identified a nodal person, a senior assembly senior officer, to look at how to help the local industry to leverage on this open network. So it is on one side helping the government enterprise to be onboarded as well as create financial assistance to small and micro enterprises. Like SIDBI has done. In fact, very interesting thing that SIDBI did is they enabled many of the small enterprises to come on board, provided the financial support to come on board. And to create a playbook to scale, they even offered, as a part of the remuneration to about 1,800 of the employees, 10,000 rupees. And told them, go and buy from those small enterprises who had been onboarded by SIDBI onto the network. You know, it helped to create a lot of playbook for how to get them participate. And now they are looking at ways to get it. So that's why, I mean, we have, what you said is a very important point. So one of the role that ONDC play is to identify and work with these different agencies to find ways and develop schemes to educate, to help them to onboard, and to encourage them and incentivize them using the open network. And you will see a lot of that's happening.
There was a second question there.
Lady has a question.
Left side is winning on the questions. We need some more on the right.
My question is for Mr. Nag. I'm Iti from Treemouse. I wanted to check and get your perspective. One is on when we're talking of these 22 or 14 languages, the kind of age spectrum, because a 70-year-old talking and the voice and the enunciation that the model recognizes is going to be very different. So that, is that being mapped? And the second, of course, is dialects. You know, so a Hindi here or a Hindi spoken in this room is very different from the Hindi spoken on the outskirts. So how would dialect get mapped eventually?
Yeah, so, when we are collecting the data across the country, we have approximately 200 plus feet on street. So, just to give you an idea, we are almost spending about 60 to 70 crores in data collection. Okay, and it is going across the field. There are 200 plus people who are collecting the data, and there is a process involved in that, which is speech data as well as the other forms of data. Speech is the major concern because even if the dialect changes, you write Hindi in the same way, right? So speech is the major concern, and that is where the data has been taken and collected. So that's when you looking at diversity, we are looking at diversity of age, we are looking at diversity in sex, we are looking at diversity in profession, because different profession talks different ways. So we are looking at all of it. So when we, I think we would try to make that dashboard public sometime, that how we are collecting data, because we have a dashboard which, we operate, out of which we are able to see that in Jhabua, these are the people from whom the data has been collected, and this is how the data is, then the data gets curated, annotated, and labeled. So that also process gets this much of data is collected, this is what has been annotated and labeled, and the rejection rate. So rejection rate can be because of the fact that the person did not speak clearly, or there was a lot of noise in background, or it was not of the duration by which we can say that this is a sample which can be used. And the rejection rate today is more than 30 to 40% when we are doing that, because that's how the field gives us the data. So it's being taken care of. I won't say that it's not being taken care of. Whether we are perfect, I won't like to make that statement here. I would say that it's a subject of constant improvement. And more so, it would get improved not on conversation basis, because if I start speaking a broken English, perhaps you will understand the intent of it, and even if you will be able to understand that. But if we start picking up more and more use cases, it will start getting into perfection, because that's the crux of it. And this NPCI, when we started training the model first time, we put the model to use, our rate was 40%. We were 40% correct. From there we reached 90% when we launched it. So there is a journey of improvement which is there.
Wonderful. One last question. Oh, there are so many now.
Hello, good morning. I'm a student and I'm currently under the C4GT community program. My question was for Bhashni. Basically, I had the same question she asked, but how about the languages we speak? Not pure Hindi, not pure English, but English types. Hybrid languages. You use some words from Hindi, you use some words from English.
I think we are good at that. Yesterday, our additional secretary, Mr. Abhishek Singh, demonstrated that to many of our delegates who came in G20. Download Bhashini app, which is there on beta on the Play Store as well as, iOS App Store. And try that out. You would find the transliteration to be good. So it is able to recognize that mixed language which we are now used to speaking. Especially when we are speaking Hindi, we add in English language, especially when we are at metros. So that part we are doing well. Cool. And Bhashini app I used when I was in Tamil Nadu. I used to give it to the drivers after speaking. It worked.
Cool. There's one more question coming. I know I'm the last thing holding between you guys and lunch, but we will take this one.
So, hi, I'm Utkarsh from Samagra. Are we foreseeing a jugalbandi between ONDC and Bhashini anytime soon? Because India's behavior is speech or voice. 40% of the Google searches are on voice. So, are we seeing a jugalbandi soon between the two organizations?
We are actually talking to each other, and soon as we have more buying applications, selling applications, that will become a natural requirement. And that one of the, it will become a compulsion. And when a tool like this is available, they will have all the reason to work together. So in fact, Amitabh and I are old friends, so that makes it life easy. And we are finding ways to bring this dialogue more and more common.
See, we of course are talking together, and we are perhaps the teams are talking about it, and we have certain reference cases also built up. Each of the DPIs and DPGs which are there need to collaborate with each other to give the right outcome to the citizens. And there are opportunities like that, and we are happy to collaborate among each other because we all are built for the same purpose. Right?
I think that's a wonderful closing note and a kind of almost a guiding principle, right? That's why you build those horizontal DPGs and DPIs so that they can be reused in different contexts. So thank you once again, Koshi-ji and Amitabh-ji, for just taking out the time and being with us today morning.
Thank you so much for joining. I would request Nitin to give a token of appreciation. Well, this has been quite an insightful morning. Hope you all have enjoyed the discussions, and we look forward to the second half of the day. Lunch is served outside at the back of the hall. We request you all to please proceed from that gate and this gate for the door for lunch. We will come back. Please be seated by 1:35. We will start at sharp 1:40. We again have C4GT showcases that will be going on outside, so you can have a look at them. And there are project standees that you can refer to here, and washrooms are at one floor below. See you all at 1:35. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. People at the back, please come in front, take the seats here. They're all empty, the first few tables. At the back there as well, there are seats here, you can come here. Some of the Code for GovTech volunteers, guys, come. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We are ready to start. Would request you all, anybody at the back who wants to sit in front, there are seats empty. Anyone? Okay. Okay, great. Please keep your phones on silent. We are ready to begin. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Hope you all had a good lunch. We are ready for the second segment of the day. Now, in the morning, we were expected to be joined by the Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and IT and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Unfortunately, he could not make it, but he has shared a brief statement that he wanted everybody here to hear from his side since he could not make it. So I'm going to read the statement that Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar shared with us today in the morning. India's G20 leadership has paved the way for transformation through technology. India's leadership at the G20 summit has had an indelible impact on the global stage. The New Delhi Declaration, which resulted from collaborative efforts among nations, demonstrates our collective commitment to addressing global challenges together. One of the key aspects highlighted in this declaration is the endorsement of digital public infrastructure. For the first time, countries from all over the world have come to a consensus on what DPIs are and how they should be defined, structured, and governed. India has become a case study for how a nation can use technology to transform lives while boosting innovation, especially for startups. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji believes in the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. He has consistently encouraged sharing India's technological advancements with countries worldwide, especially those that are still catching up in their digitalization efforts. Using India's DPIs, countries can quickly improve their digital systems and governance. India's DPIs will also create a strong community of startups, both national and international, developers, and technology experts who can collaborate on cutting-edge innovations. Artificial intelligence will also be a key layer to DPIs, enhancing its usage. In essence, India's mission as a nation is to offer DPIs or parts of it to other countries and businesses worldwide. This helps them innovate and integrate digital technology into their operations, ultimately transforming the economies and governance for the better. This was the statement that he had shared in lieu of him not being here. Now, to begin the next segment of the day, we have with us Shri Abhishek ji. Every time we share, Abhishek ji is the force behind Digital India today, and that includes major population scale projects we all use daily. Every time we share a document from DigiLocker, or every time anytime any of the 200 million students in India access QR codes in their textbooks and browse Diksha, someone in Abhishek ji's team is responsible for it. Please welcome me in welcoming Abhishek ji, an IS officer of the 1995 batch, presently CEO of MyGov, and additional charge as President and CEO of the National E-Governance Division, and also MD and CEO Digital India Corporation. Please. And with him we have Gaurav Goyal, we have Rahul Kulkarni, Chief Technologist, Samagra. Please.
So thank you so much, Abhishek ji, for being here with us. To start the afternoon, I want to remind you of the T-shaped construct that we talked about in the morning. The bottom part of the T is the depth, the dedicated mentoring program, which we all heard from Ravi about the 11 Beacon projects, from Kiran about the NHA projects, and so on. What I'd like to do is do a quick recap. Many of you have joined post-lunch. Abhishek ji has just arrived. So I'm going to do a quick recap with a video of C4GT as a program, the mentoring program that we started with.
The 20th century digital revolution has brought vast information access, built stronger connections, boosted economies, and improved lives. The open source movement has powered this revolution. The 20th century digital revolution has brought vast information access, built stronger connections, boosted economies, and improved lives. The open source movement has powered this revolution by promoting collaborative development of technology for everyone. Building on this philosophy, digital public goods are now leading us into a new era of socio-economic progress. DPGs are open source software, data, AI models, standards, and content that can be used by any government or private organization to help attain the Sustainable Development Goals. The implementation of DPG to set up systems that enable essential society-wide services is called a digital public infrastructure. For example, India's Diksha uses various building blocks from Sunbird for knowledge sharing, while Philippines' Philsys uses MOSIP for building an identity system. The DPI approach is critical to solve population scale problems, and a dedicated community of builders, adopters, and contributors is vital for its success. Code for GovTech was conceptualized in 2022 with a mission to catalyze and grow such a vibrant community. This year, it has been scaled up in partnership with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Omidyar Network India, Digital Public Goods Alliance, and GitHub. It has two core components to it. First, a long-term community building program, and second, a dedicated mentoring program. As part of this year's mentoring program, 103 contributors were selected from more than 2,000 applications representing 415 colleges and 30 private companies. Guided by 87 mentors from 20 organizations, they contributed to 38 products, embarking on a transformative learning journey. These projects spanned education, healthcare, skilling, communication, e-commerce, and a lot more. Let's hear from the contributors, mentors, and our super mentors about their experience.
I used to be a person who, used to put herself in a box and learn from a very restricted sort of environment. Just have certain things mapped up to me and I used to learn from them. But I think C4G changed that a lot for me, and I would cherish that for the rest of my life.
I believe that every engineer has something to offer, and I encourage everyone to get involved.
And it's remarkable how a community can come together to create impactful solutions that can address real world challenges.
If I talk about what skills that I have learned, it's how to make that product scalable and configurable. This is not about coding. It's about the personal growth, as I said, the professional development, and making a difference through technology.
As an endeavor brought in to be able to attract the students or find the student.
We noticed that some parts of our code actually relied on API keys, so our code was actually not entirely open source as we intended. So when Prekhar pointed that out, we also updated our code so that end-to-end it's open source.
They have been willing to look out for what is the latest technology available for our problem statements. They have been able to test it against what our current setup is. And in many cases, they have been able to improve on our current setup.
Impact is basically one of the most important things we discuss in our community calls. So typically open source contributors try to lock themselves up to very minor issues that they can do rather than create a project on top of the product. That's the very larger difference between C4GT and other community contributions.
I found C4GT to be very highly structured in its approach towards creating sort of a DPG building block sort of ecosystem. Initiatives like C4GT will help DPG builders and DPI builders, building organizations, greatly accelerate the pace at which they are trying to enable a particular ecosystem.
The program has provided an excellent opportunity for knowledge sharing, mentoring, learning, and leveraging the talent pool to co-create DPGs.
The way I see the program as a community of communities, where the program really helps these communities to build up their open source muscle.
But I've been pleasantly surprised, very happy with how I think this is progressing. And I think if this is a sign of what we're going to see in the future, I think I would argue that C4GT is here to stay with both the community of contributors as well as the DPG builders.
These contributions are solving real-world problems, which have the potential to positively impact the lives of billions. The program spanned across 63 days with over 1,440 mentoring hours, 20,000 coding hours, and more than 9 lakh lines of code. But this is just the beginning. The mission is to have a growing and vibrant global community of thousands of active members. We invite the current community members to take this mission forward, guiding us to a future where technology and innovation powers development.
20, and congratulations on the wonderful declaration and everything that has happened over the past 2 days. How has the experience been with all the countries coming together?
I must say thank you for organizing this, bringing the whole community together. And as you mentioned in the video, it requires all sectors, whether it's the government, technology partners, or the community to come together and build such solutions. So that was like exhibited, and throughout the course of our presidency, what we are seeing was that there has been increased interest of the global community with regard to what India has done with its digital transformation projects. And there were like curiosity, how do you do this? Does it really work? How do you ensure that, in fact, the UPI is itself, like, people marvel that how does even a 1 rupee transaction happen without any cost in real time, without knowing the IFSC code or the account numbers. So many countries wonder about that, and they always wanted to. So when we did the DWG meetings in Lucknow or Pune or Hyderabad or Bangalore, we were showing to the delegates about that. So many of the country reps also wanted to know about it. So we did a showcase here about how we did that. And then the people went on to the next level of discussions. Like, it's not only about the technology part, they also the governance reforms that were built in. How did you build up institutions for implementing it? How did you, and when we mentioned to various countries about the partnerships that all our projects have had with the community practitioners, with the non-government sector, to say to, whether it's Aadhaar or DigiLocker or UPI, in every sector we have kind of joined hands with the not only startups but even volunteers who have been contributed to the project. So that was a model that many countries wanted to replicate. So that was shared, and then we gave them an experience of doing that. The RBI set up a RBI Innovation Hub at the G20 event in Pragati Maidan, wherein they even gave the foreign delegates and the foreign media personals who had come around 2,000 rupees of e-rupee, digital rupee, and that was loaded on their wallets. So they could experience the UPI. So the Crafts Bazaar was there, and they could actually scan a QR code and make payments and transfer money from one person to the other. So they could see that. So that made a lot of difference. We showcased them DigiLocker, how academic credentials are verified digitally. So there was a representative from Germany and Germany is using it. Like when Indian students go to study in Germany, so very often the academic credentials, very often we remember in our days we used to get transcripts sealed in the envelope, signed by the Dean of Academic Affairs. So instead of that, now we are doing a digital verification right from the DigiLocker. So Germany was using that. So delegates from France, Canada, Brazil also were interested. Can they also do that? So we showed them in real time how this verification happens. Then education, Diksha you mentioned. Diksha was very much interested. The Bangladeshi Prime Minister, she came along with her daughter, and they spent almost half an hour at our exhibition. And they went through the entire Diksha workflow, how the textbooks are available, the QR code. And one of the startups, Doubtnet, which had built the QR code scanning system, they're very amused to see that. And then they also show Bhashini project that they had done. And the Bangladeshi Prime Minister was asking, is Bengali there? If you have done Bengali, can we use it? Can I translate from Bengali to English? Can we use it in that? So we said, why not? These are open APIs. We'll be willing to offer that. Telemedicine was again another e-Sanjeevani, which CDAC Mohali had developed. And it was scaled up. Like before the pandemic in 2020 March, they were doing only doctor-to-doctor consultations, in which hospitals in the rural areas, the primary health centers, they could connect to a specialist doctors. And that was the only thing. But during pandemic, when there was a lockdown and all, we kind of worked with the health ministry and CDAC Mohali to upscale it. And today they, from 5,000 consultations per month, today they do almost 400,000 consultations per day. So the Bangladeshi Prime Minister, she actually connected to a doctor and spoke to that, and the e-prescription was generated. So all that made it a very experiential journey for everyone. So it has evoked a lot of interest. And during the course of our presidency, we have signed 6 MOUs with 6 countries. And we hope that this momentum will continue, and it will result in building up a greater consensus. The GDPI, the declaration mentions all our important points that we are pitching forward, whether it was for the One Future Alliance or whether for building a global DPI repository. So all of it is going to be a lot of action now, from the meetings and negotiations and discussions to the document which has been there. Now, how do you make that document actually be implemented? So that's the challenge that we have, and that's where the opportunity will lie for India, for Indian startups, for Indian IT companies, for Indian IT professionals.
That's fantastic to hear, Abhishek. Fantastic. And congratulations for leading us in that charge in a big way. Now, if you think of a couple of points that you mentioned there, just breaking it down, one of the things is, of course, commitment to open source, DPIs, recognition of it. The other part mentioned in the charter was also the availability of a global repository, GDPIR, that would be coming. Could you give us a little more flavor of that? How would it be? Would it be in different countries, or is it all going to be in one place? Can you paint us a future of what that would be like?
It will be what it says. It will be global, in the sense that it will not be only of one country. It will be about DPIs, digital public infrastructure, which you defined very well. Whether you call it DP, there is a slight nuance wherein the UN thinks that everything, whichever DPI is open source, that is DPG, and and there might be DPIs which are not completely open source. So they are being called by the larger term DPIs. So whether you call it DPI or DPG, and more important than being it open source or not, the more important is that it should be based on open standards, it should be interoperable, it should be replicable, it should be scalable. So it will relate to DPGs or DPIs, whichever way you look at it, and it will be a repository. Repository in the sense that it will have details of all the projects at one place. And when we say that, wherever it's open source, whether it's the OpenForge codes or the GitHub codes that will be made available, the project documentation will be made available, the governance systems that are there, like for example, we are implementing Ayushman Bharat Health Mission. For that, we have created the National Health Authority, and we created the whole institutional structure for implementing that. DigiLocker has a different implementation structure. UPI is a National Payments Corporation of India, which is a Section 8 company wherein different banks are shareholders in there. The UIDAI is again a different structure. So depending on the regulatory requirements, depending on the implementation challenges, depending on the size of a country. So in India, for example, UID authority implements UID. NPCI does UPI, we do DigiLocker, Health is doing their own, Diksha is in partnership with education and rest. But depending on the size of a country, they can think of whether they have separate verticals like this, or whether they have a one common entity similar to an NIC or similar to a public-private partnership, they can do that. So different governance mechanisms also become very, very important. So that would also be part of the GDPIR. It's not only the codes. It's about the project documentation, governance mechanisms, case studies, best practices, then resources from where they can get it done. So as part of India's contribution to that, we are sharing all our project expertise and knowledge that we have. Plus, we will also be kind of identifying potential project partners. And our intent will be to identifying Indian companies, Indian think tanks, Indian consultancy firms who can handhold these countries in implementing that, because it will require a lot of effort. It will require business process re-engineering, it will require customizing the solution to be implemented in a particular notion. It's not that DigiLocker ka code de diya and they go and copy paste and ho gaya. Aise nahi hoga. They will have to go and see that which are the services which can become part of it, what is the level at which they have done, whether those services are online or not, whether they are digital or not, how they will build it, whether they have a data center or not. And there are like 75 countries with, I believe, less than 1 million population. So for them, again, different challenges will be there. India, everything is, we always say that our cost is very low. For example, DigiLocker, we all use it, but how much money we have spent so far? Less than 50 crores in the last 8 years. So per transaction cost of a DigiLocker or Umang kind of service is a few paisa. But that's because of our scale. Smaller countries will not have that advantage. Then we'll have to think of, can several countries join it? Can we, India, think of offering DPI as a service? Can it, so those models are something that we will be evolving now, which will ensure that the GDPR, apart from just being a repository of codes, a repository of solutions, will actually be a living document, living repository, which countries can learn from, adopt them, implement the DPIs in practice.
Fantastic, fantastic. And Abhishek ji, you have been at the center of implementing a lot of Indian DPIs and maintaining them. You've also faced these challenges with states. So something is launched on the center and then every state has their own thing. Are there learnings we can take from there to make the same thing happen and work for countries? What are key challenges and how do you overcome them?
Frankly, we do need a domestic DPI repository also, because there are states and there are states. Like Karnataka did the land records project, Bhumi project long back. Now almost all states have digitized their land records. But still we are yet to reach 100% wherein all land records are digitized. And there, when we talk of land records, when we talk to Department of Land Resources, we think of that, can we kind of go into an era where, just like we dematerialize share certificates, can we dematerialize land records? Can we build up a land commodity exchange? Because today, one of the pain points of property transactions is, and one of the most corrupt departments, if I can say, is property dealings, because it's not transparent. You don't know anything. So if we have digitized the land records, if we can dematerialize them, and we can ensure that all relevant information with regard to a plot of land is fetched from a GIS map, the distance from the highway or distance from a railway, or if there are any court cases associated with it, and then the buyer and the seller get into an online transaction mode. You put a price, the buyer puts a price, and when the match trade transaction happens, the mutation happens, the stamp duty goes to the government treasury, and your title is yours. So that kind of thing is something that we can move on. So there's a lot of work that we need to do internally also. There are some states which have done beautiful systems for their various certificates, caste certificates, income certificates, birth certificates. So pain points of citizens, if we are able to resolve it, if we are able to build all these services in Indian languages, if we can build up a voice interface for various services, which AI and generative AI technologies are enabling it, we have tested in some pilots and all. So that would be like a case for adoption of some of these DPIs that we are talking of giving to the world, to adopting it within India also, and ensuring that Indian citizens also benefit, and overall quality of life improves. It leads to ease of living, ease of doing business, all that happens.
Fantastic. You mentioned AI, and has anything changed in terms of how DPIs are deployed, how DPGs are built, or certain functionality that needs to be added? How are we thinking about AI? I know you lead the charge for AI as well within METI. So can you give us a little flavor of what is the spectrum of problem statements that we are thinking about as India about AI?
See, one very common thing, one very common challenge that we always face is that how do we go to an era, and today it's possible because of generative AI and API, language APIs which are being built by projects like Bhashini and all. How do we ensure that we can enable voice-enabled services? We have been doing that. A few services have been brought on Umang, wherein you can go and ask that, hey Umang, how can I get a driving license? Or the Bhashini team, along with the Jugalbandi team, did a kind of interface wherein they built up a interface on WhatsApp wherein people could ask a question. And Satya Nadella had been talking about it, that if you are a farmer, then they integrated with the My Scheme APIs. My Scheme is a project that we implemented, myscheme.gov.in, because that was again another problem that many people have. There's a multiple government department, multiple schemes. But beneficiaries for whom the schemes are made, they themselves don't know which website to go to or which app to download to. So we turned it around and we said that let the beneficiary tell who he is. I'm a farmer, I'm 40-year-old, I'm from this community, my income levels are 10,000 rupees. What are the schemes that the government can give? So it searches all the schemes database and offers the schemes to the government. So we integrated the My Scheme APIs with the Bhashini APIs, with the WhatsApp APIs, and the team from Jugalbandi, they did build this, and therein you could send a voice note on asking this, ki sarkar se mujhe kya milega, and you will get a reply on voice. Similarly, we tried it ki Umang pe, ki Raktkosh, e-Raktkosh is an app, ki blood bank, B positive blood mujhe kahan milega. It will ask your pin code 110001. Then it will say ki okay, Safdarjung Hospital mein 5 unit available. It will search the database and give you a voice enabled answer. So I always say that while we take pride that 900 million people in India are connected to the internet, they are accessing online services, but the remaining 500 million people who are not connected, they might struggle to navigate a website or go to an app or enter the captchas that come up. They would want a voice kind of interface. Just like you ask, hey Siri, play your music or something, then why can't we ask our phones for public information? How do you get driving license, whether the ration has come in the ration shop? All this data is available. You just have to render it. And once that happens on a voice or a WhatsApp interface, it will even happen on a feature phone with a toll-free number. You just have to give a voice input. The voice is analyzed, the answer is picked up, and the answer is given back in voice. So that's the simple application of AI that will make public services more accessible to the last 500 million people that I talk of.
No, wonderful. It's going to be a good world soon. Now, if you think of capability that's needed to actually build out such AI systems, of course, education needs to catch up, and then people need to ramp up quickly on these skills. Technology is changing every 3 months. Internally within the government, within government teams, have you seen what is that capability change that is happening or needs to happen? Where is NIC going? Where is CDAC going? How do you manage internal government capability and capacity?
See, that's a very, very relevant question. That's been a big challenge, not only for the implementation of technology projects, but entire governance per se. And one of the other hats that I wear is of Mission Karam Yogi, wherein we are building an online training platform, in a way online Diksha for government servants, for building capabilities within the government, training them. Incidentally, it is also being built on Sunbird platform. But more to that, what we have done for technology-related projects, like right from the beginning of Digital India, the organizations like the National E-Governance Division or Digital India Corporation, the way they were designed and implemented was that it would not only be government officers working in these organizations. It is supposed to be a mix of professionals from within the government and professionals from the market. So we have designed these systems. They are not like NIC or CDAC, which are purely government and they only outsource projects. So the Digital India Corporation or the National E-Governance Division has an equal share of professionals from the market who join us, who work on contractual positions. We try to attract the best of the talent. Very often we struggle to pay them what the industry is able to do, but we do find many passionate individuals who want to contribute to large-scale projects and see the impact these projects are making. So they do that. Plus, we do have a training policy for all our employees and all. We do work very closely with industry, in building capabilities. In fact, just on Diksha, like Diksha project has undergone a transition from the earlier technology service provider to a new technology service provider. But then we tied up with Step and we tied up with the Sunbird and organized a boot camp for them in Bangalore. So that really helped. So constant upgradation of skills and capabilities is an ongoing thing. Bringing professionals from the market is part of our strategy. NIC is also, the restructuring of NIC exercise is going on also. And NIC is also very actively looking at adopting the DIC model, which will allow professionals to walk in, work on the government projects, and then look for whatever opportunities that they can. So that kind of mix is really going to help us solve the problem. And especially with artificial intelligence coming in, what we find is that almost every professional needs upskilling and reskilling. And especially last week, Mr. Jensen Huang from NVIDIA was here. And the way the H100s and the Grace Hopper chips will work, everybody will have to think of how best we can leverage that, the compute that is being made available. So that will require maybe relearning to code or adapting to code, or even what Chat GPT and generative AI is doing. So basic coding will be done by machines only. So if we are leveraging that, how do we scale up? How do we kind of reskill our existing team members so they are able to take the maximum advantage of the technology developments that's happening? Plus, working with the not-for-profit sector, working with the professionals who want to work as volunteers. We do have a sabbatical policy in NEGD which allows people from industry to take break from their career or come and contribute to such large-scale projects and do that. So all a mix of all these do help us in addressing the capability and capacity problem within the government.
And as you saw, no, thanks for that. That's very insightful in terms of so many things happening within the government for upskilling. Now, if you think of programs like C4GT and so many more initiatives like that, it's an attempt, even Smart India Hackathon and all, attempt at getting the youth ramping up faster so that once they get on a job and then we have to train them, as opposed to that, let's get them up early. How do you see them playing this role? How do they get in touch with the government? Part of C4GT, the 103 projects this time, and all of them, their DigiLocker projects, the NHA projects, and so on, that contributors are now contributing. It's the first time that they're actually meeting up. How do you see this scaling up? How do you see this? Do you first see value in it, and then, how do you see this scaling up, and what would you say to these young contributors who have actually contributed in the last 2 months?
It's a great initiative. The C4GT, C4 GovTech is a great initiative to involve the young people, the people who want to contribute on such projects, to get to actually work on that. So first step, of course, is getting the problem statements, the government agencies, like we have also contributed some problem statements here, but we need to get more and more government departments to think of partnering with this. Very often, if I would ask a typical government department to join such an initiative, they will think that why should we do that? We are capable enough, we are good enough, why should we do that? But they don't understand the potential that it can have for attracting new talent in doing that. And one example I will give is that I was asking somebody from Google, when every year we read newspaper headlines that so and so from so and IIT or so Regional Institute of Technology gets a crore plus offer. So I asked this fellow who was doing recruitments at Google, how do you do that? How do you select such people, and how do you decide that one person should be given such a high starting salary? So they had a very interesting take. He said that it's not only that we go to the campus and do a 15-minute or half an hour interview and decide on that. We look into their entire profile, we look into their GitHub history, what they have been doing, what kind of code pushes that they have been doing, what kind of contributions they are going to make, to especially making on open source projects. And with that, they assess this fellow's potential is that much. And then the final interview is just like confirming what they have already assessed. So that happens. So when we start doing projects like C4GT, Code for GovTech, then that will also give us an opportunity. Like if somebody is working on, say, the open source code of DigiLocker or any of our projects which is there on OpenForge or GitHub, and if somebody is giving some suggestions or code pushes which is becoming useful for us, then can we think of getting them on our team? Can we think of doing that? So that becomes a good opportunity. If we don't do that, then we just go through tailor-made CVs which are generated by generative AI software, and people who are good to talk, they will be hired and they will not be able to contribute much. So this kind of, when we take up such exercises, maybe we'll be able to identify young people, we'll be able to identify young coders, we'll be able to identify young developers, startups, companies who can contribute. And if we can weave it in our hiring strategies, or if we can weave it in our procurement strategies, it can make, it can help us implementing these projects in a much more efficient manner. So I look forward to these engagements. We need to kind of do this more often. I always look at the Code for America program. The US does it very well. Can we think of doing a Code for India program in a summer or something, in which we do that? There was a FOSS event which was held in Bangalore sometime last year. Yeah. I had attended there. There I found some young kids, 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds, doing great work in FOSS. If we can identify such people, mentor them with experts, connect them to large-scale impactful projects, and make them contribute, this can lead to a revolution which will ensure that the strength that we have in our tech workforce continues to do so, and as we go into the AI and other technologies, we retain our advantage.
That's fantastic. I think brilliant insights in terms of how should the value be derived, how should people look at this, and why should students care. I think that's a very important thing you brought up. As part of this overall ecosystem, there's also market players, the private startups. There's also funders. How do you see, contributors, funders? There's everyone in the room here. So any words of wisdom for them as to what should they look forward to for the next 3 years?
See, like most of the funders, like most of the foundations especially, who want to contribute to using technology for improving governance outcomes, or improving nutrition, or improving healthcare, or improving educational outcomes, they're also looking for solutions that work. And just like in the VC funding startups, any VC who thinks this idea can result in a lot of value, similarly the foundations who are driven for governance reforms and all, they're also looking for projects, and they're looking for partners who can actually help them get results. A BMGF would love any project where they see that impact is being created, because they would also have their own reports to present and import, and feel that the money is being put at right use. So working in a collaborative manner, building trust between government, between not-for-profit organizations, between tech startups, into young contributors to code, is very, very critical to that. And when we can demonstrate that it actually results in value. If I can say that key partnership with a not-for-profit initiative or some volunteers has led to ideation, has led to bringing in new ideas, has led into concepts like UPI. In fact, last week we saw that UPI-enabled ATM has come up. So like you can just go to the ATM without a card, without a PIN, which we often forget. Scan a QR code and get money. So those things are happening. So in every sector, these are the things that is possible. And when you involve young minds, when you involve bright minds, they will be able to imagine and think, which I and you may not be able to, because as we grow older, and as we get stable in our careers and jobs, then we say that ऐसा ही होता है. But when you bring a young mind, when you bring a fresh mind, you bring a fresh coder, he can think that ऐसा भी हो सकता है. So that is the transition that we need to make, and when we do that, foundations would also love that. They will love to fund that, they will love to promote that, and they will love to partner with such organizations.
Very wise words for all the players in the ecosystem. I think we'll work on that. And I think today what we're also doing is launching a Code for GovTech for community program. What we realized was we're doing 10 projects or 100 projects, which are paid stipend projects. But there are 2,000, 6,000 people in the WhatsApp group, 9,000 people on the Discord group wanting to take up projects. They're like, forget the stipend, just give us projects, good projects. As you rightly said, mentoring. Let us do that. And so hoping to launch these constructs that will come through. So thank you so much, Abhishek ji. I know you need to run, and so we're going to cut this short. We won't have audience questions, unfortunately, for lack of time. But absolute pleasure and delight. It's been a privilege to have you here.
I would request Rahul to please share a token of appreciation.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, we can. You have. Okay, let's just take the audience question.
If there is any. 5 minutes, I can.
Yeah. Abhishek ji is very kind. So 5 minutes, we have time for audience questions. 2 questions. Go for it, Nikhil.
So Abhishek ji, am I audible? Okay, you were talking about all of the different technology changes that keep happening from time to time, and how from the government side we have to keep up with it. We've asked this now with multiple panels as well. What is 1 or 2, 3 things, structural things that the NIC of today needs to pick up to be able to respond to these technological changes every time it happens? Today it's DPG, DPI, 5 years later it might be something else, but our system needs to be able to respond to that from time to time.
See, like NIC process for getting the restructuring of NIC is on, and what we observed was that the core problem of NIC would have been that they hire the best of the talent at the beginning level, and then these people, they continue for almost 35 to 36 years in the organization, and during the course of that tenure, there is no structured way of their trainings. For us, we do keep on getting mid-career trainings, and we keep on getting exposure to different opportunities and doing that. So most of them, they join as district informatics officer and district informatics assistants. One example I will give you, like I began my service in the year 1995 in a district called Mokokchung in Nagaland. And at that point of time, my only access to internet was through the NIC center, the NICNet center. And there were 2 fellows, Wati and Temsu. They were the DIO and DIC, who used to used to go to the NIC unit, use it to communicate from Nagaland, because वहाँ phone भी नहीं चलता था, to my entire friends and all. 95, and then I had got a Cat5 cable pulled from NIC to my residence so that I could get to internet in 97, 96, 97 to my residence also, those days. But unfortunately, we have moved on from that position to wherever we are today. But those 2 colleagues of mine of that age, they continue in the same district, in the same position. So they have not progressed, they have not got any trainings done, they have not got any opportunities to grow in their careers. And if there is no system of structured training, then it will only depend on somebody's individual motivation to go to a Coursera or edX or a Udemy and learn something. So what we need to do is to change that, ensure that we build in capacities at various levels. Technology changes, the way used to work changes. Today, the machines that we worked in then were less powerful than the power of these phones that we have. So we need to adapt a lot in doing that. So that's one part. Second is, like, instead of hiring people for 35, 36 years, can we have like also a system of hiring for short-term contracts? Like, so that we can hire at the lateral levels also. If I need a business analyst, can I do that? Or will I only hire coders? So there are different requirements at different levels in different projects. So project-specific hirings, role-based hiring, then having a mixed model, having people on your roles, having people outsource, work with the companies. And when you work with outsourced companies, have some trust on them. Sometimes we kind of, when we have vendors to deliver, and then we kind of go into the SLAs so much that it kills the projects also. So design projects in such a way that the risks that are possible in a technology project is addressed. Writing RFPs is an art. Very often we don't write, when an IC and all work with outsource agencies, sometimes the scoping is not defined well. And then you assume something, the bidder assumes something, they quote very low, and then when you actually start implementing, your requirements keep on growing, changing. And unko fir wo change request ka jhagda hota hai, and then nobody is there to approve a change request, and then instead of actually implementing a project, you start fighting over the contract. And then you impose penalties, you blacklist them and all, and projects suffer. So these are some reforms which organizations, not only NIC, all of many government departments need to do in order to ensure that we are successfully, constructively devote our energies into solving the problems that we have to.
Very cool. One more question. Yes, please, sir.
क्योंकि तीन चार तरह की ट्रांजेक्शन्स होती है लाइक इफ़ आई बाय अ हाउस और अ फ्लैट तो गवर्नमेंट बॉडी या पब्लिक सेक्टर बॉडी से है तब तो ट्रांसपेरेंट है फर्स्ट हैंड, जब उसको रीसेल करते हैं फिर वो अनट्रांसपेरेंट हो जाता है, और प्राइवेट में फर्स्ट हो या रीसेल हो अनट्रांसपेरेंट, वो कहता है 50% आप दे दिए वाइट में और 50% ब्लैक, क्योंकि स्टैम्प ड्यूटी बच जाएगी, जितना पेपर में आएगा 50% आएगा तो 50% की स्टैम्प ड्यूटी। तो इट्स ओपन, मतलब थ्रू आउट इट्स आई थिंक द मेजर सोर्स ऑफ करप्शन इन इंडिया। ब्लैक इकोनॉमी जो होगी उसका 50% तो यही होगा, रियल एस्टेट जो है हमारा, जो प्रॉपर्टी ट्रांजेक्शन्स है। एंड सेकेंडली जो आपने कहा कि जैसे ATM से अभी कार्डलेस कर सकते हैं, तो इनफैक्ट इट विल सेव कॉस्ट एट बोथ एंड्स। अभी हमारा ATM कार्ड है, डेबिट कार्ड है, क्रेडिट कार्ड है, वो सारा कार्ड में कन्वर्ट हो सकता है, तो उससे बैंक को कार्ड बना के वो फिजिकल कार्ड बनाएंगे, उसको कुरियर करेंगे तो वो कॉस्ट बच जाती है, और कस्टमर के एंड पे भी वो चार्ज करते हैं फिर कार्ड का आपका, क्योंकि उसकी वैलिडिटी होती है 5 साल की, तो वो फ्री हो जाएगा फिर, और उसमें फिजिकल कार्ड उसको बार बार 5 साल हर 3 साल बाद रिन्यू करके नहीं भेजना पड़ेगा, कस्टमर के एंड पे भी कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी, बैंक के एंड पे भी हो जाएगी। तो आई मीन दिस काइंड ऑफ रिफॉर्म्स इफ दे कैन टेक प्लेस एज क्विकली एज पॉसिबल, इट विल बी रियली पेन पॉइंट सारे दूर हो जाएंगे और हमारी सोसाइटी ट्रांसपेरेंट हो जाएगी। थैंक यू।
बिल्कुल सही हो जाएगी, बिल्कुल राइट।
Anyone with a question? Ajay, you need to run. Okay, so one question. Or get to the question quickly, please. Yeah, go for it.
Hello, sir. Sir, I wanted to ask that as in India we showed Germany, Brazil, our innovations, our technologies. Was there something that you learned from them?
A lot. In fact, that's why we have always been saying that we have been learning from multiple countries across. Like, for example, the API Setu or the DigiLocker API Setu that we have built is actually based on the X-Roads project of Estonia that allows seamless API-based connection between various databases. Then last year I was in a training program wherein CIOs of several countries were there. So there was the CIO of Ukraine. She showed us the Dia app of Ukraine, and it was like a DigiLocker, but only difference was that when they show a document, you see the driving license or the tax record or their equivalent of Aadhaar card on the phone, on the DigiLocker, but then it would animate and it will turn, and on the reverse there will be a huge big size QR code, and you could scan that QR code to verify the document. Wow. So I thought this is very good, because in India we do show the DigiLocker documents at the airport and all, but the QR code is either so small or there is no way to verify that. So if you are showing a PDF on a DigiLocker, the CISF fellow may get confused. So what we have done is that we built that functionality in our DigiLocker documents also. So today when you see your Aadhaar or your PAN card or your driving license on the DigiLocker, you just press the QR code and then it will turn around, it will show a huge big size QR code, and we have built a QR scanner on the DigiLocker app only. So you can scan with your scanner and you can verify that document. So that solves a lot of problem of traffic policemen and security agencies and all. So there is lots. So there is a lot of countries who have done great stuff. Singapore has done great stuff. Australia has done great stuff in land records. So we do kind of reach out to various countries. And in fact, our UPI revolution came much late. I am not sure how many of you had heard about a project called M-Pesa, which Kenya had done. No, and we had seen that in 2009, 10, and after that there was a task force which was set up in METI only, which came up with their task was what? To allow a mobile phone to be worked as a bank account or a wallet. Because RBI regulation did not allow storing money on a bank account, on a phone. So then that report came in 2010, 11. If some of you are interested, can dig deep into that. Then the whole progression came in 2016 and all UPI came in. So this whole evolution has been long, and there's a lot of learning that we have had from multiple countries. And I'm sure when the global DPI repository is set up, it will not be only we kind of patting our own backs and saying that we are great and we have done wonderful work, but there's a lot that we can learn from others in order to ensure that our systems get better than what we are today.
Oh, fantastic, Abhishek ji. Thank you so much for staying on for the audience question. Really appreciate it. After that wonderful, packed discussion, I think we've got a wonderful global perspective. We've got a global inside out, outside in perspective. We've got an ecosystem perspective. We've got a capability building perspective. So I think it's always fascinating to hear Abhishek ji speak. And his thoughts, especially latest from G20, truly are a breath of fresh air. Next, what we are going to do is talk about the community program that we are going to unveil a little bit today. So when we did this mentoring program, right, many of the participants, I know many of you are on the Discord group, and there are about 9,000 participants in the Discord group. Everyone wanting to contribute, everyone wanting to learn, everyone saying, "Mujhe bhi desh ke liye kuch karna hai." Now, what is a way in which each one of us can contribute? Why is it only the select 100 that can contribute? Let's say next year, last year we had only 10. This year we had 100. Maybe next year we'd have 1,000. But it's still just 1,000. There are about 15 lakh engineers graduating out of India every year. How do we get to them? And that is precisely why we are trying to focus on the horizontal part of Code for GovTech, which is unleashing the community program. And so now when you think of community, building a community, it's easy to create a couple of constructs. But what is important is to ground it in values. And so values of inclusion, of sustainability, of collaboration, and these mean something. So for example, innovation forces you to push the limits of technology and product and people to actually innovate something, do something better than what existed. Collaboration forces organizations to come together and collaborate. Many of you may have experienced that in your projects recently. So with that in mind, we are about to launch 2 constructs today. One is the Code for GovTech community program. And so here, the Code for GovTech community program, we've started in a pilot mode. So let me unleash this. If you go to codeforgovtech.in, code for GovTech, codeforgovtech.in/community, you'll come across this site where you not only have how do you contribute as a community, have details on the values, but then if you click contribute now, it takes you to a page that has a list of all of these DPI projects in one place. So until now you say, oh, how do I contribute to DigiLocker? Oh, how do I contribute to Diksha? How do I contribute to this? All of that now in one place. And this is enabled through a certain set of constructs, which I'll come to. But the good news, any one of you interested in contributing, please spread the word. India needs your help. These are open challenges. These are features that you and I want in our daily lives, whether it's in DigiLocker or in Arogya Setu or in our vaccine certificate generation. These are things that can help fix that. So please contribute. Now to make this happen, we also need to launch a couple of constructs here. So these constructs, to create these, we worked with the community. All these organizations came together, 20, 30 of these organizations, all in the impact sector, all in the dev sector, trying to figure out what does it mean to actually make community a possibility with these values. And what we realized was, today, they're missing tools and best practices. So if you look at organizations, like Abhishek ji also said, it is up to the organizations to create those problem statements. If the problem statements don't exist, then who's going to solve them? To ensure that problem statements exist, we've asked all these organizations, what prevents you from doing these? And the answers we got were, look, tools, best practices, we don't know. We don't understand how do you discover these problem statements or make our problem statements discoverable. And at the end of it, there's no fun incentive for community to come together, for youngsters to contribute. To solve for that, we're launching 3 constructs today. One is a DPG contribution readiness framework, a DPG issue template, and a DPG point system. So this is an initial version of a DPG community toolkit that will keep growing. Every organization who's a DPG builder could ideally use these. In fact, the list of projects that I showed, they are live on the website. They have been contributed by 5 organizations, about 160 problem statements, all using these same standards and protocols. And so these 3, let's dive into each one of these very quickly. The first one is to understand a DPG contribution readiness framework. Sometimes as an organization, you don't realize, hey, whether my repo is good enough for someone to contribute or not. Sometimes you know your code inside out, right? So you don't know whether there's an installer available or not. How difficult is it for a new joinee to come in and start contributing to it? Why? Because you just know it. Arey, usme kya hai? You just go Docker compose up and you have it. That's what an engineer within the org would say. But for someone outside, it is one big nightmare. So how do you get around that? So to ensure that organizations have a good sense of what are these different things that they need to look at, what we've created with the community is a DPG contribution readiness framework. Using this, anyone can self-assess themselves. There's 3 sections to it, one around documentation and code, one around community engagement, one around project management. And we've worked in collaboration with all the community and also with GitHub to figure out what does this mean for the larger community. In fact, we're very lucky to have MV Karan with us here, who's the head of international DevRel at GitHub. And in collaboration with GitHub, we're trying to figure out how do you take this readiness framework to the larger community. Karan, I'll put you on the spot there. If you can say a few words in terms of how do you see the potential of this? How do you see maintainers using this? You're in touch with so many maintainers, so many DPG builders. How do you see the potential for this thing?
Thanks, Rahul. Hello, everyone. So I think, like how you rightly mentioned, one of the key aspects for a lot of the contributors and people who want to give back is for them to understand how a specific DPG works or how they can get started. And a key aspect is this contribution readiness. And the framework that GitHub and Samagra and many others from the community have collaborated to put together will exactly help with that. It will help DPG builders kind of maintain that standard and make it very similar to how a certain contributor would expect in the open source ecosystem, and also self-assess themselves, which is going to be very, very important as and when there are more DPGs who want to get better at their tools, at their practices, and make sure that if it's a contributor either from Bangalore or even somewhere else in a remote part of the country is able to understand easily and get started and give back in a way that that is very similar to how every other open source project operates or every other DPG operates. So I think this is really great, and thanks to Samagra for bringing this out.
No, thank you so much, Karan. And it's great to have you as an active supporter and thought leader in the Code for GovTech community in India. Next is the DPG issue template. So issue tickets are the new way problem statements are given by a community. So most of you, in the contributor world, in the DPG world, would be familiar with the term issue tickets. The challenge is not all of these issue tickets are standardized. Hardly any of them have the right information in them. Often you see one-liners on top and somebody says, I'm interested in contributing. Guess what the next line is? Let's get on a call and I'll brief you. And that we need to get away from. Why? Because that kills discoverability. That kills knowledge transfer. To be able to do that, what we did was figured out a standardized issue template, working with a set of community again here, trying to figure out what it means to implement this. And this is not something that we just came up and we all came together and said, hey, let's put this on a slide. For the last 2 months, all the mentoring projects that you see, the 103 problem statements expressed as issue tickets have followed this template. all the new 160 problem statements that you see in the community program are all following this template. And it's only because they're following this template are they discoverable on the site. Let me invite Ashwin. Are you around? Ashwin is the CEO and founder of Tickety Technologies. Ashwin has its roots in open source. So he's been an old Joomla developer and then has been very instrumental to Sunbird and a variety of different DPG blocks we use in India. From a practitioner's perspective, Ashwin, how do you see the value of an issue template, these constructs in your mind?
Absolutely, I think this is totally necessary. I mean, we saw the need for it very evidently in the C4GT program. So what we're seeing is that somebody wanting to contribute, they come in and like Rahul said, it's out there, ki jaake Docker dekh lo. But then I think it's also important that any contributor is inducted, I mean, in a very nice way into the community. They're not like left for themselves to fend and see, okay, figure out something. So what the issue template really does is gets or eases the contributor in. So it starts off with talking about the outcome that's being produced by the particular issue or the improvement. So for example, Abhishek ji talked about adding a QR code to their DigiLocker app, right? So that's an impact, that's an outcome, that's an improvement that is possible, that's required. So it starts off with that. So you start off with the description, the goals, the outcome of what the issue is supposed to do. And that actually helps motivate the contributor, okay, yeah, when I write the code, this is what is going to come out. So once the outcome is kind of figured, then the contributor needs to kind of get a little more acquainted with the project itself. So I need to know about DigiLocker, its APIs, how do I get credentials. In fact, I know a bunch of contributors were kind of hunting for credentials for Sunbird till like very late. So all of that needs to be figured out. How do they really get access to all those credentials and kind of the homework that is required? And then once you have that, you want to know, okay, this app, is it React Native, is it this, that, what is the tech involved behind that? So if I want to contribute to some project, what is the tech that I need to be familiar with to be able to really make an impact or start contributing? So that's what the kind of template talks about.
Okay, great. No, thanks.
And then,
thanks,
and I think this is what we call as a learning path, right? So for me to really get started, that's the learning path that I need to really go through to be able to effectively start contributing and kind of keep on doing. So that's the issue template.
No, perfect. I am glad you brought up the learning path point because you don't know what complexity level the thing is. And so starting with the low complexity, then going slowly to high is a great way of getting started. Now, thank you so much, Ashwin. Great to have you part of the community. Now, lastly, in order to engage the community, right? These are youngsters. They need fun. And to engage the community, what we've created is a fun DPG point system. Contributors can earn these DPG points by solving and reviewing issues listed on the community contributor page based on their complexity that Ashwin just mentioned. And so if you have a higher level of complexity, you review something for that, you'd get higher points, and so on. Contributors can access their points, badges earned by them through a Discord bot. They can display these badges on GitHub profiles and so on. Most importantly, this is not a one-off thing. This entire system is automated. And so points assignment on all, extremely unbiased, automated using GitHub APIs. What that means is this can be sustainable and scalable. Also, there's a leaderboard that actually shows who are the top contenders on the community page who are actually earning points by submitting and contributing to this. We already have some of our star contributors up on there. And so this essentially, we hope these three constructs will help usher in a whole era of not just a few developers contributing to it, but a whole bunch of organizations throwing problem statements and a whole bunch of contributors contributing to the nation through this. And not just nation, the global nation, right? The whole world as one. Right, with that, I think I'd like to move on to an exciting next section of this program, and I'll transfer it to Sukhpreet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Lots of insights from Shri Abhishek Singh's panel, fireside discussion, and thank you, Rahul, for sharing the C4GT the DPG community frameworks that we've laid out. Would request all of you to go to the Code for GovTech website. Do have a look at the different frameworks. They are open for consultation. If there's any feedback, any points that you have to share with us, we'd be more than happy to have a discussion. This is still in the consultation phase as we move forward with the larger community. So look forward to engage with you all on the same. Now coming up next is another panel discussion. I would now like to call Kriti Mittal, entrepreneur in residence at Umidya Network India, to come up to the stage and start the panel. Thank you.
Hi, am I audible? All right, hi everybody, good afternoon. Let me actually invite all the panelists up here first and then introduce the panelists as well as the theme for this panel. If I can please have Suhail Bidani from the Gates Foundation, Donald Lobo who's the founder of many things which I'll just tell you about, Karan MV from GitHub, and Ravi Prakash from FIDE. Please join me up here on the stage. Hi. However, whichever order you prefer. Yeah. Hi, a warm welcome to the panelists. I know you've all heard many interesting things from various speakers throughout the day. This segment is really meant to focus on the broader ecosystem around DPI and DPGs, the crucial role that is played by the open source community in this movement, and how various different organizations and different types of actors can help unlock greater value from DPI and DPGs, particularly for what we call the next billion users or new to internet users. And though the panel is titled Ecosystem Track, I do prefer the word Samaj to the word ecosystem, and I hope that in this discussion we can all focus more on the Samaj element of this Samaj Sarkar Bazaar framing that the panels throughout the day have had. Each one of you, I think, has a really unique perspective, different vantage points as leaders from funding organizations, civil society, from community platforms, tech builders. So hopefully in this discussion, I can draw on all of your different experiences and we can, collectively get to a better understanding of the how and why of community building around DPI, DPGs, which is what C4GT is all about. And I hope you can all sprinkle your comments with practical examples of what you've seen working in the real world and what you've seen doesn't work. And I hope we can generate some good learnings and insights from the Code for GovTech community as well. It's a very new community, but I believe it's critical for India's digital future and will play an important role in really shaping it. As we heard from Mr. R.S. Sharma earlier today, it might seem like each project is a small problem and each code contribution is a small contribution, but collectively, I think this is really a nation-building kind of effort that we're all a part of here. So quick introductions to the panelists. Suhail is the lead for digital at the India office of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. In this role, he's responsible for digital and technology interventions required across the foundation's programmatic work in India. And for the last 13 years, Suhail has spent time on the Digital for Development initiatives in low and middle income countries across Asia and Africa. Donald Lobo is the founder of Open Brackets Foundation and the founder of Glyphic, and the president at Chintagudia Foundation and the founder of CiviCRM. And he's been instrumental in cracking this model of enabling nonprofits and citizen sector organizations to leverage open source digital tools and has been supporting a whole network of grassroots organizations through his work. Karan leads developer relations at GitHub, which hosts one of the largest developer communities in the APAC region, and has also previously led engineering communities at Automation Anywhere and DigitalOcean. And Ravi, who we've all heard from already today, heads architecture and technology ecosystem at FIDE, formerly known as Beacon Foundation. He is the tech mastermind behind the Beacon Protocol and is playing an important role to rally together a community of engineers across the country and now I believe globally as well to build solutions leveraging the Beacon Protocol. And I'm Kriti from Umidya Network India. I lead the work on DPI and DPGs for ONI. So for the first segment, thank you. Let me actually start with a provocation, right? Do you think open source communities with no clear accountability to the public should be building population scale critical digital infrastructure that will impact the lives of billions? If we can just go around the group and have 2-minute opening remarks from each of you, please. If I can request you to use that mic.
I think we have heard this a couple of times before. I think there is a little bit of a general vagueness around the terminology of DPGs and DPIs, right? I think and we all know what open source is, right? But you can think of DPGs as a special class of open source, which is actually guided by some strong fundamental design principles of first obviously scale. It has to handle population scale. It has to have governance, or sort of like a community-driven, oriented governance around it. It has to have inclusion principles. It has to have social impact, etc. So you can think of DPGs as a special start of class of open source, and it's perfectly. And as R. Sharma sir today told, right, open source products are actually quite safe because there is no one team which is doing all the innovation. There's an entire community of developers who's all looking at it, continuously trying to improve it, continuously trying to break it. However, DPIs are quite different from DPGs in the sense that DPIs are actually a sort of I would say implementations of a lot of products which may or may not always be built using DPGs, right? That's a very important distinction to make. And it's usually a collaborative, consultative effort by multiple organizations, market players, governments and open source communities, which all come together and all obviously protected by strong principles, visions, and most importantly, certifications, right? So I think DPIs usually, and it's very good to use DPGs as to build DPIs, but I think unless and until there is a strong governance and certification and design principles frameworks around it, I think we are pretty sorted with DPIs, yeah.
So I think you're saying it's not that open source is less accountable. In fact, it's more accountable because there's more eyes on the code, as Mr. R.S. Sharma was saying.
Yeah.
But that for DPIs, you actually need a whole set of governance frameworks around
I
it
wouldn't use the
beyond
word
just
accountable. I think accountable would be a strong word there because open source, it's the implementers and the platforms that implement open source, right? That has to be accountable for putting all the checks and balances, applying all the certification rules, and actually constantly comparing it with the vision and and the principles of that DPI, which that DPG is part of. I think that's I would put that.
Okay, I can go next. I'm going to digress a bit. I want to congratulate a lot of people here because the declaration day for yesterday for G20 got a lot of limelight on DPI, DPG, and many of you here are responsible for contributing towards that success. And it's a very important piece, by the way. I don't know how many people even know for a long time, DPI meant in the print media context, dots per inch. So this definition itself was not well understood till the time Indian presidency brought this up as a high priority as part of the presidency. So congratulations to everyone. I'll try to be concise on your question. First of all, I do believe that irrespective of the community backing it up or not, we are all in some way or the other accountable for what we are delivering. I do agree with Ravi's point in terms of the role that an implementation partner may play, but at the same time, I think that accountability is not going off. There is a absolute necessity, in my view, to actually back DPI, DPGs from a community perspective. Having said that, there are many missing pieces, if I may call them, which I hope we get to discuss some of them today. It's also part of the learning that we as an organization at Gates Foundation have also had, right? we've been supporting DPI, DPG for a long time now, even before they were called DPI, DPGs. So it's been at least 10 years plus of investments going in that space. Clearly, a lot of things that we did not envisage, retrospectively we can say we went wrong on, but we are able to hopefully correct in many of those aspects of the DPI, DPG piece. So yeah, I mean, quick answer, absolutely we should continue developing it, and there is a strong level of accountability that we do carry. That's my view on it.
So I think a key point that I'm noticing, which Dr. Sharma mentioned in the morning as well, is that open source is really for the public as well. So it opens up opportunities not just for an individual developer or a student, but also for startups, for enterprises, for academia, for governments, and every sector or anyone to really look at, understand, contribute, and even be it implementing or contributing back to even make it better. So I think it's also provides a lot of opportunity for the space itself to grow and for people to learn as well. So it's I think that's really a key thing that I would say, because if you think about whether the public and whether developers or others need to be building it, if you think about how much of an open source dependency we have as common people, I can guarantee you, if you just open up all of your phones and then look at what all open source licenses are there behind the play, you'll be surprised. Or even any specific electronic device over here, right? Or open source is really a lot of the software, even examples, frameworks, protocols, whatever you take it, today is supporting a whole lot of key critical, mission critical aspects of what human development is able to do. And in fact, some parts of open source have even made it into outer space. So if there is such level of trust on what is being built on open source, be it even a small component or an entire application itself, I think the similar amount of trust would definitely help in building a whole lot of DPIs and DPGs in open source as well.
Yeah, so to a large extent, I agree with most of what everyone said out here. But I'll take everyone back in time, right? So we'll go back 10 years ago, approximately 10 years ago. And some of you might remember the whole SSL controversy, where there was a major flaw discovered in the SSL protocol, which drives most of the web today. And at that point in time, the world realized that this one individual was maintaining the infrastructure that the world was running on. So I think rather than expecting other people to be made accountable for, I think as foundations and funders, so here I'm putting on my funder/foundation hat on, it's up to us to actually support these open source developers. It's up to us to support the community, and rather than expecting them to say like, hey, we are going to actually, you all have to be accountable to us. Like, so open source by itself, we get a lot of it for free. But we also need to realize that many people are working their butts off trying to deliver value to society, and most open source developers don't make any money, right? And most foundations don't support, and I'm sorry that I'm even throwing the BMGF Foundation under the bus, right? That most foundations don't support open source and projects the way they should be supported, and the amount of money and the amount of time and effort that people put into it. So rather than saying that those projects should be made accountable, we should look at it as what's society's responsibility, what's our responsibility to make those things accountable and to give them the support and all the power and various things that they need so that they can deliver high quality products. And I'll just have one more point, right? And I agree with one of the comments here saying that DPGs are a specialized form of open source. And I think they're specialized in a not very good way, right? I think most DPGs don't have enough community backing them. And the problem with, if you don't have a community, then your accountability is even lesser. So for DPGs, I'm a bit worried about the accountability issue, primarily because they don't have a community backing them. For most open source projects, I'm not as worried because it's the power of the crowd.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, thank you so much for that. I think my views on this are fully in line with what, Karan and Lobo said in terms of, more community means more accountability actually. And I think the first step is really to dispel this kind of misconception that exists, especially amongst folks who are not familiar with how open source really works, that it's somehow less trustworthy, right? And I think that's sort of the first step, and this kind of initiative hopefully will go a long way in sort of dispelling that. Now we've also got open source champions within governments, so hopefully that will help a lot more as well. The other sort of notion that I've had in my mind is to see the open source community almost as a civil society for digital infrastructure, right? Like in the physical infrastructure, we have sort of different forms of civil society, but who are the people who are watching the code? It's really this kind of a community, right? With that, let me sort of shift gears to, dive deeper into, what have been some of the kind of learnings and challenges that you all have seen in your work. I think, Sohail, you started to share a bit about, the Gates Foundation, of course, has invested in DPI over several years, including some like DHIS2, which actually has a thriving, I think, open source community around it, and ODK. What have been the things that you've seen have worked and what hasn't worked?
So I'll start with the positive side of it. Clearly, some of them have had great adoption, so that's a plus for sure. I will take Lobo's point in a very positive way because, clearly as we started building some of these applications or platforms through our partner ecosystems, there was clearly a recognition that we want to get a product out, right? And that meant that we've really not focused on the community aspect of supporting some of those platforms and solutions, which is part of the learning that we got much later. It's also important to understand that if you don't invest in that ecosystem development, not just community, by the way, it's also organizations. By community, often we talk about individual volunteers coming in. I'm expanding the definition, saying there are organizations backing it up as well as helping with the implementation of some of those DPI, DPGs. I think that's where we learned our biggest learning came from that space, where it was initially, in the initial days at least, we were not as conscious in building that ecosystem or encouraging that ecosystem to come up. As a result, there is a quote-unquote vendor lock-in which tends to come in, right? Because if you have only one partner organization which is comfortable with that stack, then that's what continues to be the partner organization being sought all the time for all the work. And we all understand this, irrespective of which part of the world you are in. If a government has to procure and manage that on their own, they do have to run their procurement process. And as soon as that situation arises, lack of partner organizations means that this becomes non-sustainable or becomes a pretty significant challenge for the government to continue doing. So that's one of the biggest learnings. Apart from that, clearly sustainability also from a funding perspective, something I don't think we've cracked yet. There is still a very large dependency of philanthropic money coming in, and including some countries, especially Nordic countries, supporting it. We are yet to crack the business model with respect to DPI, DPGs. Hopefully we will, because there is far more effort going on now to solve for this, but not yet. And finally, in terms of just the approach, I think to a large extent, the approach was, and even now continues to be, a pretty siloed approach. Countries need not be looking at right now the holistic view of how DPI, DPGs come into play together. It is still one by one. So for example, you mentioned DHIS2, right? DHIS2 is one part of that story, but how do you get it linked with, let's say, ID, payments, all that holistic thinking is still missing. It will evolve, in my view, but more work to be done, especially in terms of getting the right set of technical expertise to some of these countries, so that even this picture and the holistic view can be drawn up for the policymakers and decision makers. One last thing, and going back to the last, the comment I made earlier, I think another positive is the advocacy has worked well, not just by development sector, but also by countries now. And India is a great story, right? When people like Abhishek Singh ji come and talk about all that success story of India, again, let's not forget, by default, it was not DPI, DPG when they started it, right? It has evolved in that manner that we are able to show that as a very successful thing. So that level of advocacy at least has done well to bring that required focus on DPI, DPGs.
Yeah, thanks for that, Sohail, for sharing some of those learnings. Let me actually bring it back to you, Lobo, for a slightly different sort of perspective, right? Because I think your work with Tech for Dev has actually demonstrated a somewhat different approach of having tech platforms come up from within a community, whereas some of the other DPIs that we've seen, as Sohail was also talking about, the community building sort of came afterwards, right? So can you share a bit more about Tech for Dev and how it works and what you've learned from sort of sustaining the community around it?
Yeah, and I'll also talk about sustainability in the same conversation, right? So we've always focused on the community, and I think someone mentioned that Ashwin was with Joomla today, and it's like, oh wow, I haven't heard that word in a long, long time, because I think communities like what Joomla had or what Drupal had or what Linux has, right, is basically when you're building stuff from the ground up, where you're getting everyone involved and everyone has what I'd call an ownership mentality towards it. That's how you build communities. And in our case, right, and I think, so I'll actually take a step back and say, building communities in the open source world, especially for the civic sector, I think it's next to impossible. For the gov sector, I think it's quite hard. And when I say communities, I mean developer communities. So we've rephrased it, right? For me, at least in the nonprofit sector, in the social sector, for me, the community is the NGO, right? And agree, they cannot contribute code, but what they can contribute back to us in the form of design, in the form of ideas, in the form of patterns is just mind-blowing. Right. So just earlier today, I was reading a blog post that one of our community members, one of our community NGOs, Saturday Art Class, in case anyone knows about that, basically posted some stuff that they did over the past few weeks. And it was quite amazing to see how this community is building and supporting each other. So I think there is, and I think most open source projects that are really useful and have strong communities come from the ground up. Someone scratches their itch. Linux started with Linus wanting to do, again, I'm giving you all a history lesson on open source. Linus wanting to scratch an itch that he didn't want to use Minix, which Andy Tannenbaum had built, and he wanted to build his own operating system. And that's how Linus started off, by sending an email to the Minix mailing group. And that's where I think is the power and strength of open source. And I think that's what we've got to learn for DPGs, right? And that's where I really like Code for GovTech, right? Because that was the first instance where it's like, hey, that's a really interesting model of trying to build community, right? It might means the college student community is also a kind of semi-fickle community, and GSOC has shown that. It's incredibly powerful, right? Where you know that you're going to get them for 2 to 4 years. Hopefully you'll get 10% of them for even longer, and that's mission accomplished. So I think it's really important for us to start also, even the DPGs, right, to start figuring out how do we build communities from the very beginning, rather than thinking like, hey, if we build something amazing, something great, the world is going to come to us and want to start contributing. Because I don't think that's real. Means I don't think people live in, means, like, agreed, everyone will admire what you've done and say like, that's amazing, but good on you, mate, but I really don't care about it because I want these things.
Yeah. Actually, that, with that, let me come to Ravi. With Beacon, you're kind of now seeing lots of different use cases across sectors that the protocol can potentially sort of be leveraged for. So, can you talk a bit more about the need for community to create use cases in this context, right? And as Lobo was saying, if it's something I'm going to use, then I have the incentive to sort of contribute, right? How have you seen the evolution of the Beacon community? and also what can we learn from the backend community that, mistakes that C4GT should avoid, or things that C4GT should learn from the backend community and replicate?
Mistakes, that's an easy one. We have made lots of them. I will list each one of them out one by one. But before that, I think let me talk a little bit about learnings, not just from a community point of view, but also from enabling an ecosystem, right? From that point of view as well. I think one. I'm not going to say what C4CD should do or should not do. I'll just tell you what worked for us. I think right at the top of the list would be, I think, an insane bias for action, right? Which means that it's not just enough that you think about a great idea. You need to somehow, you need to actually, bring it to execution, which means that if it means that, okay, I need to take a flight, knock on somebody's door because they were supposed to deliver something tonight, you go and do it, right? And that actually brought a lot of results. It actually accelerated even the setting up of the overall Backend Open Collective, and actually enabling ecosystems like ONDC and the other other networks that are currently on coming up. Second is I think as community builders, I think at the beginning there was a lot of heavy lifting that we had to do, which means that if there is a community call on Wednesday evening, which means you start preparing on Thursday, right, of the last week, right? So there is a significant amount of preparation that needs to go. There is a lot of follow-ups that we did to all of the volunteers. Just because a person is a volunteer doesn't mean that he is not accountable, right? I've actually heard a lot of feedback from people saying, hey, he's a volunteer, we can't hold him accountable for timelines. No, I don't believe that. Right? If that volunteer has said, okay, I am spending 5 hours on this week. Unless there is, some big emergency or anything, it's your responsibility as community managers and community owners to actually, follow up with that volunteer. Make sure that wherever he's blocked, you're unblocking him or her, right? And that requires a significant of participation from the community managers and the community builders throughout the course of that entire project, right? It's not that, okay, you put up a ticket and then you forget about it, right? Okay, you call them up and say, okay, where are you stuck? Are you stuck somewhere? Is there any particular help you need? You make those connections with the other developers who have actually solved or have expertise in that area problem. Put them in touch with subject matter experts. I think that's something which really worked for us, which helped bring this community together. And I think regarding the mistakes that we have made, I think documentation would be right at the top. I think you need to document everything because
now you have the C4GT framework.
Yes. So I think we significantly lagged in documentation because I think we were all hustling right at the beginning, but I think it did bite us back at the end, because when there is this inflection point where everybody starts asking you questions, right? And that's where you cannot be sitting on one-to-one calls all the time. Right? So I think that we did feel the heat of it a little, and then we had to sit together. And I think I learned this thing from, I think, you, Rahul, only. I think that there are even documentation hackathons that happen where people sit and, actually build developer docs, right? I think it's good. And now with the age of AI and everything, I think, I recently was experimenting with ChatGPT, where you can just upload all the PDFs that you have and you can actually talk to your PDF. Right? I think we should leverage existing tools and existing technologies to, build documentation. And fourth thing, I think it's more of a learning, I would not say a mistake, but is something which we do constantly, everywhere in all initiative, all projects, is visualize the outcome, right? I think it doesn't come naturally immediately because you have to think 6 months ahead. But you really have to sit down, visualize the outcome, right? Even if it's something like an event like this, right? So the outcome starts with, okay, a person walks in, what does he do? Right? You start from there, what is he, empathize with that actual, the end user of the program or the product or the project or whatever you're doing, and document that. I think what I've noticed is as you document, you start, noticing these big holes. So like, oh, we didn't think about this, we didn't think about that. I think that these are some of the learnings actually which really helped us, boost this community, ahead. So, yeah, that's pretty
No, thanks so much for that. Actually, let me come to you, Karan. you know, GitHub has sort of been the platform on which open source communities come together and collaborate. Do you actually think there's something different about a community like Code for GovTech that's contributing to DPI, DPGs, versus communities that have sort of been around for decades, like Linux you talked about, that have been contributing to open source in general? Is there a, you know, I don't know, greater sense of responsibility here because it's a GovTech kind of a project, or are there other sort of differences in your view?
So I think from what I've seen with Code for GovTech, right, there's a real lot of interest from students to professionals alike, and also a commitment to build a community around it and make it more sustainable. And what I've noticed with a whole lot of other open source projects, if you were to say, be it a developer tool or even a consumer product, etc., is a couple of things, So you would find a whole lot of them referred to as open source, and that's it, whether be it software or protocol or whatever else it is, because they hold their culture very strongly. And open source, firstly, is a culture. So it's not an afterthought saying that, okay, I built this and I'm just going to put it out over there and now it's open source. It's something that's cultural, similar to how it is within an organization. And it also defines the values of how something has to work, or how do you communicate, how do you build things, and how do you make decisions, etc. So there is a very strong cultural aspect. The other thing with a whole lot of the open source projects, which is something that the DPG and the C4GT community can take some learning and examples from, is that a whole lot of open source projects have a vision. So they are able to really showcase this vision to all of the people who are coming to contribute, saying that, welcome on board. This is not just something that you're going to be building, but this is going to be something which will be a part of what we will have 6 months down the year, a year, down the year, etc. So they have very clear product roadmaps, and people really, as contributors, buy into the vision of what this is going to be 6 months, a year, a couple of years down the line, and they buy into the values of what that open source project is about. And in a way, one of the really good similarities that I notice also is that a whole lot of open source projects today operate as what Dr. Sharma ji beautifully mentioned as HCF, right? As what is the common thing that we can actually build within this open source project itself. Now, a whole lot of open source projects get tons and tons of feature requests saying that I want this, I want this, I want this, I want that, etc. So even they operate in a very similar way, saying that all of that is good, but what is the core common thing that we can build to enable all of these things, so that then the contributor and developer community can go ahead and build on top of whatever we are building as a core. So I think that is a very great similarity that I see between a whole lot of open source projects which have been around for long, be it Linux or the Apache projects, or even something as recent as Kubernetes or so. Almost as a short form saying it's a CVV. It's a culture, it's the values and the vision that they kind of really hold closely to drive a whole lot of leadership.
Nice. I think just sticking to this culture, values, vision point, right? I think, Ravi, you also spoke a bit about the kind of cultural aspects of community building, that you experienced with Beckon. And just before our panel, Rahul launched this, incentive system for the Code for GovTech community, which I thought was really, it adds this, not just fun element. I know you called it a fun element, but I think it's also part of the defining the culture of the organization, right? If you contribute more, you get some kind of a recognition from the community, some kind of acknowledgement for your contribution. From both Ravi and Lobo, your work with open source developers, what are some other things that are core to creating this culture and sustaining this culture, that the Code for GovTech community can learn from the experience with the Tech for Dev projects, with Beckon? Right. What are the sort of softer elements that are actually really important?
Right.
I wouldn't exactly call it software, but I think I would, let me talk you from a cultural point of view. I think something which again worked really well for us was, I think we all have to accept that we are living in an age of instant gratification, right? Which means people want, I mean, uh, everybody has an opportunity to contribute, and everybody needs to be acknowledged. Everybody wants to stand out, which means that I think the appreciation and acknowledgement of contributions must be made in places where today's users generally exist, which means that it's not about just adding your name to the contributor list on GitHub. It's also about just making a post about that one person and putting it up on social media, right? It's huge. It might not seem like big, great for us, but I think for that volunteer or that contributor, it's a huge credential, right? So I think we should also leverage existing, platforms where users exist and appreciate them, whether it is about just giving a point, whether it's about gamification, or we have to find a way to somehow gratify their contributions, to acknowledge their contributions, because one, I think they are doing it for free first things, right? I think we have to be thankful for that, and the whole world runs on open source today. And unfortunately, I think somehow I feel that gamification and sort of, I would say, point systems sort of reduce the contributions of a particular person to some one number or something, right? I would say make it a little more open, saying that this person has actually contributed, 50 projects, contributed 50 projects, he has actually closed 50 issues, rather than actually bringing it down to one pointer, right? Because you don't know what that one pointer can be resolved into, right? I think that's something which we realize even when we are trying to, figure out a reputation infrastructure for backend as well, right? Where you cannot reduce the reputation of a seller or a buyer to a single point, because maybe that, maybe it's like, I don't know how many of you have seen House MD, but maybe the doctor is very rude, but the number of success cases is, very high. So he might get a very low rating on, Practo or something, but actually his his success rate might be very, very high. So I think we should explore multiple avenues. I think that's one point. And secondly, I think we should, I would say, open up the, reputation score to a lot more parameters and let people judge on their own and select, okay, I want if there is an issue, I want to be closed in 30 minutes or so, then I will probably just open it up and say, okay, there is one developer whose rate of closing issues is very high. I'll probably choose him, rather than saying that I want to, choose a developer who is 4.5 rated or high. Maybe his innovation might be very high, but his turnaround time might be very low. So I think it's better to sort of, open up the entire score or the entire ledger and let the users decide, right, rather than being the judge of that one person, right? I think that's something which I feel, yeah.
So what we did with the C4GT interns, right, I think there were 10 or so of them across Tech for Dev, is because we have quarterly sprints where the whole team meets in a fairly decent location once a quarter. So we invited all of them to this event. And without a doubt, like at the midpoint evaluation, because I was talking with all of them said that was the highlight. And these events, like, we spend some amount of money, right? And everyone thinks like, oh, we get to stay in a decent hotel, we get to eat good food, etc. But from our perspective, like, we get a shitload of work done from them, right? Because the amount of contributions that people give, and this also happens to the NGO community, right? We invite the top performing NGOs. When I say performing, I mean the ones who we really interact with on a regular basis, the ones who are actually giving back to us and helping us make the product better by their feedback. We invite them to these sprints also. And without a doubt, like, that's probably the best investment of money we make across the project. Because, and it's a really nice win-win for both parties, right? We think we are getting the better end of the bargain, and the NGOs feel that, hey, this we are getting a 1 week really nice semi-paid vacation. So that's one way where we think that's how we approach and build community, and we did that even with Civi CRM, right? I think actually Omidyar might have funded that event also. And our first sprint at Civi CRM was a book sprint, where we said we didn't have documentation. Let's get all our top users, took them to Tahoe for a week, and at the end of the week we had a book sprint. We had a book on Civi CRM. So that's one way we build community. The other way, which I really agree with Ravi, is community building is super hard. And it's a lot of hard work for the people building the community. So one rule that we have internally is, let's try to answer all queries within 24 hours or less. Right? And it doesn't make any difference whether it's on a weekend or whether it's on a weekday or whether it's in the middle of the night. And it's easy for us because like most of the team is in India, I'm in the US, it's a 12-hour gap. So pretty much we have 24x7 coverage. So anyone can ask a question at any point in time. And I'm pretty sure our response rate is 6 hours or less. Means I'd love it to be 1 hour or less. We have a ChatGPT response rate which responds immediately. But I think like lowering the barriers is super, super important, right? You've got to make your installer, like again, it depends on who your community is. If it's the NGO, you've got to figure out like what's the easiest way they can onboard onto the platform with least amount of friction. Like what documentation can we provide? If it's a developer, like can we have a Docker Compose script that they up and running? And actually that was a C4GT contribution because that's what we learned. Like, holy shit, installing Glyphic it wasn't really hard. It was just a 10-step process. And can we reduce that 10-step process to a one-step process, which we managed to do because that was our evaluation criteria. If you help us write a Docker Compose script, we'll guarantee you get in, you work with us.
Yeah. No, thanks for that. I think just to sort of close out this segment, right? So, Hale, do you think funders need to now start building in community building targets and milestones, right? As part of I know you said the funding model largely for DPI, DPGs is an unsolved problem, and I fully agree with you there in terms of the business model side of it, right? But even in terms of the grant structuring side of it, right? Are we looking at, should we be moving beyond looking at, product releases and implementation kind of targets to also building in these kind of community building targets?
Thank you. So I think the changes started happening, and it's been a few years. But at the same time, I don't think we've perfected it. So we are still trying to figure out what's the right model, so to say, for that. And I'll pick something which I don't know who said, but in terms of just getting that opportunity for the community to come and give inputs on design and ideate part, and also just not that, by the way, the user testing component, right? Yeah. Sometimes we don't think about that. We tend to think a lot in terms of the code generation itself, but just that component as well. Clearly, we need to put some of these as critical success factors within the grant itself, which is being given. So that is a given. But I also want to touch upon another point, which I don't know if I shared with the Samagra team here. On my core reason of getting interested with C4GT was actually these interactions that we tend to have with really young people. When I say young people, I'm just saying, let's say the Generation Z and hopefully Generation Alpha in the next few years. I think surprisingly, compared to at least my generation, they tend to have a very strong meaning to what they want to do in life. And a lot of times, we felt that they just don't get the visibility on how they could contribute in a very meaningful manner, irrespective of what they may do, right, in terms of profession or just the income generation piece of it. We felt that C4GT gives that opportunity for many of them to at least get that level of exposure. And after that, if you decide to pursue that as a career, great, right? Even if you don't, I think it's a huge positive. Yeah. And we should see how to sustain that momentum, keep that interest alive in the larger community, which is where I think the launch of the community part of the program is great. And hopefully many of them would continue to see value in the work. One final thing which I also want to put it as a request to people in the audience is actually to give very concrete feedback on what can be included as part of this thinking. I think the point you just made on instant gratification, see, end of the day, with all due respect to Rahul and everybody involved behind the thinking on the framework, we may not know everything that you may want, right? So I think it's upon us to listen, but equally important that you share what really works for you.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I think also thanks for bringing up the user testing piece, because that brings me sort of to our last segment for this conversation, which is all about the users. And in particular, what we call in India the next 500 million internet users, or globally the next billion users, right? And I think, Ravi, you also mentioned in one of your remarks earlier the need to sort of, for the developers who are contributing, through C4GT and through Beacon and other communities, to have empathy with the end user and sort of have that perspective in mind, right? So what are some of the ways in which we can bring this user centricity, more, make it a focus for the C4GT community, for DPI, DPGs more broadly as well, particularly for sort of newer internet users, right? Let me actually start with you, Lobo. You've worked with a bunch of, grassroots organizations. The grassroots organizations themselves are also users of technology platforms, and then they, of course, work closely with individual end users who tend to be more from the next 500 million segment. What are some examples that you've seen of designing for these users?
So yeah, again, if I put on my funder hat on, right? So today, from a product perspective, if you're not user-centric in your design, right? If you're just coming to us with a product proposal or with a code proposal, we are probably going to throw you out immediately. And to a large extent, from our experience, right, the code aspect of things is probably 20% of the cost. 80% of the cost, time, energy, effort is talking to the users, listening to them and learning from them. And I'll give you this example of GovTech, right? We had a advisory board of people who are already using WhatsApp, and this was approximately 3 years ago. And we listened to them and we built the first product in like 3 or 4 months. Again, wonders of modern internet technology, way different than the Joomla days. So in 4 months, we actually had it out, and out of which we probably had maybe half the features that came in from the users and some of the features that we thought were useful. 50% of what we built in those 4 months were not used for the next 3 years, right? But after like 4 to 6 months, we basically switched to this user-centric model where the users were giving us enough feedback, again at the sprints, again on Discord, which is our online communication channel, that we basically didn't have to do anything. We just had to listen to them, have conversations with them, and we'd basically have a roadmap for the next 2 months. And then we'd also say like, hey, that's a really good idea, but that's really, really hard. So let's put it on the book. Or we think that's a good idea, but you're the only one who's really asking for it. And as much as I love you, I'm not going to build something only for you. Because in general, whenever someone wants something, we always say like, hey, if there are 2 or 3 NGOs who are going to use it, we are willing to build it, but if it's only one, like it's a really hard decision. So for us, from a product perspective, right, like we treat user interactions, user-centered design, documentation, testing as first-class citizens, right? Code is equally important, but code is just 20% of the whole thing. Like documentation, automated testing, getting the user involved and getting them up and running as soon as possible, and getting their insights and feedback into what they're using it for. And again, like just because an NGO tells us something, you don't believe, you don't go take that and run off with it, right? You've got to ask them questions. So we drill deep into it, we'll write up a document, and then we'll go shop it around to other NGOs and say like, hey, we want to do this feature, like how does this apply to you? What changes do you want in it? And so that's the way we approach, and even in the new platform, Dalgo, that we just released. Again, we worked with a coalition of 5 to 7 NGOs, and each one of them had slightly different perspectives on what they wanted from the platform. And ultimately, the platform that came about was a combination of all their needs and the ability for us to customize it so that it would, like, even though the core platform didn't support everything they needed, we were able to customize it for each of their needs.
Fantastic. Let me actually, in the interest of time, and I also want to leave some time for audience questions, let me close this out with a question to you, Ravi, on, again, focusing on the users, and particularly more vulnerable users. When you think about, say, Kiran's work with on the health stack, when you think about agri-stack, which is coming up, and you think about the kind of users, end users that we'll have here, what are the kind of safeguards that we should all be thinking about, and that we, in the philanthropic sector should be putting more capital and resources behind when it comes to DPI, DPGs? And also, what do you see as the role of the community in identifying these kind of user-centric risks and safeguards and sort of working on them?
Okay. So I think a significant amount of time that we spend, trying to adapt Beacon in various use cases is to first sort of identify. So, okay, let me just take a step back over here, right? Backend is so abstract that we technically, it can be used for any sort of transaction over here. Wherever there's a consumer and a provider, you can technically put, backend as a transaction protocol in between. But we don't always do that, because the first question we ask is it actually solving a real problem, or is it just a solution trying to look for a problem, right? Which means that most of the time we spend is to actually find out, hey, what is that one resource that the end user is looking for, right? Sometimes, I mean, recently, I'll just give you a real example, probably that will help you guys relate a little. We were talking about EV charging as a protocol, right? Where the vehicle EV owners can actually, search for vehicles, and they can, discover them and then block, some chargers time and then fill. But then as we started asking more and more questions, then we realized that the real resource that we are actually trying to discover and buy is actually energy. It's not a charger, it's actually energy. So then we applied the same design principles of unbundling and layering and realized that the discovery, the energy can be actually unbundled from the delivery of that energy, right? And just like how, when you're buying like a packet of bread, right? Just because you place an order for the packet of bread doesn't mean you have it immediately, right? There is a delivery agent who brings that packet of bread to your home. So when we started applying these principles to the same concept of energy, we realized that actually this overall EV charging consists of two types of transactions. One where you're buying energy, second where you're using the charger to deliver that energy to your vehicle, right? So I think that when we applied, then suddenly the whole ecosystem opened up, right? Which means that now you can have independent energy transactions everywhere, where I can block X number of units of energy and get it delivered later. I can buy X units of energy. Instead of using an EV charger, I can use a battery swapping delivery mechanism. Or there could be new market opportunities where maybe there's a truck going around the city which is actually charging vehicles as it go along. The moment we unbundle the resource from the delivery or the fulfillment of that resource, suddenly the ecosystem exploded. Then it was no longer about EV charging. It was actually about fundamental energy transactions happening between end users, right? Now we have more and more use cases where people are saying, okay, I will offer energy storage as a service, right? And the delivery of that is anyways unbundled from the overall ecosystem, which means that a homeowner can actually use a solar panel to store some energy for a while, and then some vehicle can come and charge that vehicle from there, right? Both of those, the vehicle, there's a separate transaction between a vehicle and the charger, and there's a separate transaction between an energy provider and the battery. So that's where we realize that identification of the resource is very, very important. What is the actual fundamental problem that you're solving? You're trying to solve the problem of energy, right, in this ecosystem. So I think once you really go deep and identify, the core, components of, or the core frictions that occur in any transaction, I think suddenly there are, lots of use cases, lots of products that can actually be built, right? I think that's one way to sort of, empathize with the end user. Regarding safeguards, I think it's when it comes to implementation, I think at scale, right? There is a need for a lot of frameworks. There is a lot of need for testing tools when it comes to certification tools, testing tools. I think there is this entire ecosystem of just tools and utilities that is required to enable ecosystem at scale, right? Which means that I think there's a very famous quote saying, whenever there's a gold rush, right, don't search for gold, sell shovels, right? So I think that is a huge market, and that is an incentive driven market as well, where actually, funders can come in and start funding tools, right? One of the most popular tools that we know, Postman, right? It's a tool. It's never participates in the actual transaction, but it helps developers test their APIs, right? Which means there are, I mean, we actually collated a list of some 50, 60, tools that are potentially possible, right from, use case generators to, example checkers and all of these wacky tools which we came up, and all of them contribute to, one small part of the large ecosystem and solve for one small problem. In that, rather than creating an entire single tool which does everything, try to solve one small friction or where, you can actually scale the ecosystem. So I think that way of thinking will help, I would say, directed innovation, right? Innovation, especially which solves a real problem, rather than innovation agnostic of the problem itself, right? I think that's something which we learned a lot.
Thank you. Thanks for that, and thanks all of you for your inputs and also your advice for the C4GT community. Let me actually come to the audience for any questions now, and then if we have a bit of time left, I'll come back to each of you for your one-line closing remark on what's your aspiration for C4GT going forward. All right. Any questions? There's one in the back. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, I'm Akhil from NHA. So I really like the conversation that happened and the important stakeholders in DPGs. But I want the panel to double click on the role of maintainers, because I think we've spoken about contributors and funding, but I think the incentive structure for maintainers is clearly not aligned, and I think they're the most overworked people in the entire system, and that's the weakest link, right? So if the maintainer is not really passionate, or you can have a lot of contributions, but then if the maintainer is not approving your pull requests, so that's where things can break. So I would like a double click on that particular aspect.
Karan, Ravi.
Yeah, great point. I think one of the things that's important among some of the DPG projects is really to identify the specific roles. Because if you look at any open source project, there is a role of a maintainer who is really helping drive the vision and who is really looking at how they should progress. And then there is a creator who started it at some point. There are contributors. So essentially, it almost for lack of a different word, forms the governance structure of what a project must be. And even outside of DPGs, that is what it is. However, a key thing is that when a contributor experience is really defined, I think that's where the role of a maintainer becomes even more important on, okay, how can I enforce and make sure that this contributor experience is very similar to any developer and contributor, while at the same time, stepping away and making sure that the community is really self-organized. So if you look at a whole lot of the maintainers for many open source projects these days, they're not really looking at approving contributions or looking at who is contributing what. They're looking at, does this help grow with the vision or not? So essence TLDR is one, making sure that what is it that the project really wants for the contributors, and then trying to automate that as much as possible, and then also mentoring other up and coming contributors to take on the role of a maintainer is important. And then second is also to make sure that there is either clearly defined or even loosely defined, but somewhere defined what are the roles and responsibilities of these DPG projects, who plays the role of a maintainer, and what are the different, say, implementers or users, who are the contributors, etc. Because in some cases, the maintainer could be an organization, and the organization could define what could be a governance structure, or the maintainer could be a collective of individuals from different organizations. So I think it's important to first define what this structure is like, and it could be unique for every DPG, and then deciding, okay, how do you kind of take it forward? I think many of the DPGs are, and Ravi can probably add more details, are on track, to kind of achieve such kind of a structure.
I think, Rahul, this needs to be the next framework that comes out of C4GT, the roles and responsibilities.
Yeah. I think I have a couple of more points to add about what Karan said. Is I think we as open source maintainers, I think I personally, in case I have not merged any of your PRs, I'm sorry first of all about that. But one of the roles and responsibilities of the maintainers is also to provide an easy framework, if it's via a tool or whether it's just a README file on the document, on the contributor to self-evaluate his contribution, saying that, hey, there are these 6-7 checklists we need to say, okay, some of them could be just simply code quality that you can always automate using, code checkers, etc. Second thing is your contribution or is your proposal following these 4-5 design principles of our product or the vision of the project itself, right? I think that's very important for the maintainers to actually publish that even before the repository, the code is published, right? Saying that these are the 5-6 things that this project is oriented towards. This is the problems that they are trying to solve. This is the vision. This is the mission. And you can very well submit a proposal that may expand our overall, objectives, yes, but that will probably be taken as a second priority. But the first priority that, okay, if these 5-6 checklists are done, then you can probably submit your proposal. You'll more likely for your PR to get, merged, right? So I think that's something which is a responsibility as maintainers to publish that on the, the first page of our code itself, right? These are the, goals and visions, and every contributor must check their contribution or PR against these 4-5 design principles or design philosophies before you, submit your proposal, right? Actually, that reduces a lot of load for us maintainers to also, evaluate each and every PR. And it ensures that the product, the whole overall outcome of that project is also not corrupted, right? So I think that's something.
Just to add on one small last point to that is to make sure that if any of contributor or a developer wants to help maintainers, I think the very key important part and a very simple part how they can do is to just read, right? Because maintainers spend so much of time in creating documentation, like how Ravi and Lobo said, right? That most often when contributors are going, they might not even read what are the docs over there, and they might not even read what does that, template say, right? Which just adds more load and more work for all of the maintainers to try and enforce that, keep on communicating and to automate that. That shouldn't even be there in the first place because, if contributors really are interested in doing, I think the one way that they can help is just to read. Is there some documentation on what are the expectations that maintainers have so that it's helpful for both contributors as well as maintainers and so that the contribution really lands?
Okay. Do we have time? We have time for a few more questions. Right? Okay.
Hello.
Can we take one from there?
Yeah. Hi. This is Ronak here. I'm from NHA. So one question which I had was around product roadmap. So there's some discussion around product roadmap, right? So how do we differentiate between use cases building versus protocol building? For example, if there's a DPG which has undergone that journey of now government being the scaler, there might be a request coming in from Mantri ji to say, ये use case भी बना दीजिए versus someone from the community feeling that there needs to be a certain structure in which the protocol or the roadmap essentially needs to be maintained. So how do we strike that balance on ensuring that the community is as invested in the roadmap as people building on it, which is say the maintainers in this case? Like people who have built the DPG versus people who are maintaining the DPG, how do we strike that balance?
I think this happens a lot with us actually. Right. I think firstly around protocol building, I think protocol building is not driven by use cases, it's driven by design principles. I think that's one very important thing to understand over here. And those design principles must be upheld at all times, right? Even if, let's say if there is a use case that, that sort of prompts you to break some of those principles, right? That's where your protocol also breaks, right? I think that's something which we have, so which means that the maintainers have to really, provide a strong pushback firstly. I think if it sounds too ridiculous, but I think one is, yes, the protocol must be designed to accommodate as many use cases as possible, which means every time you even push anything out in the protocol, it has to be stress tested around a wide range of use cases. It has to be sector agnostic, it has to be technology agnostic, it should not be leaning towards one or other type of user or one type of target group and everything. I think that's why even if you look at it, protocol releases actually go once in 5 months or 6 months, right? It's not agile. Agile doesn't work in protocol design. I think that's one very important learning that we had. That's why I think usually whenever we release a new version of the protocol, usually there's like another 300 to 400 new use cases added to that, right? It's never like, okay, we'll push an update just to accommodate one use case. But I think that is one sort of approach of taking. The second approach is also to provide suitable accommodations inside the protocol that allow for existing use cases to, implement that protocol for their particular use case, right? I think that's also important. That's why we invested a lot of time in, providing those, outer, I would say extension. I would not call it extensions, but places where you can add your, customized, use cases and fields, etc., to accommodate for your use case. But then as and when the protocol, gets released that accommodates those new use cases as well, then we also do a round of evangelism, and the overall ecosystem is also sort of migrates towards that new particular use case. But yes, a protocol design sort of is a slightly slower cycle than typical platform design. And until during that cycle, either you have to say no, simply, right? That protocol does not support that use case, or you provide enough and more sort of, abstractions or, sort of more accommodation in your protocol to support that use case, I think, and then finally, release that in that way. That's the only way you can go about it, or else, it's simply that if you break the protocol for one particular person or one particular use case, then you have to break the protocol for all of them, and that's where all of these forks and non-interoperable stuff start coming in, right? I think you have to the maintainers have to uphold their design principles all the way till the end. That is because that's the only thing that is going to make your protocol stable and protocol last for like 100 years or 150 or more, right? It has to stand the test of time.
Thanks. I think the Samagra team is telling me we are flat out of time, but thanks to all of you for a rich conversation. And I think all of these kind of inputs are really valuable for the community, on an ongoing basis. So I hope that all of you will continue to be engaged with C4GT and keep sharing these kind of insights. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now request Kriti to please give a token of appreciation to all the panel members. As well for managing this panel and thank you, Kriti, for hosting this panel. And it was great to hear some of the discussions and tensions that we have in all of our discussions in building the C4GT community. We've all been working together to do that. It's great to have them surfaced here, and look forward to all your support for the C4GT community going forward. Going forward, now, as the next session comes up, we have Ujjwal, who's the Chief of Staff at Samagra, to take us to the next session that talks about the markets track. Ujjwal.
Cool. Thanks, Sukhpreet. I'm both, I would say, quite excited and humbled to host this panel today. So I'd, of course, begin with inviting and introducing our panelists. So first up, we have Suresh Sethi. So Suresh is the MD and CEO of Protean eGov Technologies, formerly known as NSDL eGovernance Infrastructure, a company that has been at the forefront of creating DPIs and delivering e-governance services while working with multiple government agencies for the last 25 years. If you have used PAN verification online, which I feel you would have, then you should know that there have been 7 billion plus such transactions till date, and Suresh's team has been behind it. Suresh has 30 plus years in global financial services, championing financial inclusion tirelessly through his career. He's also the former founder and CEO of India Post Payments Bank, which was behind creating and adoption of the large-scale interoperable banking infrastructure in India. And under his leadership, Protean right now is pioneering the creation of Sunrise DPs across sectors from ONDC to AgriStack to Honest. Welcome, Suresh. Next up, we have Vimal Kumar. So Vimal is the founder and CEO of JustPay, known for creating India's payment operating system. JustPay has not only transformed payments, but has also been behind the disruptions like Namma Yatri that many of you would have heard of for booking autos, and which is backed by the Auto Rickshaw Driver Union in Bangalore, and the Bheem app, which was the reference solution that was built on in the early days of UPI. JustPay has also been leading the efforts at building OCEN, which is the Open Credit Enablement Network, which is the credit infrastructure rails that JustPay is driving today to widen the distribution of credit at the last mile. Previously, Vimal has also been the CIO at bankbazaar.com and a tech lead at Amazon. Welcome, Vimal. Next up, we've already heard from him today, but I would like to welcome Kiran Anandam Pillai. Kiran is the CEO and founder at iDrishti, an eye care chain with more than 10 hospitals delivering affordable eye care in underserved areas of Karnataka. Kiran, as we saw, has been a technology advisor at NHA and has been a core volunteer driving healthcare at the iSpit Foundation. Previously, he has also been a volunteer at UIDAI for Aadhaar and has also been the founding member of OnMobile, where he helped build it and become a public company. As you saw, he has been instrumental in building and ensuring that ABDM goes through the strides in future. Welcome, Kiran. Next, we have with us Mr. Shiva Murthy, who's a partner at EY. Shiva has been leading the education sector and has been the skill technology leader for the government and public sector practice at EY. He has over 23 years of experience with global clients in the technology and social sector space with extensive experience in technology transformation in both education and skilling sector. So I would like to welcome Shiva. Cool. Lastly, we have Mr. Rajesh Menon. So Rajesh is the head of growth and strategy at FIDE, previously known as Beacon Foundation, that's anchoring the Beacon protocol. Rajesh is currently focusing on coming up with different use cases of Beacon and also driving the global partnerships of Beacon. He has also worked on DPGs in public health as director at eGov Foundation and has played a critical role in implementation of DIVOC, which powers CoWIN. He has anchored the implementation of DIVOC in 6 countries beyond India. And welcome, Rajesh. So I think it's obviously great to have such a diverse panel here. And the core theme, why we are sitting for this discussion today, is to understand how markets today are playing a role in innovating on top of these digital rails. So to begin with, of course, would like to first go deeper into your own experience over the last 5 years. So just if I focus on the last 5 years, what is it that makes you believe that markets can create that transformation that's needed to unlock value for the next billion users? And I would like to start with you, Suresh. So I heard you mentioning in one of the conferences recently that DPIs have the potential to unlock economic value of nearly $700 billion across sectors. So would love to understand the thought behind it and how do you see markets playing a role in it?
No, thanks, Ujjwal. I think that's a great question and also a lot of impact value when you talk about the ROI or the return involved if you believe in the story of DPIs. So I think India's tryst with DPIs started in 2009 when we did the identity, the foundational DPI. And ultimately we look at it and the 3 foundational DPIs came on solving for us, who am I, what do I do, and what do I have, which is the ID, the transactions we do, the payments, the digital commerce as we see it today, and then leading on to our digital assets, the money and everything, and movement of the same. So I think the DPIs, the government has spoken about the fact that they want to create 17 national level stacks, and Omidyar report talks about 10 national ODEs being ready by 2030, which will solve for multiple ecosystems, including agriculture, health, justice, logistics, to talk about the ones which are less spoken about. And I think each one of these has a significant value in unlocking new streams of revenue, contributing into the GDP, and at the same time producing a huge amount of saving. To give a few examples, if we look at the entire FASTag implementation, for example, the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has gone on record to say in 2021 it solved for or saved 350 million liters of fuel. So there are quite a few of these ecosystem entities coming together. And when we look at the contribution in terms of the big number of 700 billion, we are talking a huge amount of new value getting created. DPIs which are solving for health are talking about increase in health expectancy. You're looking at skilling and you're talking about job fitment. You're talking about 70 to 80 million people getting the right job mix and the job fitment coming through. Students not dropping out of their colleges because of, again, a better discovery. That will again lead to huge amount of contribution. Then there are other areas which include farmer income increases. So all these DPIs ultimately put together and contribute to each and every aspect, which will unlock value and save for us. So I think that is what I would like to leave it with. Thanks.
Thanks, Suresh. So I think just double-clicking on one of the innovations that has happened in the recent times, and anyone from Bangalore could relate with. So Vimal, you've been behind building Namayatri. Very interestingly, I heard that there's a strike in Bangalore that's happening today where taxi unions are also now requesting to come on Namayatri, moving away from Uber and Ola. So would just love to understand, and I think it is amazing to know that in less than a year, 5 million rides have been completed on Namayatri, with auto drivers today earning more than 1 crore cumulatively every day. So we'd just love to understand the journey of Namayatri so far and how did it all start? Yeah.
Sure. It started with Pramod once talking, the digitization of transportation has to be done. Pramod Verma, with whom we worked closely on the UPI protocol. Just to give a context why all this is exciting and why we jumped into it, and it has been amazing. I'm like the kind of talks I saw. Like I was here for a couple of hours. When I was in college, I wanted to do this kind of work. That's what I felt. Now that we are opening up open source and solving the government, like a lot of problems, large-scale problems are there with the government. So scale excites us. Scale excites a lot of people. I think all of us, it excites us, right? So I've always been, inspired by nature. The nature or it was definitely physics to start with. The scale of physics that you can understand the universe itself and all of that. And always wanted to work on very large scale projects. And one of the key, why is digitization happening in the world? It is basically about, it's extremely cheap, right? Digitization is very cheap. Why is it happening? There is a very interesting talk by Richard Feynman in 1959. He talks about nanotechnology, it's going to happen. That is all processors, etc. are about nanotechnology in a way. The amount of atoms in a glass of water is more than the number of glasses needed to fill all the oceans put together. So one glass of water has so much material. So you don't need to be a king to build, the pyramids or all the big monuments. So you need just a laptop. So you are in fact building large physical structures inside this small wafer of silicon. So that is what we are calling as programming and all that. It's going to evolve and a lot of new things are going to happen. And there are also, the amount of, complexity in the brain versus how much complexity you can have in the size of a laptop, like that much material. So that goes on. So why AI is happening, all this is large discussion. So all this digitization is going to happen all around us. So we know that, right? So this is, so digitization of transportation is going to happen. And so this is the technology and scale, to keep it a little bit brief. The second is design. So we talked about user experience, but design is deeply rooted in how arts work. So how technology is rooted at science. Like we were wondering, like, how would it be for us to have the cheapest type of transportation, in which batching has to happen, like different new kinds of vehicles with EV and all has to happen. And it has to feel like a personal car, but it has to be personal, it has to be a public transport. So that is also inspiration behind how we started on this. The third, which is a recent, I would say a recent learning, is empathy. So empathy is also, I think a lot of talk about user empathy happened. Actually, the deeper side of empathy is just not empathizing with human. If you can become the water and if you can understand how water is going to behave, that is empathy. In fact, the word came from how is it to be a leaf or in a plant. So empathy is actually empathy is understanding. So we found that this whole divide in people that is happening, which all of, in one side there is huge amount of automation happening, in the other side where there is huge amount of people left out. We thought there has to be this whole scaling of tech and the depth of product design and the empathy put together. Namayatri is a kind of a learning for us in that. In a way, we focused on the drivers more, and we wanted to bring the deep tech and design. And the community aspect. There is a driver community, there is the community like people like us, the customer side community. How does the customer community help the driver community? Like a lot of experimentation and learnings that we have had, and starting to show up some of the results. Yeah.
Thanks, Vimal. I
Yeah.
think we'll be going deeper into this in the subsequent segments as well. I think Namma Yatri has been quite exciting to understand and just see what's happening with it right now. Cool. So I think moving from public transport to healthcare. So Kiran would, as we all know, you've been working extensively with public and private healthcare providers. As Vimal mentioned, scale is something that obviously is all on of our minds. And to transform healthcare at scale, you've been working with multiple such private and public healthcare providers. So what have been, I would say, the highs and lows of this journey so far?
Yeah, I think I would like to just, because I think you were also part of BEAM and UPI, and many times when we look at all these new digital public goods, there is a lot of comparison with Aadhaar and UPI and how they've been successful. Of course, ABDM is very far from many of these, and I would like to just remind all of us that, like, can you imagine if UPI could happen if the banks refused to participate in UPI? All of us enjoy UPI today, but imagine, and it did happen. In the early days of UPI, many banks in industry, the biggest banks said, hey, maybe do you really want to participate in this? Now, on a scale size, we still have probably, 30, 40 banks, key big banks. We have a regulator of RBI. Some push and pulls were possible for making sure adoption happened for the infrastructure or the rails to be laid. Health is a very, very different matter, right? 200,000 healthcare facilities in India, absolutely no regulator, very low spend and adoption on IT within the health ecosystem, and ABDM by design is actually voluntary. So, it is only going to be adopted if you can find strong use cases for people to take it. So, huge difference in adoption. And I would say, therefore, the journeys, of course, also looks quite different. We've kind of broken up the segment to get the adoption going into 3 large buckets: public sector, organized corporates, and then the small kind of hospitals and players. And I would say the learnings and experiences have been different from all 3. Public sector has been so far the best, mainly because I think the government is pushing pretty hard, and so you can see progress. And I think we have had some very interesting wins, and I'm very happy to see. I work extensively with many of the public hospital systems, very happy to see some of the very positive things that we are able to do for the common citizen with ABDM there. Like, so we were talking in the morning about how something as simple as a way to reduce the time you stand in a queue when you go to a public hospital as a big win on the ABDM side, right? Corporates and large corporate organized sectors have been very positive in their words, but very slow in action, right? So ever since we came out with ABDM, almost every large hospital, if you go see the website, you'll see the logos of almost all of them. Everybody has taken the energy, time and effort to probably integrate, get compliant, but very few have gone live. And there is a kind of a waiting game going on, saying, okay, who of us will kind of go first? Or why am I the one who will actually go first versus the other, right? With the small sector, actually, if you were to ask, and is there any doctors in the room, but if you were to ask the average doctor what is ABDM is, they'll say they don't know. So still a very, very long way to go when it comes to really the small sector and adoption, I would say. So my highs, I mean, I was talking to, I think, this one today morning, and somebody was saying in the previous panel that we live in a world of instant gratification. I was actually telling him that I live in a life of delayed gratification, So it's some of these things, the work on ABDM and the concepts like in UPI started actually back in 2016. By the time we could actually convince and say that the nation needs an infrastructure or a digital rail like this, it was already almost 2019. And by the time we actually got the budget, and by the way, COVID was the key driver to change the shift in gears where they said, okay, India needs to invest more in digital rails faster. And that's when the actual budgets and the push started to happen. But it was also very hard to implement during COVID. So I think ABDM has gone through a bit of challenges. I would say we are in the same stage as UPI in 2016. 2015 is when the specs and this one came out, the early stages of 2016, 2017. So, but I'm also very happy to see, and I think sometimes, it's very hard to see when something's on an exponential curve, but when I actually plot it on the curve, I can see that the numbers are moving really fast. So I'm also an optimist. I'm really hopeful of how this is going to go.
Thanks, Kiran. I think I think all of us are now waiting for that inflection point. A lot of foundation is ready, but yeah, thank you. So Shiva, moving to you, I think you have been involved in a very different role of kind of ensuring or getting states to adopt digital public goods like C-Cube for education data monitoring and Diksha for teacher training and so on. So what have been your learnings and what are the challenges that you have faced in this journey so far?
Well, my few words are going to be message from the battlefront. So, and like Kiran said, education is not a regulated space. It doesn't have the mass appeal that Namayatri would have, so it starts pulling. Children don't even know that they're going to get C-Cube, Diksha, or what they're going to benefit, right? So it's a big challenge. And like Abhishek ji mentioned, there are states and states. Well, let me tell you, if you go to the states, there are officers and officers as well. Nothing against it, because they're bombarded with so much of information, they really don't know what to choose. And of course, you have private parties coming in, and then they say that, take my solution, this is better, it's been done in so many states. I think the challenge is information, and to tell them why and how DPGs and DPIs, whichever form you take it, will actually benefit them. The second is also to inform the private parties in the ecosystem that they are not being excluded just because we are getting DPIs. And I think that's very key, because they do exert substantial mind share in the minds of the officers, and they may be tempted to take those solutions. When we make it more inclusive, first of all, give the benefits, and then make it more inclusive, then I think the adoption is easier. It's a tough battle, but we're getting there.
Understood. So I think because we, as Samagra, also work with government, so we completely understand. And I think that was going to be my next question, so I'll come back to it soon. So Rajesh, given your extensive global exposure, we just want to understand that how do you see markets playing a role in accelerating adoption of DPIs across the world? So yeah.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of my past 5 or more years have actually overlapped with a lot of them over here as well. And Kiran is actually very right. So in fact, even when I pick something like Dialog, for instance, a lot of that push actually happened because of COVID. And there was an accelerated understanding that DPJs is probably a faster way of accomplishing some of their critical priority needs, which were needed on the ground at that time. There wasn't a lot of time for bureaucracy and elevated thinking and all at that time. So the need was to actually experiment quickly and deploy fast, and then put all of that into policy action, which is where something like the vaccination systems actually moved in quick enough. And once governments across the world actually started getting a bit confident about the roles DPGs could play in enabling a critical building block like, say, health, I think the imagination curve has started to unfold right now. So we are starting to see that in many sectors. A lot of my experience actually stems from health, education, and so forth also. It's largely in the last few years that I've actually been working with colleagues like Ravi and so forth. And also, I look at Beacon very differently as well. So a lot of the other societal DPG work that we have actually done essentially moved from the top down and then translated into action on the ground, which is essentially a lot of the places where we tend to see a friction happen. We try to flip the script with Beacon at least. So with Beacon essentially being a very pro-market DPG and so forth, we kind of believe that all this micro-experimentation could actually happen with market actors, which is why we need strong believers like Vimal and all coming forward. And this has kind of been our experience in other parts of the globe as well. So I was just in, for example, like Brazil a month ago, spent about 2 weeks, 12 days of which was largely with the city governments, didn't really yield much, went into endless roundtables. But then the last 4 or 5 days were primarily with the industry hubs. And that just unlocked imaginations in the room. So people are willing to show that hunger and desire to actually experiment and move forward. And then the local governments also started realizing that let the energy, entrepreneurial energy, come from the markets. The governments can also have a role in enabling that through establishing these kind of policy rails. So we are trying to also see if ideas like Beacon could also offer some kind of an alternative economic development agenda where it could be very bottoms-up driven as well, along with a lot of the top-driven effort, which are essentially government subjects per se. So that's been our experience, at least in the recent past, and we're excited to see where this would actually unfold, but it still has a lot of friction to unblock and a lot of learnings to tap into as well. Like pretty much all of my co-panelists over here spoke about scale. We don't necessarily tend to see the scale being addressed in many of the other geographies, like say for example Latin America or Africa and so forth, but they have their own localized challenges, one of which have been essayed throughout the day, staffing shortages as well as skilling shortages being a primary requirement. So how do we help in creating that kind of a framework where even if we want to push through many of our ideas across DPG, DPIs over here, there has to be a framework by which we enable a lot of the communities over there as well. And it has to be some kind of a co-creation environment. So we're trying to see how many of these can be brought to fruition. So I'll shed more light into it as we move along.
Great. Yeah. Thanks, Rajesh. So I think, like you said, there's so many ideas, and I think on this panel itself, I've just heard like 5 very, very different areas and kind of ideas that you're experimenting with. But for markets, I think the next segment that I'd like to touch upon is that it becomes extremely important to find the right product market fit and also figure out a sustainable business model as you innovate on top of digital rails. So Vimal, would love to start with you. So in the journey of Namayatri, like what were the hypotheses regarding product market fit or say business model that you had at the time of starting it out, and which of those have worked and which of those have not worked as you had imagined at that time?
Sure. So first, we focus on the pull. So since we are a company and we always have to know the customers, wherever the pull would be the biggest, we identify that. So as said, there is I think there is this report that the future of India is going to be a service-driven economy, right? So there is going to be a lot of pull for people to do good service and provide that and feel happy about it. So we see that that is going to be a big thing, because there is one side there is going to be huge amount of automation. In the other side there is going to be like somebody like an auto driver, how can they be happy? And there is going to be that problem in the world. In India, the number is large, right? So, and we also saw that there is another being a little bit coming from the capitalist side, how can we do the least amount of work to unlock that potential, right? So we saw that what if the drivers own the app and we are a B2B business, we are in the payments, we are a B2B business, what if the auto drivers are our customers and they pay us a subscription? So the business model is, and with UPI auto pay, subscription had in payments, it didn't work till now that it has started working. So we, at scale, I just said like the processors are very cheap and scalable, so you can really actually reduce the cost. So there is a big opportunity for DPIs and DPIs. The infrastructure can be really running at very low cost. So that is something that we have perfected in UPI. So bring that into other markets. So if we can, if what the customer, the money that the customer gives goes to the driver is going to be very happy. So that we saw as a reasonably a very good starting point, that and a subscription business model, right? And also, this is not just here. Once you start here, it is going to open up with the beacon protocol, with ONDC. We can bring public transport and we can create a multimodal, a truly integrated multimodal experience. And we also saw with the EV move, there is going to be new types of vehicles. I'm trying to find, like, we need to design a share auto, for example. So it's like a single auto is not or a cab is not a scalable solution, and the bus is very big. And all these opportunities are there, and I think many people in the conversation said at the cheapest cost how to get the best experience, right? And there is a value unlocking which is going to happen in technology, product, and the people part, the empathy part. And we are also seeing that empathy part. How do we are trying to learn how can somebody who will be an auto driver, who will keep their children, they want to do something else, but how can they be happy in their life, right? And is there a business model towards that, right? That is also something we are exploring. Yeah.
Great. And I think I just saw yesterday that in September itself, you've become this subscription model for auto drivers. So let's see, I think, how that pans out. All the very best. So coming to you, Suresh, I think Protean has played a very fundamental role in offering a lot of foundational services, enabling the BFSI sector. So firstly, what have been the learnings, and as you thought about I would say, the business model of providing all of these services? And I also heard, have seen that Protean is also planning to now offer a data stack and a data layer related services. So how do you see that evolving going forward?
Yeah, I think for us, data probably is now one of the most disruptive DPIs. If you look at the entire account aggregator framework, it is about putting the power of the data in the hands of the owner. I think that is the fundamental approach. And India has probably also looked at it very differently vis-a-vis the rest of the world, because the conversation generally everywhere is about data privacy. And we've talked about data empowerment. And I think with data coming the way it is not just financial data, where RBI naturally has a lead in putting the framework together. With the DPDP Act coming today in place, you are also talking about health, you're talking about education, it can be any form of data. So when we look at our business model, I mean, for a long time, we've been providing very foundational services on the identity and the payment stack, e-sign, e-KYC, which today is being served to both the BFSI sector, to fintechs, and they are in turn providing services on application layers. But data in itself then completes the entire journey. So when we look at the banks, they are looking at lending journeys. And we look at today the RBI itself coming out with innovation hubs, which are building the credit stack, where you can have completely end-to-end digital journey. And there is a lot of value in then looking at the data and trying to do analytics around it to provide you surrogate scores for non-balance sheet lending. Equally important, we've seen from the industry that since we are talking data, it's not just about the financial data coming from a bank. It could even be data coming from other regulated entities outside the financial ecosystem. It could be telecom data, which today is being looked at very closely to see how it can reduce fraud in the financial ecosystem. So combining alternate data streams coming through the account aggregator framework, that is where we are looking at building the data stack, and in a way doing a vertical integration, but at the same time looking at horizontal DPIs and bringing them all together. So that to us is a very, very important layer from going forward from here.
Great. I think articulating data as a DPI is a very strong thought. And I think from that, Kiran, the presentation we saw on the lawing codes, which is essentially to standardize the health data. And I think a lot that startups can benefit from. So for startups, how is it that the product market fit is evolving to be? Whoever can leverage the Ayushman Bharat digital mission building blocks, including the healthcare data through which they can exchange patients, not exchange, but offer patient multiple services by leveraging standardized data.
Yeah. I think even before standard, I think the recognition that data and the data game is changing in India, I think is absolutely right. And the data protection bill, we are actually looking at the new Data Protection Act as a major tailwind for adoption of ABDM. Now, while I said that there are 200,000 guys, how will we, it's all voluntary, how will we kind of get them to adopt? One of the key thinking has been that anybody who's creating any personal healthcare data digitally, right, will come under the act. And the way that we are actually trying to convey to the market is that if you use an ABDM compliant software, it will essentially ensure that you are compliant to the act. So that's one of the ways in which we are looking to actually drive adoption of ABDM into the market. And that's how we think health data will actually get unlocked in many ways. So, the big challenge, much more than in financial data, in health data, is that your health data tends to be very siloed with the providers that you tend to visit. Most of us tend to visit both public and a mix of public and private providers for many of our needs, and there is no easy way for that to get access to hands of any of these innovators. So I think the big value for any DPI ecosystem, and including in health, is really the power of the innovators and the startups and the contributors who come to build on the top of these rails, right? And so we do work and we do look at what kind of innovation many of these guys are able to do. At this stage, given that the number of providers who are adopted are low, there are not as many both innovators on the top, and nor is there a big VC ecosystem funding these innovators. But we are seeing early signs and several people who have come in with very interesting products that are happening. And I do visualize that as this, both the act drives greater adoption of providers and unlocks more data out, you're going to see a lot more interesting startups which are actually in health tech, working with health data, and data is definitely going to be the new oil or gold
whatever you're looking for in the health tech space.
Truly, and I think in health, all the aspects that Suresh pointed out on privacy and how do you standardize it, I think all that matters to health a lot more, where there's obviously a fear of releasing your data into any kind of app or software, and how do you also expose it to different hospitals. But thank you for sharing that. So Shiva, I think building upon the last thing that you mentioned, so given that you're going to states and almost how, for them, how do you establish, say, the product market fit? How do you assess which states to target and explain or in some way show the benefits that they could have? What's the value proposition for them before they kind of get onto the journey of adopting a DPI or a DPG?
Well, like I said the previous time, it's sometimes officers as well. So we have to be frank, at least in the government, it's extremely important that we see two things. One is, does the state have a clear vision when it comes to education and skilling, and do they really want to implement that? Second is, what are the programs that are running there? They have some focus, some of them focus on girl child, some of them focus on dropout, some of them focus on just the foundational literacy and numeracy. So you have different programs with different states, look at that. And then we come up with how this DPG, so I just don't want to say this DPG is going to now solve all the problems, but we see how this DPG can address the key objectives and vision of the state. So we do a lot of homework before we go to the state. So we just don't go and say, hey, here's my solution, now take it or leave it, or this is the only way and this is how it is done. So we try to customize, we look at the objectives, the priorities of the state. We also know how we can, and since DPGs are open source, so we know a little bit of how to customize it ourselves, and then we build it for the state. That's how we position it to them.
Got it. And understood. So Rajesh, coming to you, given that, of course, through your global interactions, and I also kind of, you shared that how FIDE has been working with the Foundation for Digital Economy in Gambia to help catalyze their markets and help them figure out what are the new use cases that they can solve using DPIs. So how are you shaping that journey?
Yeah, so that essentially stemmed from some of our early learnings on beginner adoption even within India. In fact, Dr. Sharma actually spoke about it in the morning as well. So if you want DPIs to work, enabling the tech layer is one part of the problem. Capacity creation is the second one, but then most importantly, you should also start thinking about how do you ensure sustainable institution creation also, right? Even more so, for example, when you want to go into other geographies where you have absolutely no idea what kind of systems work over there and so forth. So institution building being an important requirement as such, we can't necessarily carry some of the principles that worked over here and try and transpose this over them. Doesn't necessarily work over there. So there are, for instance, if you go to Africa and so forth, a lot of the societal interventions that are largely government driven. So you actually have to work through those channels. But then there are other market friendly economic zones, even within the same continent, where there's a very strong private capital on the ground. You can actually try a lot of the DPG based ideas being incubated through those centers and then allow it to build critical mass and then turn into a larger DPI as such, rather than make big announcements and then not really have traction as such. So this is what we've been trying to explore. So at least over the last 6 to 9 months, when we looked at many such models in different geographies, we kind of realized that it's necessary to actually have core institutions on the ground, whether they are government or the private sector or a combination of both, that would actually take this agenda forward. It can't be like an idea being picked up from India and actually tried out over there. It's, as Dr. Sharma clearly said, there's a sense of pride and ownership that every geography wants for themselves. So it has to be seen as their initiative, their idea, their set of problem statements and their solutions for them. They can use DPGs, which are available from other geographies. How do they take ownership? Institution building was necessary. So we tend to, we did try to break this logjam by trying to work with a lot of philanthropic partners on the ground, and some of them actually came forth with these ideas of creating local missions, philanthropic missions, like one of the foundation that he spoke about. That kind of worked in West Africa. So they created that foundation to be the anchor of all DPI and DPG based ideas of the region. probably beginning with Gambia, but then the ambition is to look at West Africa as a larger region because there's an economic integration story anyways between the region. So, and then they're open to also collaborating with many such foundations and NGOs in India so that this knowledge sharing and asset sharing can actually happen between foundations to foundations or tech hubs to tech hubs and so forth and all. But then the asset creation on the ground would be led by those entities. Now, it's their responsibility, their ownership, which they foresee for themselves to actually take the story forward from an idea in its concept phase and then let it evolve right up to taking it to the government and turning into larger DPI momentum as such. This has largely been the learning in many other geographies as well. I think the trick is to not say that India is here to actually solve your problem. It's more to say India is a knowledge partner to this journey of yours. And these are essentially your problems for statements, your localized conditions, and your economic development agenda. So turn this into your mission. And the moment they get that sense of ownership and authorship over it, with the reliable backing of us as proven partners in that agenda, I think the relationship works out beautifully from that point onwards. So that's been our learning. And creation of institutions like this, like whether it's tie-ups or tie-ins with local city governments or industry hubs in a few countries, or creation of philanthropic missions over there by themselves with larger knowledge partnerships with our own foundations or partners in India has worked out well. Right?
Great. I think agreed. I think as Dr. Sharma pointed out this morning, that's co-creation, and the sense of humility and the sense of co-creation that needs to be established and not that we know it all. So I think fully agreed. So I think moving on to the next theme of inclusivity, because what I think the New Delhi declaration that got adopted by the G20 countries and what we have been kind of pondering all is that DPI the best facilitates inclusivity at the last mile. Right. So specifically double clicking on that. So Kiran, you said that Namayatris say something that all of us can relate with. Hence, there's a different kind of vibe that gets generated around it. At the same time, in terms of healthcare, it's not that I will be the first user of it. So how do you design it for inclusivity, or how do you get some traction going into the underserved communities essentially?
Yeah, I think very interesting point. When we were actually designing ABDM, we had to make sure that, so what does digital health records looks for somebody who's illiterate, who doesn't even carry a phone, right? And ABDM had to solve for that, because in the sense, it is meant for everyone. So the approach, at least that we have taken right now, is twofold, right? So one, the digital identity itself, which is Aadhaar, you can actually create with your Aadhaar, with just your consent of a biometric, without necessarily having to have a phone, right? And your health information actually can get collected with that ABA in the federated architecture that ABDM has put together, and you can again share it with your consent given biometrically, which is yet, we haven't really gone that far yet with too many use cases on the ground, but that's the idea. The thinking was that you'll be able to pause it for very specific use cases with trusted partners, mostly healthcare institutions or doctors who are part of trusted registries, right? So we have tried to kind of make sure that from a design perspective, that we are really inclusive in the approach, so that anybody who is a resident of this country can actually use these systems to manage their health information, even if they're absolutely literate. Bulk of the questions around this whole consent, and as we pass the bill into an act and we move forward, has been whether we expect people to really understand consent, and how well will somebody understand consent, right? And I think one thing we do know, even with most marginalized population, is people understand their rights, and they understand that if they do something, this is what either they'll get or they'll have. And over time, it is, of course, even today, I don't think all of us fully understand what we are clicking to yes when we download and install an app, and it asks you a whole bunch of things to say yes to. But the good part, and I always do talk about this, is with many DPIs, including with ABDM, right? While it's designed so that the consent manager itself is data blind, that is, it cannot see what health data is flowing through, it doesn't mean that we can't see who's asking consent and for what. So just like in the internet world,
where today you have security operations center constantly looking for attacks. There is got to be a role that as public providers and public goods that governments play where they're looking on what's happening on the privacy side. In fact, in the ABDM documents, we wrote this down saying that there needs to be a privacy operations center, something that's actually looking to see if there is somebody misusing, abusing this whole consent architecture to either collect data or so on. So I think this is an evolving topic. I think the thinking and the architecture has put enough kind of safeguards or structure in place so that A, on the design side, we can make sure it's inclusive, and B, we can actually implement structures, organizations, processes to ensure that safeguards are in place to make that happen.
Thank you. And I think like Kriti was mentioning in the previous panel and what came out, that Ravi was sharing, that there are a lot more tools that we need to kind of invest in for testing, and thereby not just in testing for bugs, but maybe also for consent breaches or for privacy breaches. So I think that could really help in accelerating this further. So I think I would like to come to you, Vimal. So given the effort that you are making on the credit enablement, so unlocking loans for the farmers or for the micro entrepreneurs who are just new to credit, so what are the challenges? I mean, how are you trying to solve that through OCEN? How are you trying to really make credit inclusive? Because they are for the first time, there are a lot of people in India are now entering the formal credit system, and they don't fully understand what it means. What does it mean to miss a loan repayment and not make it in time? What's a credit score? A lot of these different concepts that they are not as familiar with. So how are you trying to counter those as you kind of spend your energy on OCEN and unlocking credit for the underserved?
Sure. Credit is something that I took a lot of time to even agree upon that somebody should take credit. So when JustPay started, I used to tell all of people saying like, we should only earn and spend. Then after looking at Nandan, a lot of points he had, okay, there is something to it. And also looking at a lot of outside market, that credit is, people say credit is the lifeline and all of that. I'm still yet to understand some of that. I think it's, the first thing is to anchor on value creation. There are lots of pockets of value creation in the country, which is not yet understood yet. So that is what the data is going to show. The data is going to show that there are lots of places where good value is getting created, but credit is a little bit of a catalyst to value creation. So commerce is the primary thing which drives value creation, but credit can only, if you give credit wrongly to a person, you might make them worse also, right? So credit in that regard has that, that tricky thing. It can't be just scaled very, very easily, right? But we are all looking for that use cases. Maybe there are existing use cases which are going on, which are very inefficiently done, or where people are, people are taking loans at very high interest rates. Like now that we work with auto drivers, I'm firsthand experiencing that. It's like really like the people there consistently doing work. But the risk is low. Another thing about credit is it's all about reducing risk, right? So by having really understanding of value creation at a cheaper way using data. Second is because of the operations cost is going to get digital, you can do smaller loans for shorter periods. And because payments has also gotten digitized, and by a lot of times people would be lazy and they might miss paying credit and they might lose the money in some other place. They might spend it. Typical user experience based issues, right? Which autopay can solve. And also there are other ways of, if a payment comes to them, you can get that money directly to pay the EMI first, and then it goes to their account. So there are technologies like that which can be, which are in the process. Some of the, like for example, a marketplace called GEM, the GEM Sahay app, that's the government e-marketplace. There is OCEN got implemented there. The money is first used for paying the loan first, the EMI first, and then, or it's an invoice discounting, it's the loan first, and then it goes. The rest only goes, right? So all of this is going to, transform it. But still, it is. I would say it is really about value creation. Because of platforms like Beck and OCEN, there is going to be new kinds of value creation because of this entire digitization. The existing current value creation is going to multiply, right? And along with that, this embedded finance can go in. right? So credit is not yet happened yet. Like UPI has happened, credit has not happened yet, but it has to be like the commerce plus credit, the embedded finance, it has to happen, and the data. All these three things have to come together, right? We are still in the early stages in credit, yeah.
Thanks, Vimal. Suresh, I think we'll have to move to the Q&A. So we'd just love to understand that Protean has been involved since the foundational years of ONDC. So what do you think is being done to make ONDC more inclusive, given it is meant for a lot of the small sellers coming on board? But how do you really set them up for success on ONDC?
I think when we look at ONDC, as I think a lot of conversations happened in the morning, each of the DPIs are getting built in multiple ways. And I think one of the big challenges which ONDC itself as an organization solved, that how do you do governance in a decentralized manner? Because you neither own the buyer's ecosystem nor do you own the seller ecosystem. As we talk about moving from operator to network-centric model, I think ONDC itself borrowed a leaf out of NPCI and came in as a network facilitator. And today we don't have a traditional regulator. There are a lot of rules, regulations, laws which cover e-commerce. There is account aggregator, but ONDC is just a network facilitator. So I think Koshi was there in the morning and he spoke about it. So I think that was the first part about inclusivity, because anybody coming on the network wants to be sure that when they are purchasing goods, the buyer wants to be sure they are receiving the right thing before they release their payment. And therefore, on top of what we today build at the gateway level, which is the discovery part, where you're discovering the sellers, it was equally important that the gateway has certain aspects built into it, which included neutrality, it included transparency. So when I'm buying, the buyer side is only taking care of their interests, and you're not forcing certain sellers upon them. So the network itself is neutral. It is data blind. Today, the gateway, for example, does not hold any data. The buyers and sellers, after the discovery, the ordering happens outside the system. So these were important aspects to build trust, I think, and again, working towards inclusivity. And the second thing which we've realized over the last year plus is that how do you build the ecosystem? Because very easy to take, it's simple tech, there are adapters, there's ease of plugging in. And I remember talking to Sujit much earlier on about creating ONDC in a box. How do you take it out? How do you sort of calibrate it for different level of buyer-seller sophistication in terms of technology and making sure they come on board? And I think during the day it was interesting to hear about M-Pesa. Abhishek Singhji called it out as a DPI which they borrowed from Kenya as a learning. But when we were doing M-Pesa, the big learning over there from Vodacom was that unless a person does a money transfer transaction 3 times on their own, it doesn't happen. So even when we are onboarding buyers and sellers today, it's not about just putting the adapter there, creating the catalog. It is to make sure they do a certain number of transactions. M-Pesa did a 3 account. I don't know what will work for ONDC. So I think all these things will become very important for us to see how do we really make it happen down the line. But I think we can clearly see ONDC well on its journey to make a difference. So all the best to it.
Certainly, I think that's great. And this idea of having 3 transactions at least, how do you recognize this as an active user and get them to settle into the platform is interesting. So I think we'll have to move to the audience fast. So I'll just quickly, before doing that, would like to have a one-liner on what is the biggest problem statement on your mind, on each of your minds right now that you're the most excited about. And yeah, any of you could begin.
No, so I'll just pick on what Vimal and Suresh said. So even though we have, for example, like really large manifestations of backend now coming through in the life of, say, ONDC and so forth, I'd like to see a lot of that translate into large transaction economies, even in the traditional societal interventions, whether it's health, education, social justice, and so forth. And that, for instance, for example, like that's probably where our big bet also is, that while we go after the big pro-market sectors, there is a lot of innovation that's possible at the edges. So as we see ONDCs and OKINs evolve and become very large transaction economies, then we'd probably also see the need for online dispute resolution and so forth. That would lessen the burden on judiciary. That in itself is a multi-billion-dollar industry if that scales up, and there's a lot of opportunities lying for our private entrepreneurs on that front. So I'm excited by this. There's, as a lot of us said during the day, a lot of problem statements that exist in India and a lot of innovation and value to be unlocked. I think we just have to keep our eyes and ears open and find ways to solve them. Especially when I look at some of the work that we tend to do on the global front, I would love to see a lot of this knowledge and asset creation translated into viable partnerships with others in other geographies. There's obviously a lot of partnerships and learnings that's possible with our Indian ecosystem, and our Indian entrepreneur ecosystem has a lot to contribute to on that front. But then, as I said earlier, we just have to find a way to unlock how the institutional and the economic partnership models exist between these different diverse geographies, because private interests and pragmatism will kick in once we have very diverse geographies working together.
Great. So not just beckon for e-commerce, but beckon for education, beckon for health, and see. Thank you.
So let me put it this way. I'm from a for-profit, okay? So you said, Suresh has also mentioned that 700 billion unlocked through DPIs. EY has published a report which says the market potential is 100 billion by 2030. And that's for those who are going to make money, not those who are funding, right? So you have so much money in the market. So with that, and coming from a for-profit, my top 3 things is we need more DPIs and DPGs. And I would pick up climate and sustainability being the top. The second is we heard the community track as well. There's a lot that the community can do to ensure that the DPIs are more sturdy, in the sense that if I were to do some customization, can I bring it back? Can I still benefit from the roadmap? I don't have to do multiple folks and then be lost completely. A lot of governance around that, I think I look forward to. The third is DPIs should be used and deployed globally. And I think that's a great benefit the world can get from DPIs. How do we bring those structures in place such that the adoption of DPGs and DPIs really picks up? I know we have a lot of thoughts, but can we have something? I know the government of India is coming with OFA, now with the repository, but maybe much more is required to have this. So these are the top 3 from my side.
Thank you.
I think for me, there's a lot of work I've seen in the last 2 years that have happened on very interesting use cases in healthcare. We had the health claims exchange I briefly touched upon in the morning, actually solves a huge problem, not very dissimilar to the problems that the stock market industry had. Health insurance in India, the claim processing is actually pretty behind the curve. There is the UHI, which is all the layers of beacon built in and can actually transform both teleconsultations, how you order medicines, how you actually book your appointments with doctors. So immense amount of potential use cases and ideas that have actually been thought through, piloted. So my real big thing that's on my mind is, how do we accelerate adoption? How do we actually get this out so that all of us can experience the benefits of this thinking?
Thank you.
Yeah. So while we are opening up, while we are unbundling, how are you going to bundle it back again? That is the that is the question where I think we are very good. I think compared to anywhere in the world, I would my feeling is, the West it fights between the extreme capitalism and something like blockchain and the crypto side, right, which are like polarized. India has found a method which is the middle path. And that is maybe philosophically India is that way, right? India has that nature, the unity in diversity. I think that's the superb, amazing part. But with this, when we are creating something like an internet, how to build a Google out of it, right? What are the deep skills which are needed for it? What is the attitude, mindset needed for it? I think that needs. Is it about skilling? Is it about This is not going to be just a simple type of skilling, right? Skilling in for a narrow, like we talked a lot about open source. Who's going to be the Linus Torvalds, right? So who kind of who started just solving a pain point, but there are various types of very deep understanding of technical skills, a kind of aesthetic understanding of even technology to find a direction, and being we call it the warrior mindset, to kind of put that effort for so many years, sticking to the right thing. All of that put together, and we need more such people. So how do we encourage that? I think that the community part was addressing that a lot. I think it's incentives also. I believe a lot, or all of us, the internal motivation side plays a very major role, right? I think how do we kind of resonate with the deeper internal motivation of people to come and contribute? I think that's where the big dam is there. We always talk about as people, we can only turn on a switch, we can open up a dam only. We can't put the water into. Maybe government can do it, such kind of big things. But how do we unlock potential in people to come and do the 10x or 100x work needed on top of these platforms?
I think somewhere you're capturing the spirit of C4GT. So I hope C4GT does it soon. So yeah, thank you. So Suresh, yeah.
So a quick one. I think what naturally is the area to be focused on is basically how does the adoption happen, and clearly what is the WhatsApp moment, as we say, for UPI? How does it come across DPIs? I think I was in an earlier session at the Global FinTech Fest, and somebody very rightly called out, I think one of the biggest challenges also is digital literacy, because whatever you may do, the question is, does digital literacy, and if you invest into it, does it have an ROI? And if it doesn't, then how do you make it happen? Because that is a very critical aspect, because as you are looking at creating DPIs, you are creating, end of the day, something for somebody to consume and get economic value out of. So literacy is going to be a very important part. And Kiran, what you were saying about UPI versus health, we do remember the days when Paytm put global money in creating the awareness about digital payments. So that sort of thrust we haven't seen happening in too many sectors. And that was one of the reasons why UPI succeeded, because so many public-private players came in and they educated everybody about digital payments. And there was so much build-up till COVID happened, and and the rest is history now. So I think that is going to be very critical to find that killer use case, that literacy, and therefore the WhatsApp moment for each of the DPIs to happen and succeed.
Thanks, Suresh. I think a lot of inspiration and food for thought. So I think we can maybe take 2 questions, given that almost we are done. So yeah, please. Would love if you could share your name and your organization, would be great. Yeah.
Sure. My name is Vashima. I'm from EY. I'm seeing lots of youngsters sitting here, and lots of old and gray hair there. So my question is to these guys, who are making this product, who are investing their time in this, what is in it for them, and what is it, they would like to see that they connect with, what we are all talking about. How will you see the impact? What will, we are talking about your motivation, we are talking about your free time, your contribution. So what is it for you, that will make you, double click, as you were saying?
So yeah, any of the contributors? Come on, guys. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Abhishek, and I was a contributor under the project Unnati. So the main reason for contributing is the impact, right? You are not just making a hackathon project, and you are building something which is going to impact people in the real world scenario, right? And it motivates me, and I think it motivates all of the contributors who participated during the program, as well as it also helps you to get mentorship from the people who are industry leaders. So they can just tell you how to create actual products, not just for the sake of doing it. They tell you how industry works, how you can identify the problem, and basically how you can solve it. Yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question in the room? Yeah.
My question is to Kiran sir. Sir,
I wanted to ask this that how far we are from a scenario that we would be scanning a QR in hospitals or clinics to check what level of ABDM certification that hospital or clinic has. And could there be a possibility that a hospital or clinic take this as an advantage to charge his or her patient more just because they are protecting their data while others are not?
Well, I mean, healthcare will charge. Healthcare is very interesting in the sense that it's one of the few industries where the more you pay, you think the better quality you're actually getting, whether it's true or not. We are, I think, definitely some distance away. I mean, I think to me in my mind, in the morning I showed a slide where I talked about there are more than 2,000 people who make software for hospitals. At this point, less than 200 of them have actually become ABDM compliant. So if a hospital or a lab or a clinic is trying to get a ABDM compliant software, they have not as many choices as the actual what is supplying to the market. But the reality is that can accelerate very, very fast. And a large portion depends on how quickly I think the Data Protection Bill, the Data Protection Act actually kind of starts to roll out. Because until now, there was absolutely nothing that the doctors or the healthcare providers feared. But the 250 crores is a big fine for anybody. And so we do think that should be a very interesting start point for people to say, okay, if I'm using the software, I want to consider using an ABDM compliant software. That said, they're also asking the question simultaneously, if I'm starting to spend more on software, where am I going to recover that cost from? So, I am not very far off from, your opinion that they'll actually say that this is going to drive up my overall costing and I have to pass it on to my patients. We'll see really how that plays out. At this point, ABDM right now is giving away incentives, and I don't know how many of you know, but it's giving away 20 rupees for every health record linked. And I know that there are several hospitals who actually took home a few lakh rupees per month because of this incentive scheme. So right now, they're actually, if you are a small clinic, hospital or lab, come on to ABDM. Right now, we are giving away a fairly good amount of money for you to participate in this program.
That's super exciting. Thank you to each one of you for being here with us and sharing your very enriching insights from, I think, insurance to health to education to financial. I think there's so much scope, and looking forward to the development, everything that India is aiming for by 2047 and also globally. Thank you so much for being here today. And
Thank you, Ujjwal. Thank you, everybody. We request Ujjwal to please give a token of appreciation to the panelists. Okay, thank you. Big round of applause to our last panel. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Okay, with this, we've come to the end of the day. I'm going to now call upon Nitin to share the closing remarks and close the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supreet. I know I'm probably the last thing between you and tea, but it's been a long but very energizing day for me, I think. We started off the day with the sort of setup and aspiration that DPG Dialogues intends to be an annual coming together of everyone from the ecosystem where we can have frank conversations at a practitioner level. And I definitely feel in this, I have taken copious notes from every session, and there are so many things to call out. I'd probably try to do a very quick one of like just a recap of the sessions we had and one thing or two things that stood out for me, but would definitely request all of you also to maybe list for yourself your key takeaways and do support the C4GT cause and the DPG Dialogues cause by, once you go back, tweet with the sort of hashtag handles that we have for DPG Dialogues and C4GT, and share your sort of insights and whatever stood out for you. There are lots of nice photo booth opportunities too. Please do make use of that too. And once you have tea. So we started off with a very exciting, sort of very engaging conversation with Dr. R.S. Sharma in the morning. Again, there were so many things, but a few things that stood out for me was not all problems can be solved with just tech, but many hard problems that India faces can definitely have, tech can really play a big role in it. No matter how small the problem you are solving, but it can be critical, and there are copious examples of that as well. I think Ravi's four mindset shifts really stood out as well in there, in terms of the importance of abstraction, the importance of unbundling, thinking networks and not just platforms, and building what scales, right? So I think which kind of really summarized the sort of core spirit of DPGs and DPIs for us as well. We then had an interesting conversation with T. Koshiji and Amitabh Nagji, and in terms of leaders who are building DPIs, two very different contexts, but again, a lot of common themes in terms of approaches, challenges they are facing, how are they thinking about adoption. So many of those things stood out there. Then we had the post-lunch session with Abhishek Singh ji. And again there, like despite all the innovation that has been driven, the importance of continuous learning really stood out in terms of whether it is continuous learning for the officers themselves, how is he thinking about NIC, how even if India is leading, how are we learning from other countries and their experiences. So continuous learning as a theme was really great, that stood out there. And also the importance of governments working in different models with the ecosystem together, right? And being open to it and really fostering this collaboration. Then we moved into the C4GT toolkit. Hopefully you remember the three things, the three frameworks we talked about there. The contributor readiness framework, the issue ticket template, and the point system. So more and more, yes, let's sort of let's climb the ladders on the point system is for all the contributors and for the organizers. Help us improve these as well. Please keep the feedback coming so we can continuously improve these assets. Then we had two wonderful panels, starting off with the community or the Samaj panel, as we called. And again, there were so many things that came out that are not just so obvious. But Lobo shared as well that how funders should also take the responsibility and not just hold others accountable, but also responsibility for growing the community. And that's something, in the importance of community in that, the importance of CVV as it was put up, culture, vision, and values, and the role that plays. But effectively, really for sustainability of any DPIs and DPGs, community really is the essence, right? Because, and there were questions throughout the day about open source, is it the right way? I think that debate is settled. It is absolutely the right way, but community is what makes it sort of tick. And then, I mean, another interesting nugget from that one was for me, like when Lobo mentioned, for example, it's only 20% of the cost that goes in the code, right? And it's 80% is really about understanding the user, investing in documentation, investing in sort of user testing, investing in user research, right? Again, things that are not so obvious, but really critical in making all of this a success. There is an ask for a specific roles as your next framework as well for the C4GT community. And then I think the last panel was equally sort of like really insightful, starting from the $700 billion opportunity to the 100 billion market. Like there are big numbers, and definitely the innovation on the rails is really what delivers the end benefit. But there are also so many nuances of really thinking, making sure we are thinking from an inclusivity point of view, we are not leaving anyone behind, and all the different models that are possible. And I think last but not the least, also when thinking from the point of view of the role India can play and we all can play in taking this international, really assuming that sort of role of a knowledge advisor, sort of leading with expertise but with humble nature. I think again connecting back to what Dr. R.S. Sharma also said in the morning, right? Coming at it from that point where we really want them to take everyone to take the ownership, contextualize, and that is what will make this a movement. So again, I think lots and lots of takeaways from me. I'm sure you might have had a few as well. Please do sort of share your experience. Continue supporting. We look forward to your support for the C4GT program overall. as well as sort of the dedicated mentoring program next year. Hopefully we can make it even bigger. And the next edition of DPG Dialogues next year. So with that, I would like to thank everybody once again for spending the whole day with us. I know from your busy schedules. I would also like to thank all our partners explicitly, and definitely the organizing team too. Thank you. Open for tea.